Good morning. Today is 30th of April 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Ipswich. This is in Queensland and this is how the track looks like. We've got 10 races here today and the ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile is 300. So the advantage is we've just raced a track yesterday which was 300 meters, and today we have another track which is 300 meters. We're going to take references from the previous races that happened yesterday and we'll see how this works. The difference is the shape of the track. That's the first difference. The second difference is yesterday we had a track which was with a track reading good. Today it is soft. So that's the only difference, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks, or we often step out. It is horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that is exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races, the live races, and the second one is RaceNet, where we take a reference of the odds and the scratchings. The third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the winning numbers, the official winning numbers. So that's those are the 3 tabs that I have, and I have the races here. I was not able to prepare most of the races, so it is going to take a little time for me to share my thoughts, but I've got the first couple of ready and I'll share it when I have a final clarity. So till then, we'll look at what's going on. Do we have the feed? Not yet. So we should be getting the feed anytime. We'll take a look at the odds for the first one, which is here. Two, 6, 12, and 9. Two is the favorite. 2, 6, 12, and 9. So we'll take a look at what was happening yesterday. Um, this is what was happening yesterday. It was a 300 meter, and we'll take a look at the results that happened yesterday at Gayton. So it was a 300 meter straight, exactly what we have today, but this was a good ground, and we were not able to identify what was going on. It was a 300 meter. I had the GRD, which is a new section that I have added, and this gives us a little. This should help us, in identifying the right horses based on the ground. So today, what happened? The first one, the 2 won. All right. The first one, the 2, actually 2, 9, 10, and 3. 4 was the favorite. But if we look at what was the difference between 2 and 4, is basically the FR and the pressure. Now, this one was definitely a good horse, but the 2 went through because of the pressure and the weight appreciation here. It was a good ground. That's what happened here. The second one, the 11 went through, right? The 11 went through. 9 was the favorite. This 9 was favorite, but 11 went through, and it was the same thing. The FR and the pressure on the horse, so that went through. So high pressures were not working yesterday. Anything that had high pressure was not working. It is all of them went through with the advantage, more or less. The third one, 3 was the favorite. 4 and 3 and 6 and 5. So 4 went through. Why? Because again, this was a high pressure. This was an advantage. The 3 came in second. We thought the 3 will go through because the GRD was showing this is good, but this mathematics is working, which is we need to calculate the points, but we cannot calculate the points as of now because we need to test this on a 400 meter straight. So we need to test this on grounds which are 400 meter straight or a little above 400 meter. So this thing is still a reference which I am doing through my physical calculator. I still do not have the right idea of what exactly is working, but we have a clarity. There's a point which is working here. So the 4 went through. Why? Because of the less pressure, but it had to have an FR. So this went through. It was a class 1 that happened. The fourth one was favorite. It was a benchmark 58. The fourth one was favorite, but 3 went through. If we look at 3, There was no pressure on this horse, plus a weight appreciation. We spoke about this 3, but I was not confident that this will go through, but it actually went through. It did not have the FR, by the way. It did not have the FR, but it definitely went through because of the pressure line, and they were also suffering. This is the reason I stepped out, or I did not place a bet on this one. Here, this was the most interesting part. This horse was a Victorian horse which came in, and they gave it an advantage here, 24 by 24. So this was absolutely something that was that happened. So more or less, the idea is this, that on a 300 meter, the pressure was not working. Here, the 8 on the 6th one, the 8 was the favorite, all right, but I think 8 was the favorite. 8 came in second. 1 actually took it up because of the appreciation here. Though it was a neutral, it just went through. 8 couldn't get it because of the pressure, and that happened with all of them. So we'll take a reference of this today because it's the same straight, and we'll see how things work.
To send this filly around $16 out to 18, back into $17. Take us through the speed map.
Her speed map poised goes forward, looks to get ownership from the get-go. You've got Kitty OK, who potentially settles outside the lead. Cold Gin gets the back of poised and shouldn't, touch wood, have any excuses today, because she did have excuses on debut. So this is a replay of what she did at Warwick Farm. She should have won. She had a lot to offer, but never really got the chance to show it. So you can see here she's locked up behind a wall of horses and pretty much had the handbrake on throughout. So she's still learning, but she'll take plenty of benefit from this outing. And the other runner to keep an eye on here is Surfs Up in the Cerise down the outside. She had the benefit of an uninterrupted passage, but I liked her late strength. And looking at Surfs Up pedigree, she's a half-sister to Cigar Flick, who is a really good wet tracker. So pedigree's any little vote of confidence there, she should get through it okay. But I thought Cold Gin was a filly that was unlucky here, and I don't think it'll be too much longer before she cracks her maiden, given the strength of her debut. The great unknown, like a lot of these, is how she'll handle the conditions. But I think she has to be the starting point, poised. So tongue tie first time. She ran second to Cleachy Boulevard on debut at Warwick Farm back in June. It's been 45 weeks since we've seen her at the races. Her second start was a little bit disappointing, but maybe that gear change suggested that she did have an issue in the gap between runs. So she's had 2 trials. The first was better, but we often see that with the stable game. What I say, the second trial can be a little bit flat, but they come out and run well. So market's a big guide there, but she's already ticked off that heavy track box. That second to Cleachy Boulevard was a 2-year-old race that did produce 5 subsequent winners, and it was a heavy track. Best of the rest, I've gone with Big Red Tequila. I should have finished a touch closer there at Wyong on debut. That was over the 1100 metres, just held up momentarily in the straight, and it was on a soft 7, so maybe some guide to the conditions. But 9, 4, 11 and 1 with the favourite in the first.
It'll be interesting to see how she parades. She got herself very worked up at Warwick Farm. In saying that, today she would have had a flow trip away, and that can certainly be the difference in the way they present.
She was very easy late in betting.
She was, yeah. She was quite naughty down the back. She got herself very worked up in the yard. I really wanted to tip her actually because she was physically she was a great type, but she was just mentally she wasn't there yet. So it'll be interesting. We'll keep an eye on her. Let's take a look at race number 2 now. Again for the 2-year-olds, just the 2-year-olds now. It's a maiden over 1100 metres, open to boys and girls. So only what have we got here? Only the 6 to do a battle here. Is it 6 or is it 5? 6. I'll be able to count one day. Miss Free Love, he's our favourite. She's $2 out to $2.15. Bryant on the second line there. Back at Gelding, $5.50 into $4.60, back to $4.80. Beechworth, the next best. Opened up at $4.60, out to $5 there. Agent Zero, $7 into $5.50. Got into $5, back out to $5.50. Chatterley, $6 out to $6.50 there, and Or Too Clever, here's the outsider, $51 out to $61. Who leads here?
Probably Miss Freelove by default now. So she settled in the first couple there on debut, made her own luck. She's back in trip, but I don't think that holds any fears for her. We did lose a couple of our likely leaders in Amarillo Sky and Jet this morning, so Jet will have to wait another day. He's a $1 million yearling. He has won his most recent 2 trials. So makeup-wise, I don't think it's going to be a truly run race. I'm hoping Beechworth can settle much closer than we saw on debut. I'm just trying to read between the lines with him. Now, $5.
So if we look through the odds for the first one, 2, 6, 12, and 9. 2 is the favorite. 6, 12, and 9. Now, if we look through the rails, they kind of all within the rails. And see, so the highest FR is here. The 13 is in between, all right? The 13 is absolutely moron of a team. And that's the only horse that has some numbers. This one has 8 races and got some numbers here. Now, the FR is here. And that's the advantage, all right? 9 definitely has advantage, but so we need to get double here. So if we double this, it is going to be about wait. It's about 260 and it's about 260. If we double this, that's about 260. This is about 377. The physics is there with 13. The physics is there with 13 and they're kind of tailing gates. That's there. 37.45. That's about there. The other one which is here is 14, which is gate number 10. This is the largest outer drift, but they're kind of losing. This is the second largest outer drift, which is in very good hands. This one is there, minus 20, 29.31. $92 to $70. So the 13 is check, all right. 13 has physics. Whether it's a disastrous team or whatever it is, they have the physics, and the 10 is there, but the final pressure is here, and we need a little bit of pressure to go through. So this one is okay. The 6, I think it is 6. And if we also look through the B plus, that's the smallest, all right? That's the smallest. 2 is in very good hands. There's no doubt 2 is in very good hands. So that's there in some way or some other stuff, but will it win is something that we will figure out after this race, because this one is a better FR, and so I think it's 6. I'm going to place all the bets today, and we'll see how it works from starting from 1 to the last race. I'm going to be on tote, and we'll see how it works, because if I have to get this thing fixed, I need to have numbers. So we'll play. I'm going to play 6. If the 6 doesn't get tailed, we'll see how it works. 6 looks good. 2 is in good hands, but this thing doesn't have any races. This one has 1 race, and it's okay. We are able to calculate. The other one is here, which is 14. The maths is there here also. So it is between 6, and then if this thing goes through because of the hands, and then 13, because they all are tailing gates. 8, 6, 7. That 14 has good jockey, but we'll see how it works. This is 235. That's too much. This is okay. 6 is okay. We'll see.
Yeah, she looked quite good. So I think she's going to run well. Other than that, Bonjour Madam defied a big late drift there at Wine last start. She was still too good, so harder again, but she's quickly going through the grades and chasing 3 straight. And then you've got Imperial State, who is the stablemate to First Mission. Doesn't have the upside of that horse, but what he does have is a better fitness base. He does strike this 4th up, which may take him some ways. 4, 7, 6 and 5.
We're going to pause there for a moment and take a quick break. On the other side, we're going to head back to Maxie and Kian for the first at Ipswich, and following race number 1 from Ipswich, we'll be back to have a look at the Queen legs. Welcome to midweek racing here at Ipswich. Runners are in the yard for race number 1. It's cutest 2-year-old maiden place. We run over the 1100 metres. Brutal Glory is on debut. Michael Rod rides for Kelly Schweter.
It's been coming along nicely, Kian, in 3 trials. Just see the barrier. A bit of a challenge here, gate number 9. Now, he won a Doomben trial a couple of Tuesdays ago. He led from his stablemate Quarryman. They backed it off control without any pressure, and neither of them were pushed out. It was the red second Quarryman since failed last Wednesday. Something may not have been 100% there, but he did finish at the rear. So it's all about the barrier and if he can offset an awkward gate.
Okay, Excel Boom is the 2. Ryan Maloney rides for Tony Gollan. His mum was fast, Maxie, but this guy's been polar opposite in trials.
Yeah, he has been. He's had a couple. He ran second at the Gold Coast recently, only beaten ahead. He was sort of a bit reluctant to stretch out. He was wanting to lay in, not fully concentrating. But I thought he was good considering he was 3 wide most of the way, and finished off okay. So he's here with a good chance.
Matthew Dunn has the 6 Insta-worthy. Andrew Mellion, he's got a few tricks he can lay in quite bad.
Yep, he's a colt by Farnham. Just the one start back in the summer, inexperienced, so he's had a spell. He's been trialling quite well, including the latest trial winner, Boat Desert.
Cirque de la Vie is the 8. CJ Graham, Liam Berkeley trial was back in November behind Formula Rossa.
Yes, I think that was one of those qualifiers for the debut. Didn't do enough. Can't find any recent trials, so keep an eye on the market.
Don't Tell Your Father is the 9. Damien Thornton, Matthew Dunn.
Put by Curtis Seville. She's been well prepared with 4 trials, 2 in November. That's good. She had the trials turned out. She's had a couple recently showing some ability.
Henmules, the 10. Tiffany Brooker for Daryl Hanson.
She had a trial back in December. Again, I think it was the debut qualifier. In fact, there's been a bit of form out of it. Van Girl, she won the debut. Mosu was second, won the other one, and Deceitful Miss was third, but didn't do a lot. Probably better, going better now. We're 6 months down the track.
She was a touch hard to assess, wasn't it? Okay, Corey and Chris Muntz have the 11 outcry. Siobhan Rutledge.
Yeah, just not doing enough of the trials as yet.
Yakatori is right in front of us. The filly by Schnitzel, Carl Wilson Taylor, Stewie Kendrick.
Yes, she looks ready to go. Filly by Schnitzel. She had a trial back in October. It was good. Turned out, and the recent trial, she finished second in a 4-way finish. Ritualize won the heat and then came out to win a Duke, and so I think that was an encouraging form trial today. Kiana, she looks hard to beat.
All right, what's Egyptian Goddess going to do today, Maxie? Because the crossover goes on for the first time. Earmuffs coming back off. And the last time it raced about the earmuffs 2 starts ago, it pretty much bolted. Mark Duplessis, Ryan Tyrrell.
Yeah, I think you've said it all. She's just hard to get a handle on at the moment. So just watching.
Truck Stop Honey rounds us out. Ange Jones, William Crop with the blinkers.
It probably needs to draw a better game.
All right, money has dried up for Exelboom, 270 at the 420. Good support for Don't Tell Your Father. Paraded very nicely. I will say too for Matty Dunn, $6.50 into $4.80, Michael.
Yeah, and Yakatori was $9 this morning, but the official flux on the QOP, 6 down to 5. So there's a bit of market support for her. She presented nicely, got a lovely pedigree. She's a Schnitzel from a deep impact mare. In the Wessel Thoroughbred colours, the Bunch of Park colours, and she has shown, or she's been very encouraging in a couple of trials that she's had, so I'm happy to go with her. Kian here, number 12, and at the price we can have something each way. I've got Insta-worthy in, though money suggests it's the other done runner and Don't Tell Your Father, but I've got the 6 there. It's been very well prepared, had the prep and had a number of barrier trials. Insta-worthy. Then 2 XL Boom, a little concerned about that trip. That's a decent old drift, 270 to 420. And number 1, Brutal Glory, who I would have had higher up had he drawn better. 12 each way, 6-2-1.
And I'm also siding with the 12, and I thought it was a nice parade from her. She's got more scope than she does substance, but she's got this beautiful walk, particularly behind. So she looks like quite an athletic filly, quite petite too, but we know the fillies, they come in all shapes and sizes, and I was also quite taken by her trials, and she did everything right in those trials as well. Excel Boom, there's something there. The horse is obviously just a work in progress. Brutal Glory, yeah, had he drawn a little bit softer. He was such a sharp improver into his second trial. He actually possessed some tactical speed, which he wasn't able to show in that initial trial. And then I had the 6 and Instaworthy. I was really going to drop Instaworthy out to promote Don't Tell Your Father off its parade, but Instaworthy hasn't done enough wrong for me to kick out of the top 4. So 12, 2, 1 and 6.
Yeah, and Insta-worthy in the last minute or 2 was starting to firm up. She opened 390, got to 4, but it's now down to $3.50. So it is a good betting race, this. Punters are sort of happy to back a few of them. Yakatori, now $3.90. So, yeah, I wrote down about 9 o'clock this morning.
Now, did you get the good odds, Mike?
No, I didn't. I was just sitting there and staring at it like I usually do.
Well, I did, so that's why I'm worried, because I usually, as a rule, take unders.
Yeah, I wrote down $9 and $2.20 at about 9 o'clock. So that's gone. Good luck to you. There she is there. She looks like she's been here before.
Certainly,
Here she
very
is having a
professional. Okay, they are loading up very well for the first of 10 here this afternoon. And David Fowler calling all the action.
Thanks, Kian. Yes, we're just about ready to go for the first. Truck Stop Honey will be the last one to move in. This market really being turned on its head. Instaworthy, Don't Tell Your Father, Yakitori, all very well back late. It's been a flurry of money for those three as they ease out Excel Boom and Brutal Glory. Just about set now. Racing. Egyptian Goddess began clumsily, came out last. XL Boom, one of the first to go. Don't Tell Your Father's Godspeed. Truck Stop Honey. It's going forward, but it's very wide. Brutal Glory, that bunch as well. Just behind them, Yakitori landing fifth in the first call. Then Haniel Outcry getting well back Instaworthy, about third last. Then Cirque de la Vie and Egyptian Goddess is last. Down the side, 6.50 left to run. Eventually, Brutal Glory got over onto the road and led narrowly from Truck Stop Honey. Don't Tell Your Father, nicely spotted third. And XL Boom, fourth over on the rail. Tuna Yakitori, dead set centre field. A length Haniel, then came Outcry. Instaworthy gives them about 5 or 6 as they went by the 400 and come to the turn. And Cirque de la Vie and Egyptian Goddess, they're the last pair. On straightening, Don't Tell Your Father, went alongside Truck Stop Honey. Brutal Glory trying to fight on to the outside XL Boom. Wider Yakitori, and Instant Glory is running on generously. And Egyptian Goddess getting a split, but Don't Tell Your Father broke clear late. Egyptian Goddess runs on, too late. Don't Tell Your Father won the first, beat Egyptian Goddess. Third, possibly Brutal Glory.
12.
Not far away, XL Boom, Truck Stop Honey. Wider Instaworthy with Yakitori. Then Outcry, Haniel, and Cirque de la Vie last over the line.
Number 9, Don't Tell Your Father,
Okay,
having
9.
the first start, trained by Matt Dunn, written by Damien Thornton, has beaten the fast-finishing Egyptian Goddess.
She's a bugger.
What did we have a bit with her? And then we've got a photo for third, but put into a lovely position. There was a fair bit of tempo early. Brutal Glory took a while coming across from an outside gate, but established a pretty solid tempo, and Don't Tell Your Father was the beneficiary.
Yeah, certainly. And Damien sort of just took the drop out of that speed battle and got that beautiful one off with cover. And he's given a nice kick at the top of the straight. So it's 9.13. Exel Boom grabs third there. And then Brutal Glory was just weakening after absorbing plenty of pressure up on the pace there. All right, Don't Tell Your Father on debut from Matty Dunn takes out race number 1 here. We'll take a short break. On the other side, we'll have the second part of our preview from Canterbury with Shenny and Brad.
6, 2, 10, and 3.
Just to run along, attempt to just pinch it at the home turn, given he's a very fit horse and he's run well, adopting those tactics in the past. Llewellyn comes across, Cruel Summer thereabouts. You've got Brave One, Metallic Ruler looking to get last crack. So Brave One, he's the horse to beat here. A little bit nervous in terms of the setup when we're taking $2.20, but $2.30 into $2.20 this morning says that there is a bit of market confidence. I would expect there to be a slight set against him. I think it's a similar case to First Mission in the race prior. So he's a smart horse. He comes back at gelding. It just gives away race fitness, and on a heavy track, talent doesn't count for everything. It'll only take you so far. So what I do like about him is that he's got the upside, doesn't he? So he has got a heavy track win to his name, hence why Team Hawk's happy to run here first up, like the way that he's trialled. And that heavy track win came on debut where he beat Mayfair at Rose Hill. So just the one run last campaign, he found the 1,000 metres too short, doing his best work through the line. So despite being beaten 4 lengths, the run had good merit. Cruel Summer, we just have to trust him that he's been looking for a wet track, because he's been a little bit out of sorts for a preparation or two now. And his first up run is a duck egg, but you can see him towards the inside there, hard defence. He does cop a little bit of interference as he's feeling the pin, so maybe he shouldn't have been beaten quite as far as the form guide does suggest, but this was in a benchmark 88, so he's back in grade, he gets conditions to suit, and I thought if anything he was coming again through the line, so all is not lost there, and around that $6 I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of support for him. DeBello, he's a hard horse to get a confident line on, but he seems to be appreciating those new tactics. Catch Me If You Can from out in front, Canterbury should suit in that regard. Metallic Ruler, he's an enigma. I liked him last start, the market liked him last start.
Okay, what happened here in the first one is we thought the 6 is going to win. 6 had everything good, but the 9 actually won. Okay, it went with the FR and it went with the larger advantage. The 2 did not get in. We spoke about the 13. The 13 had the maths to get in, but will it win was a difficult proposition. The 6 is nowhere because it's a colt. Whether the colt will run or not, that is a big question. So that did not happen. The 9, the 2-year-old filly, just went through. It was anyway one of the EWs, so but it had no races, so that happened, and the 13 did get in with the advantage. Okay, so here this is the second one. If we look at what's happening with the odds, it's 6, 2, 10 and 3. That 6 is the favorite. It's way too much pressure. It's way too much pressure. That will not work. The other thing that happened here is that 9, this was a weight appreciation, this was a depreciation. If we look at how the race played, it basically went with the depreciations. This is a depreciation, this is a depreciation. Then came the 2 with the appreciation, and then again the 1 with the appreciation. So 1 anyway had a good jockey and all that, but this one also had a good jockey. So that happened. Here, if we look at what's going on, that 6 is the favorite. It's a weight appreciation. Plus, there's a lot of pressure on this horse. So 6 is out. 6 is not the one. So if we look at the depreciations, 10 and 7, which are there, 10 is in very good hand, but the pressure is huge. So that will not work. So we look for FR. So here is 8 with depreciation on the weight, and it is also an EW. This one is the appreciation. This is a depreciation. So it's in good hands. That's 1. 8 is a check. And the other one, which is a check, is probably this one, 14. Okay. But 14, even if it is a depreciation, the jockey is weird. 8 is in good hands. That's where the 8 is. This is 50% losing. These people are not going to guarantee anything, but 8 is in good hands, and that's how it looks. Two is also the same thing, but it is a colt. Whether it'll run is a big question. This is 13 by 163. This is more advantage, and they are not bad. They are also not bad as a team. So possibilities are here that that's way too high. 8, 2, 3 is again a colt. And here is 10. 13. With 13, doubtful. But they're in a good hand with a good jockey. So 8. Then probably 6. Or 5. This is 2. This is too much. This is too much. This is too much. This track, I'm going to go with 8. If the 8 doesn't get tailed.
Nervous taking $3 with a horse of his profile. It's been nearly 2 years since he won. He's a type of horse that seems to run a lot of good races without winning, and that was again the case there last start. 8, Hariri. I've chased her without much success, but she did enough there first up, and it was over the 1,800 metres. So she's trips fitter. I thought she just felt the pinch the last 50. And the second replay is Logano. So I think he just got ripped out of his comfort zone here. This is behind DeBello. And he didn't really quicken, so on the back of this run, I think out to 1,900 metres might suit. The first time he tackles this trip, and he does have a big, heavy track win to his name, albeit it was at the Provincials, but I would be surprised to see him supported. Just brings a different form reference. So 1, 4, 8 and 9 with the toppy eye and the umpire.
And to round out the program, we've got a fillies and mares 72 will be run over 1100 metres. Island Deck and Photograph are both our equal favourite at this point, both sitting at that $4.40 quote. It will be interesting to see what happens in the next 4 hours or so. So Island Deck opened at $4.60 into $4.20, back to $4.40, and then Photograph $4.60 into $4.40 for her. Landwind, the top weight, $8.50 into $7. Triple Tempo, horse 9, $7.50, hasn't budged. Power Ballard, the 3, $8.50 into $7.50, back to $8. A linear scratch from an earlier race to go around here, 8 into $7.50, back to 8. To the Extreme, also at $8 after opening at $8.50, and to Toka, she is $9 into $8.50. So good luck.
Did you see her win first up to Toka?
I did. It was a huge effort. Do you know, it's funny, I followed her from day dot because I remember seeing her at the very first 2-year-old trial, so I've always kept a close eye on her, and her win was great.
She does it the hard way, but it's impressive when it comes off, and that's exactly what happened there, landing good bets first up. But she won't be part of the speed here. She'll be at the opposite end of the field. So a linear power ballad to stablemates go forward. Elegant Empress, she's a speedy mare in her. Best run last campaign was first up on a wet track, so maybe something to be read into that if you like her at bigger odds. And Triple Tempo, if you took the $1.09 there at Orange last night, you may have been a touch nervous at the last
200. The 200, she was home and hose.
Yeah.
And the 150, ooh, and the last 50, you're thinking, no.
You don't see too many horses go around $1.09, do you? But anyway, all is well that ends well, and she got the job done, so maybe she can step off that. She'll show some speed to offset the wide gate here. But best bet of the day comes up in the last for me, and it is Island Deck. Now, ideally, this would probably be 1,200 metres as opposed to 1,100 metres, but a heavy 10 should offset that. I don't think a wet track holds any fear. She does have a heavy track win to her name, albeit at provincials, and it was a heavy 9. So heavy 10, unproven to some extent, but she's a pretty classy filly. I actually didn't mind her here in the PJ Bell. I expect her at big odds. She had a chance, no real excuses, but the form through this race, like she's got pizzazz, went across to Adelaide to run her Group 1. We saw Lilac come out and win through this. Clean Energy since run well. Even Miss Bizzusto there came out and ran well in Queensland. So all being equal, I think she's a touch too classy for these. So just needs luck at the right time. We know she isn't the quickest to muster, but she does have a big finish. So $4.40, I think that's more than fair enough. Photograph looks the obvious threat. She is first up, so it gives away race fitness. However, I like the way she's trialled, and I don't know what happened to her in one run last campaign. That was at Canterbury, where she was firm in the market. There was a meeting where on-speed runners did dominate, but she showed very little, so tipped out thereafter. There must have been a little issue. Does have some residual fitness from that. She's only 8 weeks between runs, and I like the way she cruises to the line here. She's a well-bred filly, a half-sister to Commemorative, who ran, third in that Group 1 over in Adelaide on Saturday, so it was a nice little upgrade to her page, the big girl. She's one of our favourites.
I don't know if Photograph's quite as big.
No, I don't think so. Probably not quite as talented at this point either, but it's still all in front of us. So 2514, Island Deck, best bet of the day for the prices. I just think she's too well placed in this break.
All right, time for your best bets. I guess there's probably not a lot of confidence given that we are on a very, very wet track, and a lot of these horses haven't seen these type of tracks for some time. So what have you got for us?
Yeah, hence why I've steered clear from the first half of the card, where it's just an unknown.
Yeah.
It's a punt in itself, whether a few of these light race horses will get through it. So we'll go.
Lee, welcome back.
Race 8, number 2, Island Deck, coming through a couple of group races. 2 starts ago, she was running around in a Group 1 surround. Here she is back to the midweeks, and the best value bet race.
One bull.
2, Dan Estelle. I just think he's been looking for a wet track, and these horses that can hold their own in Saturday grade and come back to the Wednesday midweeks more often than not run it really well, and I think he fits that profile.
How did you play the quaddie?
Wide enough. I've just skinned it up in the last leg there with Island Deck and Photograph, so you'll need $96 for 100%, but 862 in the first leg, 153 and 8 in the second leg, in the third leg 1, 4, 8 and 9, and we'll come home with 2 and 5.
My phone's just the tab app. I was just trying to open up the tab app. I think
I think you're going to throw it out onto the track.
I really need to. Let's take a look at the Jockeys Challenge. I was trying to have a quick look at it, a sneaky look at it. Zach Lloyd is our favourite there at $2.30. Karen McAvoy at $2.70. Tyler Schiller $8. Nash Rilla $9. Josh Parr $12. Any other jockey here at Canterbury $21. Tim Clark $31. As is Rachel King. Well, our first race kicks off in 22 minutes. Look, at this present time, we haven't had a drop of rain, but
far, so good.
So far, so good. It's a little cool, so if you are coming out to Canterbury, bring a jacket. It's just definitely not warm out here this afternoon, but I'm praying we can get through the meeting.
Go vision. Boom.
Noel Callow rides. He wears the blinkers for his first career run for Robert Heathcote.
Yeah, the colt by Star Turns had two public trials, one in December and one early April, and remarkably he bumped into the same horse, North Pole, who's been a little bit too good for him. And he was stoked up in that recent trial. The effort was okay, just drawn slightly awkwardly here.
Big boy. I don't think I've seen a small Star Turn, but they're big horses. Okay, Funky Zebra comes out of the same trial, the three, Martin, Harley, Corey and Chris Mutz.
Yeah, but I like the way he bounced out of the gates quickly. He jumped half a length in front of Martin, grabbed hold of him straight away and let them go. North Pole beat Fabulontes. He was a little way back in third, but he didn't ask him for an effort at all. And he's had three trials overall, so he knows what to do. And I'm pretty keen that he's going to race very well here at his first start.
Nice parade. The 5 is Rise and Resist. Kyle Wilson-Taylor, Stuart Kendrick team up again. Where's the blinkers for his debut from Barrier 1?
2-year-old by Morris. He ran second in a Sunny Coast trial behind Under Arrest. Under Arrest came here and didn't really fire. Ran 4th. He wasn't asked, and the winner was given a bit of a squeeze. So certainly respecting Rise and Resist here. There's a big chance from that inside barrier.
Spoiled Rotten is our current favourite. Emily Lang for Michael Nolan.
By Spirit of Boom, this fellow finished second here. Look, he trialled very well in Toowoomba on 2 occasions and started $5 at his debut here. When he ran second before anyone else, I think most people thought before anyone else was clearly the winner with great speed. And this fellow ran second. Though well beaten, it was still a tidy performance. And I reckon he'll be even better getting to the 1100 rather than that scamper of 800 metres.
All Too Foxy is a 7. She's a big girl. Ange Jones, and she's already had a run under her belt. Paula Campbell.
Yeah, she took a while to sort of come down into the yard. She has got a bit of a girth on her, hasn't she?
Belly.
Yeah, sort of breeds him. Pretty tough, doesn't he? All Too Hard, a little like that. This filly trialled well at the Gold Coast. She wasn't asked. It was a solid trial. And then came here and ran third in the horse that won that heat, Una Esperanta. And I thought went quite well. So that run under the belt, the good draw today. Pretty sure she has to run well here.
Damien Thornton rides the 8 on debut for Matthew Dunn. Amazing talk. Amazing talk.
Still Vicky though. And there's had a couple of the trials. I marked them as okay, pass mark.
Kahlua Girl is the 10. Michael Rod for High Calibre Racing. Paul Shaler.
Paula Seville, the sire of the first winner, is the sire of this girl, and she's had 2 starts, and both of them good. The latest, beaten for speed over the 800, in that before anyone else, Spoilt Rotten Heat, or Race. I thought she was good because she just found the distance far too short, but really rattled home. Is going to love getting the extra 300 metres here.
You Me and Dupree returns a gelding. Talia Fenlon riding for Corey and Chris Months.
So I mark this horse down as one to watch. He's since been gelded. Just noticed him once or twice in a trial or 2 in the back of my mind, but he's gone okay.
And we round out with She Loves Me. CJ Graham rides for Diane Murphy.
Yeah, no market support at all for this filly by Dubious. I'm just happy to watch her today.
Okay, Funky Zebra has been $6.50 into $4.80. Spoiled Rotten did touch $4.40 back into $4.20. There was a little bit of money for Maze Eye Talk early, $10 into $7.50. And Fabulante's pretty rough, well touch $4.80 back into $4.60.
I think the time recorded by Don't Tell Your Father having her first start in race number 1 reflects the fact that there's a bit of give in the ground. Soft 5, 65.25 and 35.64 was the final 600 metres in the first. This is the other division over the 1100. Another good competitive race for the youngsters. I'm with this filly on screen here.
Colt, isn't she? Or he, rather.
Yeah, the Colt by Spirit of Boom from Blue Zebra. Quite a nice type, and expecting him to bounce quickly. He shanghaied out of the gates, and Martin looked after him. He just tucked him behind and just sort of sat quietly on him. And good to see that there's market support for this first starter. Funky Zebra on top of number 6, Spoiled Rotten. As I said, it was no fluke at its debut because it trialled particularly well before coming down the range to run that second placing behind before anyone else. 7 All Too Foxy from the good draw, and number 10 Kahlua Girl. I'm pretty confident that we've got the right numbers there, hoping in the right order, Kia.
I'm going to play Shuey's Other Runner for the second, Rise and Resist. I don't like the market really drying up for him, particularly when he's going to get the right run from the 1. He has tactical speed. If anything, he charged through that 850 trial, and he wears the headgear here today. But I like how he covered ground. If he get into a nice rhythm, and do not be pestered too much up front. I think he runs you a race. Fabulantes was just an interesting horse. He's obviously out of that good family, Cantontes. His trial was in the shades. He had a bit of a think about it. I like that he's wearing them for his debut. The time was good. Obviously, Funky Zebra comes out of that same trial. The 13, as you said, was a bit of a watch because returning as a gelding, there's been some form already franked out of the trial, and it's doing its best work late under a nice hold. And then I had the 7, all too foxy for Paula Campbell. I didn't mind her debut. She absorbed plenty of pressure between 2 runs. I hate that. And she looked beat for all money, and then she really fought back to run 3rd. So she had a bit of tenacity there. So 5, 2, 13, and 7.
Yeah, they're slowly getting around to the starts. Not sure why they took a long time to come down into the yard. I think there were 2 or 3 stragglers, and the 7 took forever, all too foxy to come in, and we're already a minute past the advertised start time for race number 2.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed,
Once they get
Lee.
around there, they'll move a bit of the gate straight away. But looking at the market, Fabulantes is the favourite at $4.20, and it's been pretty solid. $5 was about a short time ago. Spoiled Rock, $4.60. Funky Zebra is at $6. And
We'll get in Bucephalus from the 3rd race. Bucephalus generally gets out of quota by the last one when we have 10 races. So the benchmark races starts from the 7th
First Division
till 6th. Everything is maiden, I think.
Don't tell your father. I don't know what that came from. 65.
Fraser gets used a lot.
So does this one. What's this one here? Spoiled Rock.
Rotten. Yes.
With the kids. And there's all too foxy, about to move into line for Ange Jones.
Yeah, big filly. Okay, yeah, interesting market, a lot of chopping and changing, and now it presents as Fabulantes. We'll start at $3.90 favourite. Overspoiled Rotten now out to $4.80, back into $4.60. The Funky Zebra is on the next line. Here's David.
Last moment. Thanks, Kiar. 4 runners to move in. Second race of the day, and punters finding this difficult. Fabulantes now $3.90, Spoiled Rotten $4.80, and then there's a cluster. Funky Zebra $6.50, Kahlua Girl $7, Amazite Talk and Newbie and Dupre both at $7.50, but they've backed quite a few in this race at various stages. Now, Amazite Talk looks as though it's come out of the gates. Trained by Matt Dunn, to be ridden by Damien Thornton. Notice the jockey of Spoiled Rotten's out of the saddle, so we're nowhere near a getaway here at this stage. There's still 5 or 6 to move in. Jockey of Spoiled Rotten back in the saddle. Some news coming through, so this might sort it out. Broadcast. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Amazite Talk is going to be vetted. Was fractures in the gates. It's been released and will be vetted. There's been money for it. It was $9.50 this morning. Now it's $7. So we'll wait on news regarding Amazite Talk. Whilst that vet check takes place, these other ones wait their turn to move in. Fabulantes $3.90. Colt by Star. Turn out of the very proficient producing mare Fantones. Rob Heathcote training, Noel Calais riding. This will be news regarding Amazite Talk broadcast. It's out.
8 is out.
Thank you. 8 Amazite Talk's a late scratching. 8 Amazite
Back.
Talk a late scratching. Not cleared to run. 6 Spoiled Rotten was also vetted.
8 scratched.
Cleared to run. These last few coming in. We're just about ready to see them jump away in the second. Yumi and Dupre, Kahlua Girl will be the last 2 to move up. Amazite Talk number 8 will have to wait for another day. A late scratching was a $7 chance on tab fixed. Up goes Yumi and Dupre, locked and loaded now. 1100 metres again, the journey. Race 2, starter at the ladder, turns on the red light. Set and they're racing. They jumped at a reasonably good line. Spoiled Rotten in the centre of the line. Broke out of the ruck first and goes to the early lead. There's a swarm chasing it in the early stages. Funky Zebra and Fabulones are two of those. Rise and Resist and All Too Foxy. They're right up there as well, 4th and 5th. A couple away, Kahlua Girl easing back to third last. Then Newbie and Dupre. And She Loves Me is last of all. 700 left to run. Fabulones now goes to the lead. Spoiled Rotten surrenders the front. Going up to the outside. Funky Zebra now to be second. Rise and Resist comes away from the rail. Goes into a good trading position, but immediately goes 3 wide. Then Kahlua Girl threading the needle, followed by All Too Foxy on the way forward. It's wide, but it's got cover. Then You, Me and Dupre and She Loves Me, not travelling well at the tail. At the turn, 250 left to run. On the inside, Fabulones tackled in earnest by Funky Zebra. Funky Zebra and Fabulones in a duel. Spoiled Rotten trying to come between the pair. Wider was You, Me and Dupre. Fabulones, there's a good kick there. 50 to go, clean out now. And Fabulones too good. Beat Spoiled Rotten, who charged late. Kahlua Girl along the inside third, and Photo for fourth. All Too Foxy, Funky Zebra, and You, Me and Dupre to camera. Then a gap to She Loves Me and Rise and Resist, pulling up quickly at the tail.
We'll chalk up another winner for that family, that famous family, Kian. Fun Tontes, the dam of this star turn colt. Obviously well prepared with those trials, and I believe a recent jump out and given a lovely ride by Noel Callow.
Yeah, he's really suited him, Noel, there. All right, driven to the front and a bit of upside there. 2, 6, 10, and we're waiting a photo for fourth, but we've got to head to Canterbury.
Welcome to Canterbury. The horses are in the yard for the
2, 6, 10. Fourteen, 15, 11, and 18. Two, 6, 10, and 13.
Start. So that form line has been franked somewhat. Recently trialled at Kemp Lagrange on the home track and looked quite sharp there. So I did note that she was also accepted for Wagga on Friday, which is currently a good 4. So that says to me the stable are pretty confident that she'll get through the conditions here.
4 is Poised. Regan Bayless rides for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian, bought $3.90 into $3.20. And you will notice that Gay and Adrian's jockeys today will be wearing a black armband. That's in respect of Sue Hardy, who has recently passed away, an owner who has been with Gay she'd been with Gay for many, many years, and more recently owned Knight's Order, who won a Sydney Cup a couple of years ago. So condolences to Sue's family.
Okay, so Poised tongue tie first time. In second to Decleachy Boulevard on debut at Warwick Farm. That was on a heavy track, so we know she'll get through the conditions. 5 winners came through that 2-year-old maiden back in June. Did jump $3.20 at Canterbury at her second career start, but just raced a touch flat. Led, found little, and was the first horse beaten. Maybe had an issue there. She is 45 weeks between runs, so we can just chalk that up to being too bad to be true. She's had the 2 trials. The first trial was better than the second trial, but I don't want to read too much into that.
9, this is our favourite, Colt Gin, Zach Lloyd, Björn Baker, $2.50 into $2.40. Brad, we were talking about her when we were doing our preview, and we just wanted to see how she reacted today, but she's a completely different horse with that float triple A.
Yeah, she was quite buzzed up, wasn't she, on debut, and hence why she was a little bit soft in betting. But today, to this point at least, touch wood, she's been on her best behaviour. So she is a filly that has a few quirks, but she also looks to be loaded with talent. So probably should have won there at Warwick Farm on debut. Didn't have any luck. She was just locked up in behind a wall of horses and pretty much had the handbrake on through the line with a lot to offer. So still learning, but she too will take a stack of benefit from that outing. Unknown Wet. I had a look into her mum's side, and she was a better wet tracker, a better dry tracker, I should say. So maybe some nibble there, but the market says she's here to run well.
And our final runner, 11, Surfs Up, Chris Waller, Karen McAvoy.
On the topic of pedigree, she's a half sister to Cigar Flick, who we know loves wet ground. So if anything like big sister, she should run well here. So she too comes through that same form reference as your favourite, Cold Gin. Now, she had an uninterrupted run, but she made really good at late ground. That was despite being sent around a $26 chance. So I originally thought I'd prefer her staying at 1,200 metres as opposed to coming back to 1,100 metres, but the fact that we're on a heavy 10 probably offsets that. So she should be hitting the line strong, and I can see why the market likes her too.
Jockey's up and horses about to head out onto the grass to get around to the gates here for race number 1. Galetta Log is with me. We're just talking about her manners today, Cold Gin. She's a lot better than she was at Warwick Farm.
Yeah, she's terrific today, Shani. Yeah, she was nervous when she went to Warwick Farm, probably because she didn't have the float trip to the races and she had to walk up from the stalls. She got up there was no horses there, and she sort of lost it a bit. But today, with the float trip in, with a mate, with Victor that's in the 30 coming with her, and she hadn't turned her hair down there. She was good to saddle. She's walked around the yard good, so yeah, perfect today.
She's done well in between runs.
Yeah, 100%. Hasn't done a real lot in between runs, but I think she took a lot of benefit out of the first run. Even though she didn't get clear running late, I think it was a good kick-off spot.
Gate 1, small field. She's going to be a lot closer, obviously, today.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we just said to Zach, go forward, be positive on her. Gaze looks like it's got a bit of speed, so whatever happens, so be it up. It'll be up in the first couple.
Victor in race 3. What did you think of his run at Hawkesbury the other day?
Yeah, he's a funny horse, Victor. Don't know what to make of him. He's won a few good placings and whatever. I suppose question mark would be the wet track today, bit of weight. But yeah, he'll be up in the first few and give a good account of himself again.
Metallic Ruler's kind of in that same boat. He was great second Dublin winning. Fair the other day, do you think?
Yeah, only fair. Josh was of the opinion that, and I heard Brad actually talk about it before too, they went pretty solid in that, got him off the bit, and Josh said he doesn't appreciate being off the bit if he can, just in a slower run race where he can hold him up and just let go. It seems to be a lot better for him. So today, small field, wet track, you wouldn't think they'd be going over hard, and he might be able to just tuck up behind him and let go.
Triple Tempo, she fell in at $1.09 at Orange the other day. She was home and hosed, but did she switch off, do you think, late?
Yeah, I don't know. The last time in, we were talking about first up. Last time in, she was a little bit the same. Second up, she was a lot better. So, she put a scare into the Brave, the $1.10 or whatever the other day.
Mr. Luck, thanks, Lobby.
Right, thanks.
Late mail numbers here, 9, 4, 11 and 1. 9 Cold Gin on top has been heavily backed in the last few minutes now. An even money favourite. Poise just holding a spot there at $3.30. Surfs Up has been a big drifter, $5.50, and Big Red Tequila there at $7.50 chance. So the last one just loading up now. We'll head up to your caller, Luke Marlowe, for the first at Canterbury.
Favourite drawn barrier 1 here in the first. That's Cold Gin just propped up there momentarily. Now they're right and they're off and racing, and Cold Gin got a great start. Barrier 1 has the initial lead from Poised on the outside, and pushing through the centre was Surfs Up. Interesting battle unfolding for the lead here. Lloyd, is he going to hand up on Cold Gin? He will. He might just let Poised have a look now. And Poised races clear by 1 on Cold Gin. He's going to come across its heels and get clear galloping room. Behind those was Surfs Up, followed by Kitty OK and a length and a half, Big Red Tequila. Poised found the rail, leads at the 600 metres by a half length. Moving up to its girth was Cold Gin. 2 away then to Kitty OK on the inside of Surfs Up, coming off the bridle and looping them. Big Red Tequila on the bend now. Poised led. Cold Gin gives it the stare at the top of the straight. Big Red Tequila coming on wider. Surfs Up still there. Cold Gin quickly headed off Poised, which is gone, but Big Red Tequila is coming on with big bounce the outside. Big Red Tequila heads off Cold Gin, who fights back, but Big Red Tequila with the momentum up is too good. Big Red Tequila races clear and beats Cold Gin. Third Surfs Up, and then came Kitty OK, and Poised hit the brick wall.
Numbers here 1, 9, 11, and 2. Big Red Tequila at start number 2. She salutes and she pays $7.50, $2.40 the place. Cold Gin finishes second, $1.40, and Surfs Up back in third spot. No third divvy there. In fourth, you'll find number 2, Kitty OK. 1, 9, 11, and 2. Big Red Tequila. She did bump into a pretty handy one on debut, Brad.
Yeah, she
Okay, so what happened here is that 8 got scratched and then the 2 got in because it was all green, and that happened. The 8 got scratched and then it was 6. Then it was 6. So the 6 did not win, but it got a place. It was a linear, it is supposed to get a place. But that's the pressure, that's the pressure. Plus, they were like that. So that happened here. Here, if we look at the odds, it's 14, 15, 11, and 18. That 14 is the favorite. That's the pressure. It's again a linear. It's in very good hands. But this is where the problem is. That so it'll get a place. It is definitely going to get a place because that's the lowest DRT. So it'll get a place. But winning probably is either here 18 or 15. The 15 is a neutral. It's a 1200 meter. The 14 definitely has a depreciation. The 14 definitely has a depreciation. And there is physics on 14 as well. But the pressure is high. So what are the other possibilities that might happen? It's the largest FR. Okay. And then we come to 15. Here it is like that. So I like the 18. I like the 15. That's a neutral, and these people are God knows if they'll deliver, because it is like that. But they definitely have the physics. They definitely have the physics. The 18 has one race. It did not do anything so far. But today it is with one of the best jockeys and with the advantage. So and the other possibilities, let's not go other possibilities. We need to find a winner. So 14, if we discount that fact that it is with pressure, it'll come second or third. Then the win is with either 18 or 15. 15 has more physics, but it is a team that kind of very, very difficult to believe on this team. Plus it's a neutral. 18 and 15 will not be a queen. That is for sure. It will not be a queen. There is going to be the 14 in between. So either the 15 wins or the 18 wins, and then the 14 gets in between. The best bet is to lay the 14. That's the best bet. But that's the best bet, that we lay the 14. But if we have, I mean, that's not what we're doing here. We're looking for winners, and so the 18 is our best chance. 18 is our best chance because of the hand, but the physics is definitely with 15. And it's a neutral, so there's a possibility that it'll go through, because there's a lot of circus going on. And but here, if we look at this, so the 14 is 200, double is about 400, this is about 844, which is double of double. So this is tricky. This is not a winning position, but this is 127. The double is the double is 127. 254, and that's 346. So this is 346, this is 254, and that's probably our best option. That is probably our best option. 27, 24. This is here. This is the highest. This is a little pressure. I like the 15, but I can't go with the 15. It is like that. So we'll have to take it with a pinch of salt if we lose this. The best bet is to lay the 14. I'm going to go with 18 if 18 is cleared. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. $15 is the second odds. 15 is the second odds, which is the neutral. Now we'll go with 18 again. They'll scratch the freaking 18, man.
They came off 2 trials, so imagine you're expecting it to be pretty close to its best. Yeah, he often improves off his first run out to a more appropriate distance now. And it'll be a competitive race, but it's pleased with where he's at. You've always had plenty of time, but always haven't you? Yeah, he's been a consistent horse throughout his career, and I think it looks a nice option for him. It's an interesting race for him to come to now, having won the Summer Cup over 2000 on Boxing Day and 4th in the Big Dance over the 1600 before that. And early in your career, you tried him at the Provincial Midway Championships over the 1400, but even then you felt he was a miler, didn't you? Yeah, we felt a mile, maybe a touch further from his right distance, so second run in at a mile probably suits. You've had a couple of longish spells in the past. Were they issues or just needed maturing? Bit of both. Yeah, he had a hind leg issue after travelling at one time. It needed extended rest, but otherwise just more maturity until just in his appearance. He's a light frame horse, so we'll give him every opportunity now to develop, and I think it's probably his strongest product now. He's the sort of horse that keeps stables ticking over, I would imagine. There's 19 starts, 8 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, and 706,000 prize money. Yeah, no, he's been a really good horse at connections, and he's got more to offer. What sort of horse is he? He's a quirky horse. As I said, he's a lighter framed horse, so he doesn't hold a great deal of condition. So, in a perfect world, we'd keep him space, but that said, he copes with consistent racing. So, as long as he's maintaining his condition, we'll keep him racing. What about a race like the Hawkesbury Gold Cup? The track itself and the potential for it to be a little bit wet, which you'd be looking forward to. Yeah, the wet won't bother him. Hawkesbury can be a tricky track often, but more about just getting to that right distance, without knowing the opposition. I think it'll be competitive. You're one of those trainers who would value these standalone meetings more than most coming from Newcastle. Yeah, I think they're a great initiative. Timing right for them, the back of our carnivals, and I think everyone in each community seems to get behind their area, and they've been really well received. And you do enjoy getting to Hawkesbury and places like that for these meetings? Yeah, no, certainly do. They're a good day's race. Enjoy the atmosphere. Love the atmosphere, Greg. Good luck on Saturday. Cheers.
Cutest 2-year-old maiden played over the 1240 metres for the third here at Ipswich. We scratched the one. Cold Fusions on debut for Lee Friedman. Justin Stanley is well grown, Cole.
Yes, by Prince Forwas. Lee's had a little bit of luck with the breed. And this fellow ran third in his only public trial of the Gold Coast. He trailed a couple of leaders behind. Thought ran on okay, went in the clear. So keep an eye on him.
In quick time is also on debut for Robert Heathcote. Where's the blinkers, Bailey Wheeler?
Yes, Blinker's going on for his first start. He's been at the rear in 2 public trials, so just watch him.
The under the 9 Van de Ban is ridden by Talia Fenland for in Chris Muntz.
Yeah, Blinkers are on as well for this guy's first start. His only trial, he was at the rear behind North Pole of Doomben recently. Given a couple of taps, but there were no blinkers in the trial. They're on today.
Jack Bruce has the 11 Highgrove Rose, Damien Thornton.
Filly by King's Legacy, who showed ability in winning a trial at the Gold Coast. She settled fourth the fence, and then she got around heels and won quite nicely. I think first start 1240 is a good move.
Now, this is the filly I thought was overs, and she comes out of Fabulante's trial. So we've had that freaked already. Lady Windermere. Ronnie Stewart rides with the blinkers on for Chris Anderson.
Yeah, that was the trial won by North Pole. And she's had 2 trials. She's been fourth in both of them. But that North Pole one was when she had the blinkers on. She seemed to go a lot better. So I'm interested in her as well.
Moa is the 13, Aussie Tomazawa for the Sears.
By Ocean Park, only trial. Finished behind the place getters at Bow Desert. Ran on okay under light urgings.
On Point Pixie is the 14, rock solid form already on the board. Michael Rod, Paul Shaler.
Yeah, lightly framed filly by Heroic Valor. Look, she can't have done any more, I guess, but win in 3 starts. But she's been right there at the end. Latest third at Eagle Farm behind Navy Pilot. She doesn't have to improve on that at all, Kian, and she's the way to go here.
Kelly Schweder has the 15, North Pole. Ed Jones.
It's probably the biggest danger. He's had 2 trials. He won them both. Ironically, beating Papilonte.
There's a very strong physics on this horse, but the team is absolutely disastrous. What do we do, Tuna? Ignore the team, leave, we ignore the team and go with 15?
Solitudes is
Or we
17,
go
Brendan
18?
Lorena.
A couple of barrier, couple of starts so far have been good. In particular, the latest one, second at the coast.
Ignore the team.
I like this chase. There was a gap back to third.
Chris
That might be a
Moore,
bad
the
idea,
18th
but
Summit. Ryan Maloney with the blinkers on.
very strong physics on that horse, that 15.
Not a luxury. Second last at Doomben and ran on okay to get fourth, though. Well beaten behind the winner.
And Paul Matheson rides the 19 Flashmaster, the Desley Forster.
Would be a bit of an improver with the one run under the belt of the inside gate, but hard to
On Point Pixie is now in the red, 210 into $1.90, touched $1.85. Looking at others, North Pole has been $4 out to $4.40.
Probably because
So
of a
neutral.
bit of an awkward gate with North Pole, but he's got that right form line through the trials, hasn't he?
Hasn't he?
And I think there too, there is some support for Summit, $11 down to 7. Star Thoroughbreds runner, horse number 18. And the rest of them, not a lot doing. Highgrove Rose, the first start of the 11, was out 1.5 points. So I think it's between the 14 and 15 and gone that way, gone with the draw. Both of them have got a bit of Saturday form, in particular On Point Pixie. When you look at her 3 starts, first start, 30% equals to Dragon Rouge. I think you might have been there at that Friday night meeting. She did a few things wrong. Remember, she was on the heels coming towards the bend.
Yeah, and Sean Dwyer was gleaming about what he thought the ability was about
I
Dragon
don't know.
Rouge.
Well, she then won again at Doomben and then won again.
97,
Last at
21,
Eagle Farm in the
27,
Callaway Gal. So she's 3 for
55.
3. Then On Point Pixie ran second at Eagle Farm to the Creek. I think Will thinks this will win the
18.
Yeah, and
AJ Atkins.
And
He's aiming high.
On Point Pixie again. On Point Pixie was exposed so early in that race.
Yes, and she battled on strongly, and then third behind Navy
Hoping it's
Pilot.
not too
He
early.
came here with proper form. He'd only had the 2 starts.
15 is the
but he came out
second
size
horse.
in Sydney. So
It's a neutral.
you form around some decent horses. So no wonder she's gone a shade of odds on. So I'm with the 14. To beat 15, clearly here's the danger, North Pole, if he has a touch of luck. Then I've got Highgrove Rose, good draw for her, and 17, Solitude.
I'm going to play the other. I also thought it was a 2-horse race. I've gone with the 15 North Pole. He just perhaps has enough tactical speed to offset that draw, which is going to be awfully hard to beat.
And this is exactly where I step out when I can't take a call, because that 15, the problem with the 15 is all is good, but the team sucks.
I like what she did. She wasn't really tested or asked to
So
do
no.
it, but she just seems overs at 100 to 1. Definitely point picks, on point picks in.
I'm going 10, 15
15
both.
Maybe she wants 7
Win.
furlongs, but
Sorry,
her class
18.
should carry her in maiden grade despite that. And then I had the 13 in there as the danger. So 15, 12, 14, 13, all down the bottom of the page.
All right, yeah, lots of scratchings here because there's 3 2-year-old races on. We've had 2 divisions of the 11.
Too many possibilities. Yes, I had to take a call. I'm seriously. This is where I step out, because I don't know whether the 15 is going to deliver.
65, 30.
The 14 clearly is in trouble. It has physics. It's the linear, but too much pressure.
Well, now in a few moments' time.
The other thing is
here and
18.
Slightly further. I think this might have been originally a 1350 metre race.
Yes.
But they just brought it back to 1240 due to just a little bit of work going on over there in the chute.
All right, the 17 just to take its place now. As
18.
There we go.
With 18 and 15 both.
Yeah, the light's right for the
Doubles.
third. The light is right. The light.
They're not clubbed. Independent.
Starter has the last look down the line. There is the light. Racing. On point Pixie anticipated the start beautifully. She came out first. Solitude's got speed. Lady Windermere was well away. North Pole driving forward with Flashmaster and Summit. Midfield after the jump at wide, then Vanderban. Followed by Highgrove Rose, settling on the rail. A little worse in midfield. A few lengths away, Marmoa, then in quick time. And Cold Fusion settles down last. They've got just over 800 left to run. North Pole took it up. The second favourite lead, Solitude by a length. Flashmaster third, the favourite on point Pixie. Michael Rod's got a well spotted fourth, basically in a 1 out 1 back trailing position. Summit forced to race 3 wide. Highgrove Rose, 6th over on the rail. Then Lady Windermere, Vanderban, Marmoa, and the last pair, the Roughies, in quick time and Cold Fusion. 6 lengths span them, running down to the turn. 400 left to run. North Pole first up today. Has been in front basically from the get-go. Turn in front from Solitude, being niggled at. On point Pixie comes out 3 wide. Summit trying to fight on. And Highgrove Rose and Flashmaster were next. North Pole the leader. Short of 200 left to run. On point Pixie warming to the task. Still going to get North Pole. 100 left to run. North Pole kicking strongly. On point Pixie will drive late. North Pole in front at 1.
15.
North Pole all the way from On Point Pixie.
15, 14.
Photo fourth. Vanderban, Summit or Solitude. Then Flashmaster, Marmoa, Lady Windermere, Cold Fusion. And trailing them home was in quick time.
So a good effort from an awkward gate there, and they seem to be hurting a little bit early there, but North Pole has been able to go all the way. On point Pixie had a much better draw, and she had a nice running transit there. She's tried hard over the final part, but never really a live chance of running down North Pole, I didn't think. And then Highgrove Rose has run well at her debut.
15,
Summit
14.
was a little bit wide. It's just sort of whacking away there, but the margin's probably going to be around about a half a length. Highgrove Rose does get third, and then Solitude gets fourth. So there are the placings, 15, 14, 11 and 17. So North Pole, the winner, trained by Kelly Sweeter, written by Ange Jones. Certainly had the trial form there. The race form as well, I guess. It did look either her
So
or
they did deliver today.
that,
The 15.
Fabulante's trial form has certainly stood up quite well. Yeah.
That's
What nice tuna. I went with 2 horses. I've never done that. Today was exception. I went with 2 horses with win bets, 18 and 15. The 14 was not in a position to win. That's a lot of pressure. It has the physics. It'll come. It'll get a place. It's a linear 319. it'll get a place. But here at this track, that's difficult. If this was Randwick, this is the winner. If this was Flemington, this is the winner. But here it is not. Here it is this. The 17 came through because of the rails. That's a separate thing. 11 was there within the odds with the depreciation. All good teams today. The thing is, most of the teams are good. This is something that had issues, but nice that they delivered. We'll go to the next 4. Six to 13 and 5. 6 to 13 and 5. Yesterday was a nightmare, man. Dude. Thirteen.
To do a lot, so that's a touch deceptive. And then on debut, he didn't really get the chance to show what he was made of, so didn't get a crack. He was pretty much went to the line with a little bit to offer, so I do want to trust that as far as a form reference. That was behind Aerodrome and Hidden Motive. Now, he was beaten 8 lengths, but I like his pedigree. I'm an Invincible Hawkbury on her, and I don't mind the way he travels in his races, so it's a bit of a guessing game with him, but I think there's something there.
Here is our favourite, Miss Freelove, Karen McAvoy, Peter Snowden, $2 out to $2.30.
Yeah, I think that's just a correction. I think she was probably just a little bit too skinny after deductions. She was the natural favourite, still entitled to be favourite, but she was probably a touch too short. So confidently backed on debut and third at Warwick Farm behind Pearl de Chocolat. So that's the Cole Gin of Surf's Up form reference, who neither of them won the first race, but they still held their own. So look to get a chance on debut, Miss Freelove. Maybe a touch keen there in the early stages when she couldn't find cover. But back to 1,100 metres, the benefit of that outing, hopefully it just knocks that fresh edge off her. She can travel sweet and she should be in the finish.
Shadoweye is the 11, Chris Waller and Tyler Schiller.
Yeah, nicely bred filly, so she's a half-sister to Mama Argan. So 2 trials for this daughter of Stencil, made good improvement from her first trial into her second trial. Now, she was niggled at to quicken in both of her heats, but there was a response, particularly the most recent at Randwick. So I like the way she found the line. I like the fact that she's had that trial over 1,050 metres. That gives her a really good grounding for her debut.
And our final runner is All Too Clever, John Thompson, Chatsworth.
She's a race outsider here, so settled last and stayed out there at Warwick Farm on debut. That was back in December. Tempted, won that race. That was over 1,000 metres, a 2-year-old maiden, beaten 7 lengths as a $101 chance, tipped out thereafter. Has been beaten a long way in 2 trials, but she's been doing her best work through the line, so I think you can be a little bit forgiving of those big margins. That said, I do need to see her again.
Okay, horses about to head out onto the track around to the gates. Peter Snowden is with me. Quiet day for you, just the one runner. What did you think of her debut run? I thought it was good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. She's still a bit new. She showed that she's temp home, went to the front. She got a bit stargazing. I didn't want to put any headgear on, but I think she'll pick it up. I think she'll come a lot, learn a lot from that one the other day and be better forward and be a bit more focused because I like her as well.
A good track to a very wet track. Well, it's a heavy 9 now. What are you thinking there?
A lot of guesswork here. She handles the people at home when we get the wet tracks. She works well on them, but you don't know if we get the race pressure how can it really go. But the breed's coming out of it, and it's a big mare. You sort of think half a chance to get through it, so we roll the dice.
She comes into 5 with all the scratchings. Would you like to see her get a bit of cover?
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind something leader if she sit on something and have something to follow rather than sort of be there on her own. But Karen knows quite well. He's got the option of either sit off something or go to the front and look the pace that he's satisfied with. But she was very genuine and back to 800 metres not a problem for her. And she'll be competitive. We could see her run well.
Thanks, Pete. Best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Okay, Ron Quinton has Bryant engaged. He's actually got 2 runners today, Bryant and To the Extreme. Ronnie, you gelded him after his first start. Geez, he looked to trail up quite nicely.
Yeah, he did. He did trial well. He's always shown me a little bit of ability at home, you know. And I give him 1 run early in the season, and he probably had enough by then. And anyway, we've concentrated on him to get him to settle, and he settled back in the trial, and he rushed home pretty good. So Josh will probably try and ride him similar. It's like 6-horse field. That's tricky, always tricky. They're harder races to ride in than bloody 20 runs.
What about the wet track for him?
Don't know. I didn't even look up in the trials to whether he run on any affected track, but we come to the best wet weather track in Sydney anyway, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Just hoping. To the Extreme, what have you thought of her runs lately?
Fair. She showed me great promise early. I had some issues with her, not leg-wise or anything like that, but a few medical issues with her along the way. But she certainly got the ability, and she's drawn a good gate today, so she might be able to settle and relax better.
He's hoping.
That's so.
Best of luck.
I hope, isn't it?
We're all hoping today. Best of luck.
Good on you, thanks.
Brad, who do you like?
Yeah, I've gone with Beechworth here. The market is saying no, which makes me a little bit nervous, but just reading between the lines and thinking there's a bit more talent than we have seen at the past in terms of 2 trials and the debut performance. So 7, 8, 6 and 11. You've got Miss Freelove as a very hard horse to beat here. The market says as much. Did get into as short as $2.30, back out to $2.50 on the NOP, $2.40 tab fixed odds. She'll bounce out. She'll put herself in the first couple and make good natural improvement from that first career outing where she wasn't beaten all that far. 6, Bryant, so he has returned to gelding. Love the way he's tried up. The market says that he's here to run well, so respect that confident move. And 11, Chatterley gives away race experience. However, there has been some good support for her as well. $6.50 into $5.50. She's a nicely bred filly, and I do like the way she found the line in a few trials. So we did hear a little bit earlier that the track has been upgraded to a heavy 9. Retrospectively to include race 1, so that's encouraging. We haven't had too much more rain, just a few little sprinkles in the past few hours, so fingers crossed that stays away. And the time for that first race, 1:06.23, with the last 600 metres of 35.85, Shenny. So this market was always going to be important as far as leads go. Miss Freelove just holding her quote around that $2.50, $2.60 mark, but a really good move for Bryant here late.
Yes, I'm not too sure if Ronnie was aware of the late support here for Bryant, but he's been $5.50 to $3.80. Miss Freelove, $2 out to $2.60. So what have we got, Brad? Still 90 seconds left of betting time remaining. There has been a bit of support for the horse number 1, Agent Zero, $7 into $4.60. And saying that, just back out to $4.80 now, but still has firmed in from $7 this morning. And then you get to the 11, Shadowlight, where you said there had been a bit of specking there, $6 into $5 for her. The 7, which is Beechworth, you're on top selection, $4.60 out to $9, so not a penny for him at all. And then $101 for the outsider, which is all too clever. But their money is really coming for this horse resuming, Bryant. He's a few stone lighter this time around. He's a gelding, a son of Brutal. And I actually remember seeing him on debut at Rose Hill last November. And he clubbed away on that occasion, but he went out, they gelded him, and maybe he's come back a better horse. But our favourite is still Miss Free Love at $2.60, Brian at $3.80, and then you get to I keep saying the top weight, it's not really the top weight because it's a maiden, but horse number 1, which is Agent at $7 into $4.80 there for him. Okay, what have we got? 3 horses left. We'll head up to Luke Marlowe. This is race number 2 from Canterbury.
Central join us. Thanks, Shannon. 2 out of line here, including the favourite, Miss Free Love, who's walking up, and now Bryant about to go in. And we're set for action. Race number 2. Ready at Canterbury. Racing now, and it was a great line out. Miss Free Love broke well, is looking for the lead. Beechworth gets a squeeze and goes forward as well. The inside is Chatterley. Settling just off those Agent Zero from All Too Clever, and Brian back to last. Miss Free Love eventually finding the front here from Chatterley parking in behind, and Beechworth on the outside. A length and a half then to Agent Zero, All Too Clever, and Brian continues to race at the rear. Miss Free Love gets the lead on her own now inside the 600 metres. Beechworth up there second. Third the inside Chatterley from Agent Zero, All Too Clever. And Brian still last. Approaching the turn at the 400. Miss Free Love won't have an excuse. Has had a nice time of it in front, about to be let off the chain. Beechworth comes off the bit second. Chatterley looking for a rails run. Brian still well back. It's Miss Free Love, 2:25 to go, kicking from Chatterley and Beechworth on the outside. Miss Free Love is in front. Brian's late, but he's running out of time. It's Miss Free Love clear, and Miss Free Love got the cheap lead at 1 from Beechworth. Photo third, Chatterley, Bryant. Then came Agent Zero, All Too Clever.
Miss Free Love salutes here the favourite. 2 good numbers should be 8.
All right, this is the 4th one. We have seen what happened here. The 15 went through even after with that thing. So here the 6 is the favorite. If we look through the odds, it's 6-2, 13, and 5. 6 is the favorite. It has the physics. It's a linear, but that's the pressure, and this is not supportive. If we look at the 2, it's got 2 league races, out of which one was a group race, and it actually got through. This is the largest outer drift. Technically, this is the second horse pool. This is the second horse pool in any of the grounds which are above 400. But here, that's 236. This is 27. And that's how it looks like. It's got one of the jockeys that are a little difficult to understand. This jockey, 6 definitely has a good jockey. The best jockey is on 9. That is there. The 9 is 3. That's the best jockey. But the jockey here on 2, this doesn't fall into the range that generally we get, but this looks like this one is a very dangerous jockey. I don't know what it is capable of doing, but that's what the thing is here. Here it is a difference of 27 to 30. It's about 3 points. So 2 is in. And if we look at the results here, what happened, the 14 came in second with that and the linear. So that's 14. So that's 2, that's 6 with the same physics. And through the rails is 5. Through the rails is 5. Here it was 17 that came in, right? 11, 15, 14, 11 and 17. Sorry, 11 came in with the weight depreciation. So here 2 is what we are getting, and there are many others which can actually get in. So if this is what we target, that this one is with all league races and the depreciation is like that, this probably will get in the second. For the third, it'll fall back on any of this depreciations. So if we look at 12 is good, which is well within the rails. That's from gate number 1, and that's the weight. That's the weight. So the 12 is a check. Okay, that 12 is a check. It's from gate number 1. 15, this is 5, this is 57, and that's 29. That's with the rails. With definitely a good jockey and a beautiful team. But it has 2 races. It did not do anything in last 2 races. This has 2 races. It did pretty much neat in the last 2 races, and that should not be the case. It'll fall back here on the either 12. 14 is the other one, which is with depreciation. That is 67, 23, 67, 28, 53, 67, 79, about 12 points here. So 3, 12. This is okay, but this may not be the case. Here it is not possible. $60.52. These two are neutrals, okay? These two are neutrals, 12 and 13. 12 and 13 are neutrals. 12 is good. This is depreciation. This is difficult. The other one is here, which has no races. This is a depreciation. This is a depreciation 14. But it has 7 races, didn't do well. 12 is the check. That's the neutral within the rails. So probably 2, 6. 2 and 6 on. 2 will win probably because of this. And if the 12 doesn't knock out this one, and if the 12 doesn't knock out this one, because this is what it is, and 6 comes from gate number 11, which is very wide, if they have not changed the gates. So if this one doesn't knock out this one, then 6 should be second. But since 6 is way far, we're going to stick to 2.
Sarah Ryan, you've got Machelade going to the Hawkesbury Gold Cup. He's been a great horse for you already.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to have him back. I love the horse. He's just such an honest horse, and that's why we kept trying with him. And he's definitely in form at the moment, and he's confident. So we thought, why not keep pressing on with him?
He won the Provincial Midway Championships final after winning the heat. You produced him beautifully that day. How's he going to be Hawkesbury Gold Cup Day?
Well, I think the mile is his perfect trip. He prefers that sort of distance, and it looks like it's going to be wet, which he also loves. So, I don't see why we don't go and have a go and qualify him potentially for the big dance.
The horse has obviously had a lot of promise from way back when Mark Noonan was training, and of course the injuries and other problems. It takes someone with a lot of patience to bring him back to the horse he is now. Obviously, you've got that patience.
Yeah, well, the whole team do. It's a team effort to bring the horse back like that, and he's just always shown so much talent. And he's such an willing and obliging animal. So, we gave him that time, and he looked after himself, which is why he's back here.
We've got Ashley Morgan on board again next week. It's important to have the jockey as well familiar with the horse when he's been through those issues.
Yeah, exactly. And Ash knows him well now, knows how he needs to ride him and what he has underneath him. So why change a formula that's working?
Ash has been getting in with a lot of stables recently and riding a lot of winners, apart from Private Harry, obviously, with Nathan Doyle. What is it about him that attracts you to putting him on your horses?
When you have a jockey that's, riding with confidence and a clear head like he is, he's just making the right choices at the moment. And everything I put him on, he's not ridden badly at all. I had a winner for me yesterday. He's just fantastic, in form, confident jockey.
Will the Hawkesbury track suit your horse?
He is one of those horses. You go look through his form. He races well on absolutely everything. He can be one of those horses that can be ridden on the speed, off the speed, lead, not lead. He's just adjustable, so it doesn't matter the track. It just matters, that his confidence, and the horse has confidence at the moment.
Regardless of what else is in the race, you'd be entitled to think Machelade is going to be an attraction for the people wanting to go to the meeting, because a massive win in the Provincial Midway Championships, and you're heading for bigger races down the track.
Yeah, exactly. If he pops up and does well here, he'll have a little bit of a freshen up, and we might have Queensland with him.
How do you like the standalone Saturday meeting?
Yeah, they're fantastic. It's so good for the clubs to get them, and it's good to give the other tracks a break as well. And it's a big dance qualifier, so you always have that at the back of your head as well.
Big dance, of course, a race you've won as well with a tractable. So you're keen to get Machelade there?
Yeah, he's a very similar sort of horse. He would be competitive in a race like that. He's always very pretty, so it'd be great to have another runner in that race.
Does the intensity drop just a fraction at least of these standalone meetings and enable you to enjoy it a bit more?
Oh, no, not really. It's the same sort of pressure. It's a Saturday. It's not like there's any lesser horse there. It's the same quality of horse that would be in town at those race meetings. It's just maybe a more relaxed environment to be around it.
The locals obviously love it, and they make it clear, so you probably even mix with them a little bit on the race day.
Yeah, and Hawkesbury's such a good track, and they always have a big crowd there, so it's always a bit of fun.
Of course, it's at Scone and Newcastle and Wollongong. The standalone meetings are growing, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are. So Scone Carnival is probably one of my favourites on the calendar. You get to go up there for those 2 days and kick your heels back and go to the pub, which it's a great time up there.
You'll be having runners at Gosford and Scone as well?
Yeah, the plan is probably not Gosford at this point, but Scone. We'll have some in the Scone Cup, one that's running today. Salt Lake City will head up there for the Scone Cup, and we might have a few others coming around.
But at Hawkesbury Gold Cup Day, it's all about Machelade.
That's the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the fourth at Ipswich, cutest 3-year-old made play over the 1240, scratched the 1. Serons is the 2. Kobe Bittler claims 3 for Brett Kavanagh. Just looked to be struggling perhaps in the going first up, Michael?
Yeah, it was caught a little bit wide, but really battled the last 200 metres, so hard to recommend him on that. He showed a fair bit of ability earlier in his career, Keanu. Hasn't quite gone on with it, so obviously fitter today, and on a better surface, he might go a bit better.
Edsel was a slashing run, having his first up for the new stable last start. Diane Murphy and Boris Thorpe.
Yep, that was in a moderate maiden. The winner deserved to win it more for Reddy, but this guy came from last, really charged down the outside. At one point, he must have been 12 lengths off the lead. In the wash-up, he's been beaten about 3.5. Nevertheless, it was a very encouraging run and has to be close to winning this.
Hangout is the 4, resumes today. Nosy Thomas Awa for the Sis.
Yeah, first up, he ran 4th in a recent Bodesa trial. He settled last, made some progress. He was blinkered. I guess it was only a short course trial there, and he got the pass mark.
King Boom resumes today for Tony Gollan. Emily Lang is a bit of a drifter at the moment.
Paddy Habit 2 starts. He got on a furnished track at start 2 at Eagle Farm back in the summer and ran quite well, not beaten far. Had a good spell, fitted up with 2 trials. The latest, he ran 3rd or ran 2nd at Bodesa and performed quite well. Then he went to the Gold Coast and won, and I thought he was good there because he was stoked up. He had blinkers on, and it looked as if it was a trial that suggested he'd run well first up.
Yeah, he looks fit too. Looks like they got to the bottom of him quite quickly. Kiwi Spirit. It's a very interesting horse. We know it's got a brilliant finish. We do have the rollout 8 though today. Jack Guthman, Chester, Phoenician and Archibald.
Yeah, and barrier number 11. I understand he had a jump out recently, Kian, and he went okay in it, but they're pretty sure they're going to ride him quietly here and just had one go at them in the home straight. We saw they rode him that way at his first start at the sunny coast, and he really, he was moving late. So, yeah, respecting the support, he's got to be hard to beat here.
Stanley is the 8. Justin Stanley for Tom Dougal.
He didn't do enough first up, just watching.
Extra Leviti is the 9. Noel Colour with the blinkers on for Robert Heathcote.
Yeah, 3 public trials since October, and ran 5th in a recent trial at Durban. Was given a few taps, limited response, but importantly, no blinkers in the trial, but they're on today.
Georgie Cartwright rides the 10 General Dancer for the Monk Stable.
You had 3 official barrier trials since November. Probably need to see a little bit more.
Shamudi is the 12. She was a good return. Rod Stewart for Chris Anderson.
She had the 1 run at the sunny coast and then turned out. I thought trial well at Deegan and ran well first up at the sunny coast behind Dashing Hope. That was a 4-way finish. I love the way she kept fighting to the line.
Cantankerous is the 13. Second up today, Damien Thornton, Matthew Boyset.
First up was at the night meeting at the Gold Coast. Ran 4th behind Hey Daisy, who controlled from the front. This fellow ran on quite well. I thought maybe further. Well, he gets an extra 140 metres, so that'll certainly help him.
And Corey and Chris Muntz have Fire Up. Out of Fire Up Fifi. Siobhan Rutledge rides. She was touch unlucky first up, but there wasn't a lot of depth to that maiden.
No, certainly at the rear. Did make some progress, and slightly further today is better for her.
All right, good money for Kiwi Spirit, 330, 280. No surprises there. And Of course, Surons, who's the interesting runner, resumed on a heavy track. He's got the bodyguard form. He's got the Storm Boy form, Michael. So perhaps they're thinking he's ready today.
Yes, and there's a top galloper in Hong Kong at the moment. My Wish. Just can't quite remember his full name. Just my form doesn't go back that far. But Serons, in his first barrier trial, ran second to this My Wish. He's only a tiny little horse, My Wish, but he's a bit of a star. He ran a great race there on Sunday, and very unlucky in the Derby a few weeks ago in Hong Kong. Well, this guy bumped into him, and then he's bumped into Bodyguard, Storm Boy, but obviously the form's sort of fallen away a little bit with Serons, but there has been good market support for him. Here he is sort of, a midweek metro meeting at Ipswich, so he could be an improver here. Following a few things that you mentioned, a heavy track first up and obliged to race wide Serons, and 3 off and a reasonable draw. But I'm with number 6 here. I'm with Kiwi Spirit as well. Just going to close my eyes that he can sort of tuck in with a bit of cover and see what he can do when he lets him rip him the straight.
I'm sure it's the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, like his first start when he ran home. We can't have everything though.
Can't have everything.
Shamoody, sort of been a bit of the forgotten horse here. It's a barrier one, and what was wrong with that first up run? Nothing. Enid Zell as well, very much eye-catching last start. And then King Boom, who has been a little bit weak in the market. Really weak now, though. 5.50 out to 8.50, a further point out to 9.50. So this is going to run around $10, King Boom. But I'll stick with number 6, the favour, the 12, 3 and 5.
I could have had my top 4 in any order, and
They're putting 12 on the top. They're not even talking about who.
He looks forward in the yard. He looks very fit.
There's something weird with that jockey. There's something weird with the jockey. Well, we'll go with the numbers. Let's go 2.
Strong mid-draw, perhaps gets a nice little card into the race. Your Dangerous Kiwi Spirit, obviously they'll take the drop, just needs luck, has an amazing change-up speed. The 12-inch Shamoody is a very attractive price. It's actually on at first up.
The 12 is 53. This is 27. This is the largest outer drift. The 12 is a neutral. 6 is the favorite, has the physics, but that pressure is huge. This is good. This is good. This, with this, let's see.
Ready to jump at the 4th. Kiwi Spirit's got the wide gate. There's the line. All set. Starter has a last look down the line. Racing. Jumped at a good line. Bar Fire Up Zeus Ruffy came out last, and Stanley went back as well. Cantankerous began speedily soon after the starter, showing speed. Sugar Island right up there. General Dance, the first starter. A nice turn of early pace as they settle fully into stride. Shamoody going to 4th along the rail, and right up there is Extra Levita. 2 to Serons, one of the big guns in the betting, settling in midfield. Then came Hangout, followed by Enid Zell. Fire Up Zeus, King Spirit, got a long way back, but it wasn't pain to ride it quietly. It's 2nd and 3rd last of the run, and 2 away Stanley last of all. Heading down the side now, they've got short of 600 left to run, and King Boom and General Dance are the leaders. Cantankerous is in 3rd, Extra Levita in 4th. 2-way 5th, the rail coming to the turn, Shamoody. Sarong's trying to improve. Kiwi Spirit also trying to improve. They both have their share of work to do. Hangout was wide, and Enid Zell, Fire Up Zeus, and Stanley was last of all. In the straight, King Boom the leader. Cantankerous comes to the outside, presenting it precisely the right time, but King Boom, he's a bit wayward, but he's the leader. Kiwi Spirit is now diving through late. It's threaded the passage. It's gone up to King Boom, took the lead close to home, and Kiwi Spirit went home too well. And Big King Boom, I think, can take the 3rd. Sarong's not far away, with Enid Zell running on again. Then Fire Up Zeus, Shamoody, followed by Extra Levita, Stanley, General Dancer, and Hangout was last over the line.
There's something not right with that jockey. I don't know what's wrong.
Spirit, a few anxious moments if you were on early when he was 10 lengths off King Boom, who was striding beautifully in the lead. You knew it was an 8-metre rail around Ipswich, but he rode him beautifully and was able to sort of pinch inside runs and then eventually get around the heels of King Boom, who might have shifted back towards the inside, giving this fellow a nice run inside the last 150. And when Jag put 1-2 on him, he actually picked up. He picked up nicely the last little bit, wins with his ears pricked, or they were, just prior to the line. So this is the head on as we see them turning into the straight. King Boom with the kick, and he's coming up behind them with the lime orange cap, and eventually gets around the heels at this point here, and this is when he really starts to respond. The runner-up was good from the front, number 13, Cantankerous, and then 2, Serons, and 4th to Enid Zell. So we're about to
Wednesday.
from Todd Pollard.
We sure are. Kiwi Spirit, wow, because on debut, Todd, this horse had one of the best turn of foots I've seen in a long time come out of a maiden, and today it's obviously been navigated nicely by Jag through the ruck, and, you know, I can't wait to see him get out to a big track.
Yeah, exactly. We're, probably forced to run today. I suppose you'd love to get into a place like the Sunshine Coast, but I don't think Jag was too enthused when he came out and we told him he had to ride him quiet. He was pretty intent on going forward. Didn't look like there was much speed in the race, but look, the horse, he's had a couple of little niggles. He's had a wind up, and these horses just have to, ride quiet, let it unfold. On debut, we did that. He ran really well, and second up, he was playing at the Gold Coast, where we just rode him a bit too positive. So, it's good to a bit of a relief. I sort of thought he'd be coming down the outside. It was hard to pick him up the straight and expect to see him coming through, but no, it's a good result for the owners. They're good supporters of the stable. And, hopefully onwards and upwards for him.
Yeah, certainly. I love how he just pinch run through. He was able to commit to those runs. As you said, those Windhop horses, whilst it was unimpeded enough, they are better with that nice sort of run outside horses. And yeah, that Gold Coast run, because I had, I'm only a $5 punter, but I've certainly had my $5 on him. And they just lack that dash when they're too close to the speed.
Yeah, for sure. And he's probably a horse that we think can get up over a little bit further as well. So, yeah, fingers crossed the horse can sort of build from it here, and he's at a nice little break, and good to get this maiden out of the way.
Good on you, Toddy. Well done.
Thank you.
US 13 Murray.
Spirit, and he's a lovely horse. You're going to go back and see the debut defeat. Great change-up speed moving forward. 6-5, 13-2.
Here at Canterbury for the third event, a maiden for the 3-year-olds over 15.50, and we have had another track upgrade. We are up to
5, 14, 10 and
so we
4.
started off in a 10. Following race 1, we went to a 9, and following race 2, we are up to an 8. Let's kick it off with our first runner. It is Victor, Bjorn Baker, Rachel King, 440 out to 480.
I like a little gear change with him today. So Winker's first time. He's a half brother to Know Thyself. He looked to get his chance at Hawkesbury last start. He sat in the box seat, and he was just very one-paced in the straight. So that full how form reference, there's nothing wrong with that. But what he does have to do is turn the tables on Dark Arts, who he confronts again here. So 15.50 wet track. His pedigree suggests that he probably gets further than the mile in time. So he should get the right run here. And as I say, that gear change maybe just sparks him up a touch.
2 is Dark Arts, Zach Lloyd for Team Hawks.
He has led out to 15 and 1600 metres in his past 2 starts. He's boxed on quite well. He's run second. He strikes his 4th up. So a really good fitness base. Zach Lloyd's Dix, he's ridden him at his past 2 starts. He's a horse that in the past has shown that he handles wet and dry. He'll put himself in the first few again, and he should hold his form, which sees him one of the main players here.
Barbray, the 3, Karen McAvoy, Chris Waller, $4 out to, into 380 actually, back to 420.
He got quickly out to the mile at his second career start. That's also behind Full How. So a few of these coming through the same form reference. He actually split Dark Arts and Victor. Didn't look to have any excuses. He worked home quite nicely. What he does have in his favour is a touch more upside. That was only his second career start, and he was only second up, getting out to 1600 metres. So his debut performance was okay. It was a sprint home on the Kenzo, and he was working through his gears quite nicely. So third up now, he should be just about at his top.
Banksy is the stablemate, and Nashuella rides 7 in half a point to 650 now.
So he returned over the 1400 metres at Kepler Grange 2 weeks ago. He was dragged back to last, drawn 7 of 7, and he worked home quite well. So needs to turn around a 2-length margin on Shangri-La Impact from that same race, we'll get to in a moment. But Miles second up looks to suit, and he has had a look at this track and trip in his first campaign, went 4th.
This is our favourite, number 5 at Shangri-La Impact. Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott and Tim Clark, 370 into 360 now.
A filly that was well backed on debut, that was at Kembla Grange. She went down fighting. She worked early to settle outside the lead. She wasn't the best into strides, had to muster early. Maybe that told at the finish. Ultimately, I still think she had her chance. She looked a winner there halfway down the straight, and I think she just lacked a little bit of race sense to really put her rivals away. Yet she boxed on well, 2 lengths back to third. That third horse has come out and won since to prank the form line. And looking at her pedigree, full system 1 out to 2,000 metres. So the step out to the 1550 looks a big positive.
7 is Ant, the third of the Waller runners. Reece Jones, $21 into 18.
He's an unknown on a wet track, so all 4 career runs to this point have been on good surfaces. So settled in the second half at Kembla Grange first up, looked widest and made some late ground without ever really looking likely. So I thought the runs of Shangri-La Impact and the stablemate Banksy were better, but I do respect that he did jump in the market.
And our final runner is 8 Dark Stratum, Richard Litt, Tyler Schiller.
Playing at Hawkesbury behind, full how, 2 back, which is an important form reference for this, but he bounced back last start. He nearly pinched it. It was a similar race. It was a mile super maiden 2 weeks ago at Warwick Farm. He led and was just run down on the line. So Dark Arts and Victor did have his measure at Hawkesbury. The start prior, and he did jump a $51 chance on that occasion. So more depth to this race. It was certainly good to see him bounce back last time out.
Jockeys just being legged aboard for our third event, and they'll make their way out onto the track around to the gates. Our favourite at this point is Shangri-La Impact, 370, put into $3.60, back out to $3.70. Adrian Bott is coming over to have a chat to us about this filly. Adrian, first time I've seen her in the flesh. She's got a bit of size about her.
Yeah, she does. Lovely big filly. Hopefully she's able to handle the conditions for us today.
She roll forward and just dictate?
Yeah, look, she was a little bit slow to begin there at her first start, but I think that was just her inexperience. She's sharpened up nicely off the back of that. We've sort of really seen that in her work. So expect to be able to bounce out, be positive. Did do a couple of options.
Given that she debuted at 1400, she'll just continue to step out. Would that be the plan?
Yeah, I think she'll get even further than today. She's bred to get a trip on a pedigree. We'll run into a nice filly that was competitive at Oaks sort of distances. So we've always had that type of distance penciled in for us. Even today, maybe a little bit shorter at best, but as I said, with the heavy track, that may bring a bit of stamina into it for her.
Cordina in the next race, she will be ridden closer today, do you think?
Yeah, I think we can see close to the speed. She was just a little bit slow into stride there last start. Got further back than expected, but naturally stepping up to the 1200 and the way the conditions are, might be able to see more forward in the run.
Criteria in the 7th?
Yeah, look, I can make a case for him, even though we haven't been able to see it on his form and trials here in Australia, with a couple of gear changes. Going off his New Zealand form, he's will be very competitive, should enjoy the conditions, and stepping out trip's going to be a positive.
Hey, Lewis, sorry, was in the washroom, bro.
Lydia may find it a little bit short for her first up, but I think she'll
Where's PC? PC probably preparing.
Last campaign may not have come up, but form prior to that was it.
Thanks, Adrian.
Yeah, the first 7 races here are all maiden races. First 6 or 7 races are all maiden.
Bot train gallop here in Shangri-La Impact was giving me a little bit concerned there when she got out to $4.40, but a bit of interest at that price and now into a $4.20 quote. So she brings a different form reference into this compared to those few that are coming through that same Hawkesbury race. So she'll take good benefit from that first outing. You can see there on screen that she's a nice style of filly. She's got some size, so hopefully she can begin on terms here. Get out in front, get rolling, and prove hard to chase down. She's a filly that will get out over further, but she looks to have some nice size and strength about her going forward. So hopefully she can get the job done here. I think $4.20 is a fair enough price to find out. Dangers, well, they all come through that same form reference. Dark Arts, no real knock on him. I thought he held his the horses coming through that same race quite well at the finish. I speak of Victor and Barbary, and he was the one making his own luck on top of the speed. So he was there to be picked off late. Full Howl was too strong over the concluding stage of running out a 2-length winner, but he stuck to his guns quite well, and his wet track form's a little bit deceptive. He's run better than the bare form does suggest, at least on paper. 3, Barbary comes here third up. He was working to the line quite neatly there behind. Full Howl, he too will continue to improve into his preparation. Might be better again next time in. And then you've got Victor as the best of the rest, who's pretty much been unmoved at that $4.60 quote up the top there. Winker's first time. I do like that gear change. So I've gone 5, 2, 3, and 1. The horse I left out was Banksy. It's coming through that same form reference as Shangri-La Impact, but the market quite likes his chances here, Shanny. $7 to $5.50.
They do indeed, don't they? Whereas Bank Barbara, the other stable runner, well, I know Chris has 3 in the race, but Barbara was the more favoured runner. He opened at $4. He's out to $4.80, whereas Banksy's been $7 into $5.50. Dark Arts has hovered around that $3.80, $3.70 quote for most of the afternoon. He's still sitting at $3.90 now. He is our favourite, just ahead of Shangri-La Impact. So she opened up at $3.70. She got out to $4.40. She's now $4 back into $4.20. The top weight there, $4.40 out to $4.80 actually back into $4.60 there for Victor, and $5 then for Banksy. At Barbara, and then Banksy is at $5.50, double figures for the other 2 in the race. They are loading in here for race number 3. We are on a heavy 8. Here's Luke.
Here at Canterbury Park, so given the chance, this track can recover very quickly as Barbara rears up and goes off in the stalls here. Karen McAvoy flung out the back. He's uninjured. Barbara just becoming a bit unsettled, and the attendants quickly in with Barbara. They might just have a look at him. Waiting for some news in regards to Barbara. They're backing it out now. Carried the Shades its first start. They came off at Hawkesbury, so vet check unfolding here. Just doesn't want to come out of the gates, Barbara now. It's out the back. So they'll go over this galloper. Barbara, 4-year-old Vale Brown gelding by Zoo Start, having his 3rd start. One of 3 Chris Waller trained runners in this 1550 metre maiden. What happens here is the vet has a look at the nose and mouth to make sure there's no damage done, but obviously whatever the vet's seen, they aren't happy with Barbara because the saddle's coming off, and this will be out officially soon. Oh, he's just fixing the saddle. I've gone the crow. I already scratched it on my sheet too, Tom. So he's adjusting the saddle, so he might yet be okay. He's got to trot up though, so we'll wait and see. So McAvoy, he's thrown one of the all-time dummies here, adjusting the saddle while it's getting bedded, and I thought for sure that would mean horse would be coming out, but it's not out. So we wait official news. Still the veterinary examination to take place. It'll be trotted up. So as I was saying, the process here, they make sure there's no evident damage as far as any blood in the mouth or nose when horses rear up, and then they have a look at the action. Trot the horse up, make sure there's no sign of lameness. So he's back on board, Barbara here. The rest are in the gates, and just the fate of Barbara we'll wait on. Trotting up now for the vet behind the stalls. $3.90 favourite number 5, Shangri-La Impact. So he's good to go. Sorry for scaring you punters if you're on Barbara, but he's going back in and he's good to go here. So we can stand by. It's been passed. Suitable to race as number 3, Barbara. We're good to go. They're off and racing now. Barbara barrier 1 about midfield to go. Shangri-La Impact was one of the first to begin. Victor showing speed. The inside Dark Stratum. So as they go into that first bend now, Dark Stratum on the inside of Victor, and Shangri-La Impact pushed on to take up the running. The lone filly of the field will cross them here and race to the front of the 1200. By a length and a half on Victor, Dark Stratum. And then came Dark Arts over racing. Barbara the inside, Banksy going very keen. And Nash is going to peel and go here. They were slowing right up, so he eases around the outside and takes off on Banksy. That relegates Barbara to second last, and Ant is last. So Banksy worked to the lead. Mid-race move here by Nash Rowella. The speed was slowing. He was over racing, so he lets it slide, and Banksy takes it up now. A length and a half, Shangri-La Impact. Victor is third. Dark Stratum fourth the inside. Then Dark Arts, followed by Barbara, and Ant is last of all. Turning down the side, 550 metres to go. It's Banksy the pilot, a neck in front of Shangri-La Impact. Victor travelling right on their hammer. Dark Arts gets going. Dark Stratum waiting on a run. They turn. Banksy led. Shangri-La Impact on the outside. Victor tight for room. Dark Arts with a sweeping run. In the straight, Dark Arts with momentum goes up and hits the lead. Shangri-La Impact. Banksy beaten off the inside. Then came Victor, Ant and Barbara up the fence, but Dark Arts 75 to go. Ant is late on the scene, but Dark Arts is going to flop over the line and win from a photo. Ant attacked the line. Well. Shangri-La Impact and Barbara up the inside.
Congratulations, Lewis.
And Dark Stratum.
Number 2, Dark Art.
This is the 5th one. If we look through the odds, it's 5, 14, 10, and 4. 5 is the favorite. It's a neutral. Well, we look at the pressure. 57, 59, 2 points here. This one has just one race with a huge pressure on this, so we'll discount that. This is 57. Then this is 93. Double is somewhere about 200. This is 205. This one is a problem. 9 is a problem. 9 is a problem. I don't know how it'll get placed, but that's a problem. 5 looks okay. This is a problem. 15, 15, 15. Beautifully balanced horse, this one. 14 is in very good hands with a very good jockey. All that is there. But 4 is a better horse. They both have 3-3 races. The speed is better on 4. They're all also tailing gates. 5 looks good. This is 93. This probably is the second one. We've got a strong physics on this one. That is supposed to happen because the weight is there, but how that'll get placed is I don't know. Here is the 6, which is the other problem. This is with like that. Now if we look at the depreciations, that's number 10, then it is 11, then it is 15. 15 has 3 races, did nothing. 11 is a new one which has no races but with a very good jockey, kind of like that. They're not supposed to win, but they can get into a place, especially with that's 124, takes to about 300. This is good, but we'll take the pressure. It's a 1200. So this is good. This is good. This is way too much, and then it'll probably be any of the advantages. But the problem here is that 9. The problem here is that 9. The 9 probably is not going to win, but it's a problem. It is a problem. We'll go with 5. We'll go with 5. I'm very tempted to go with 5 and 4 queen or a forecast, but I'll avoid that because still we are dealing with maiden horses. We don't know what is going to come up from where. That's the largest outer drift. That's the largest outer drift. It's a super balance on this horse. Azar, welcome back, Azar.
Carnival, shifts west to Hawkesbury. It's time for A Gold Rush and B Gold Rush. $1.5 million are up for grabs on a glittering carnival race. The Group 3 Hawkesbury Gold Cup, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Guineas, the Group 3 Hawkesbury Crown, and yes, the listed Hawkesbury Gold Rush. Metropolitan Racing from Hawkesbury this Saturday on Sky Racing.
cutest 3-year-old maiden played over the 1240 for the 5th here at Ipswich. First horse we have a look at is Bourbon Lane, prepared by Kelly Schweeder. Kyle Wilson-Taylor rides, and the blinkers are on second.
Yeah, just a pass mark. Kiana, his first starts. He finished 8th here behind Noble Decree. Was well beaten. A little bit one pacer. The blinkers are going on. He could be an improvement start too.
Scott Morrissey has the 3, Chase and Eliza. Georgina Cartwright.
3-year-old by Zusain. 2 runs back from the spell of being okay. Latest here behind Acapulco Girl. Went at a big price. So maybe a rough place chance.
Gas Brigade's the 4 returns today. Robert Heathcote, now the new stable. Bailey Wheeler returns at Gelding, and the blinkers and nose roller off for his return.
Former Victorian, and I believe they want to sort of ride back a little bit with a bit of cover. He's been on pace, leading in those races in Victoria. So just want to take a bit of a chill pill today. So he's back gelded. Callow rode him in a trial the other day. A few taps in the straight. I didn't know what to make of it. I'm just happy to watch him and see how he fits into the picture.
Barry Lockwood has the 5, and this is your favourite. Caro, Luke Dempsey rides, 3rd up today.
Yeah, he looks hard to beat. Nothing went right for him at Bow Desert. First up went second. And
Adam, man, welcome back. Who will be the next 4?
It was way out, and horses were rushing around him, and it was a little bit costly. Ruins of Rome, the eventual winner, got the jump on him, but he was closing in late. This looks a perfect race for him to get that maiden out of the way.
Raging is the 6. He's right in front of us. You can see what's taken him a bit to get fit. He is a tank, isn't he? CJ Graham for Wayne Nugent.
He's heavy, isn't he? But he's in proportion, big end on him. And Wayne's only had him for these 3 starts, and there's been a little bit of merit in every one. In particular, latest went second for more for Ready, finding the line strongly here. Is a chance.
All right, we look to Sugar Island, Robbie Dolan for Mitch Faulkner.
I like the barrier. Just at a glance last prep, this guy ran 3rd here behind Keep Safe, who's, she's a pretty talented midweek sort of horse right now. And I thought his first up running to Toowoomba was wide. He was sort of midfield and wide and just held. So first up run, I think it'll be even better today for a better draw.
And Zero's the 10 Tarly Finland for the month stable.
Again, these 1350s back to 1240. I would rather 1350 or 1400 for that. Beat by So You Think. I thought a debut run was quite good behind more for Ready. She was back behind them on the fence. Once clear, worked to the line nicely. She's got a good chance.
Jason Patton has the 11 Stoicism, Andrew Mellion, the blinkers, and a crossover, and tongue tire.
You're probably better over even further. As a filly by preferment, she's had 3 barrier trials. Just want to watch her today.
Wow, big drift on our initial second favourite. This is Jopper Lane. Boris Thornton rides, and Matty Hoyser.
Jopper Lane comes out of barrier number 10, the grey, and he was good first up, running 3rd to Trapeze Alert, not beaten far, and then he went straight to 1400. He couldn't get in at all. He was obliged to be 3 deep outside a couple of leaders, and he was there until about the 250, and then really faded noticeably. Now, importantly, that was a month ago. He's had time to get over that, so he's back in trip to 1240. I think you believe that might be a good thing for him as well.
He looks fresh in the yard. Victor Demorance, Tip Crooker, Taylor McKinnon.
Yeah, just need to see this filly do a little bit more.
Right, favourite Harrow is $2.70 out to $3. A little bit of money for Bourbon Lane, 31 into 21s. Drift on Joba Lane. He has been $5.50 out 2 points now to $7.50. Looking elsewhere, Raging Spur, Gas Brigade.
True.
Bigger prices the Jockey
Adaman, true.
On for his second start. The Spirit of Burn.
You'll be surprised to know what happened here in India.
Into 21.
Few years back. So there was an incident wherein one of the celebrity couples, they were expecting a baby, and the bookmakers went on odds with whether it is going to be a boy or a girl. Happened quite some time ago, probably 15-16 years ago.
So Parrow
for me to break through. Number 5 on top of number 10. I've got Pensiero. Would have loved this to have been over a longer trip, but we're 2 kilos off, and the benefit of having had one start. I think it's onwards and upwards for her. Raging number 6, the big fella, and then number 9, Sugar Island, who's remained pretty solid in a half a point, 8 down to 750, courtesy of that good draw. I think gives Sugar Island a top chance of running in the top 4.
I'm going to play Jobber Lane. Look, he has had a freshen to come back from the 1400 to the 1200, which I like. He probably wasn't ready for the second long step.
Now they're doing it on the pole.
Just went wrong, and he clearly didn't see out the trick, but clearly weakened from the pressure he absorbed in transit. But I do like what he did first up, albeit that was ridden quiet. But he found the line really nicely there behind Trapeze Alert. Yes, he's got a bit of a really tricky gate to offset, but they actually can press and sit a little bit closer on this guy. I think particularly off the freshen up, he'll have a bit more sprint in his legs. Fight danger, most certainly, and paraded beautifully. There's just no knock on this favourite. Just really needed that final 150 to wind up last start on that heavy 9 because the wheels just spun a little. So it was a little bit luckless not to win. Was a disaster first up behind Shape of Water. Should have won, so shouldn't even be a maiden. And presents very nicely. Stoikism, I thought, was a good each-way play, particularly off barrier 1. I thought the filly, her trial was nicely done. She wears the headgear, she'll show forward action, and I just thought was overs there at 21. And then the 6, Raging, Wayne Nugent, he's getting close to the big boy. He had that lengthy spell before returning at Warwick where he was just run off his feet, but he's getting very close now as he gets over these 6 furlong trips, 14.5, 11.6.
There are Keane's numbers. Well, the weather's been beautiful here today, quite warm, and we haven't had rain in Brisbane for quite some time, so...
Don't talk too soon.
No, well, I just had a quick look at the forecast for tomorrow fine, Friday fine, Saturday fine, as we pick off the carnival on Saturday with the Sky Race in Queensland, Guinea for Eagle Farm.
10.
Here's David.
That's got one race, bro, and I've gone with 5, by the way.
Set to go. Red light about to be switched on, just waiting for the line to settle. No light as yet. There's the all clear from behind, light on. Racing. A couple were ordinarily out, including Raging.
That 9 is a problem. I don't know what it will do.
First to go was Bourbon Lane with the blinkers. Chasing Lisa, now showing good speed, going to second. And the favourite Paro third away. Victoire de Moore in fourth, followed by Sugar Island. Then Pensero, Raging, Stoicism. Jobber Lane second last, and Gats Brigade, the ex-Victorian, settles last. By the 800 metres, Bourbon Lane leads by 1 length. Chase and Lisa in second, and Paro given every opportunity to the favourite. Third to box seat, getting a good run mid-race. And Victoire de Mar fourth the outer. 2 lengths away, Pensero outside of Sugar Island. They're fourth and fifth at the halfway mark. Followed at the head of the others by Raging, Stoicism, Jobber Lane and Gas Brigade. Being niggled out 8 lengths off the lead. On the approach to the turn, 400 left to run. Bourbon Lane in front, Chase and Lisa is getting closer on the outside. Both jocks are hard at them. Then came Paro, looking for the way clear, followed by Sugar Island, Victoire de Mar, and here are sweepers, Pensero, and Jobber Lane particularly, right down the centre of the track, is finishing generously. Paro briefly got to the lead. Jobber Lane a real danger. Jobber Lane on the outside, ran to the front and won.
4, 9. That is the problem. The 4 and the 9. Man.
Not too far away. Then Chase and Lisa, followed by Bourbon Lane, Victoire de Mar and Gas Brigade, pulling up towards the tail.
4, 9.
Today for Jobber Lane, and he has finished best on the outside. He had the revs right up. Sugar Island there, and Paro, he seemed to have his chance. He's got third, and Pensiero, possibly looking for something a bit further. But 14, Jobber Lane has turned his form right around.
14, sorry.
Last start, but there were a number of
14.
excuses offered. And he drew wide today, ridden quietly, and a nice burst of speed up the straight there. He's going by them one by one. I noticed Raging at the start might have leapt in the air. He's recovered to finish around about 5th. See on the outside, Pensiero there, number 10.
So Chopper Lane, as we have a look at the head-on vision, he sort of had to come a little bit wider because he was speared off the track at the top of the straight. So he's
Araman, you were partially right.
an absolute beating over the final part. 14, 9, 5, 10 and 6. And the time was 1 minute 14.01 for the odd trip, 12.40 and 36.61. So Matt Hoysted, the winning track.
This has become like playing chess. The horse racing has become like playing chess.
Master stroke by yourself, mate, just that freshen back in trip, and he was able to repeat.
Here is what happened. So 14 I mean, ideally the neutrals don't win, right? We went with it. It did not do the thing because it was a neutral. Okay. That's the problem. It's become like a chess. It's become like a chess. How many things are you going to remember? The 14 went the 14 went through. The 14 went through. And this was a neutral. The 14 went through. And the 9 was beautifully balanced. This is beautifully balanced. I had a feeling on the 9, but 9 probably was not in a winning position, but it did the stuff what it did. Neutrals don't win, bottom line. Step out. Step out when it is neutral. But today we are not stepping out. We are placing each and every bet because we need to figure this thing out. Six. Nine, 2, 10 and 3. 9, 2, 10 and 3.
Hard to tell how confident the jockey is in transit, but like it looked as if you were nice and patient and knew he was going to give that good finish.
Yeah, for sure. I come around him today with the rail out. The hand was kind of forced, there was nothing doing in front of me, but I was confident if he had what I had first up, that I'd put in a real good effort and would go close to getting today.
Well done.
Thanks.
All right, Ross Thornton there on his thoughts of Chopper Lane, who takes out the 5th here. Still 2 races away from the quarter here at Ipswich. Canterbury on the other side.
Race number 4 here at Canterbury, a benchmark 64 over 1,200 metres for the 3-year-old and above horses. Our favourite is First Mission. 280 out to 310, back into $2.90. We will kick off with horse number 2, but length J Ford riding for Kim Moore. He opened at $5. He's into $4.40.
Yeah, good support for this horse. Sense of timing now, third up. He hasn't been beaten far in 2 provincial runs this time back. Both.
Guys, PC, welcome back.
Soft 7, so should be at his top. Did return.
I need to get in Bucephalus.
So
Bucephalus has been resting.
Certainly encouraging.
First Mission is back. A gelding now with a crossover noseband going on as well. Opened up at $2.80, got out to $3.10, back into $2.90. Kieran McAvoy for Gerald and Sterling.
He did a good job in his first campaign. I think kick off over 1,200 metres. Looks to suit. He did win out to 1,300 metres when he broke his maiden. So has handled soft, untried heavy, but in improving heavy, maybe takes that little gamble out of things. So just the one trial, I did like his work there over the 900 metres at Rose Hill. He maps well. Do note that he threw the race away there, hanging out at Hawkesbury before spelling. So if he's curbed his manners, and that can put him on the straight and narrow, he's a horse who can probably go through the grades.
His stablemate is the 5 Imperial State, opened up at $10, got out to 12, back into 11. Josh Parter, right?
Yeah, fair to say that he doesn't have the upside of his stablemate, but he does have a fitness advantage over him. So he tackles this 4th up. He won at Gosford 2 starts ago, and that was on a soft track. So the winner was a touch too good there at Kembla Grange last start. He was no match for Ironhawk, but with that good fitness base, I expect him to run well.
On to Bonjour Madam, Mark Milavini and Tim Clark, horse number 6. $9 out to, got in to 750 at one point, back out to 950 now.
Yeah, made it back-to-back wins there when winning at Wyong last start. She was 4 weeks between runs. She was a big late drifter, yet she defied that late betting drift and won pretty cosily on the line. So did have the right run. Everything played out quite neatly, but she's a horse working her way through the grade. It's harder again, but certainly not beyond her.
7, Be Quiet, Joe Pride and Alicia Collett.
She's come back a much better mare this time back. So a 4-year-old all-the-way winner at Kembla Grange, first up to break her maiden in good style. And then she boxed on quite well there to run second at Gosford last start. So she is 5 weeks between runs, but she's had a tick over trial since. Wasn't asked to do a lot, but she moved through the line quite nicely. So makes her own luck, and another horse that should be in the finish.
Cordina is the 8th, Regan Bailey fighting for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, $4.40 up to $4.60, and she will be ridden further forward. We saw Stewart's notification come through not too long ago.
Yeah, that change of tactics. So she's a well-bred filly, half-sister to Farnham and Sandbar. Now, she just couldn't muster early here Monday week, but settled out the back and made really good late ground. So she was soft in betting late, yet she still ran really well. She had the fastest closing splits in the race, albeit in a race that was run in slow overall time. So back out to the 1200 metres, looks to suit just unknown on a wet track.
And Daroba Alpha, run of the 9, Ash Morgan, Kieran Marr.
Hard filly to get a confident line on. She's mixed her form in 5 career runs. I do like the way she found the line there at first up at Eagle Farm behind Poster Girl. Didn't back that up though. Second up, she never got into the race from well back in the field. That was on a wetter track at Eagle Farm again. So this doesn't look a deep race, and I would respect any market confidence. At this point, she's just been a touch easy there, $11 out to $13 late.
Okay,
Huge run last start, 8.
2 runners in the race.
Canterbury,
Firstly,
8.
First Mission is back again.
Come back well, working good, his attitude's changed. His trial was good, only question mark was Stevie Trap.
What did you do? You've taken the nose roll off and put a crossover on him.
Yeah, he's just starting to work. When he come back this time, he's starting to work a little bit clean with his mouth open, so took the nose roll because he was tended to gallop with his head a little bit in the air. And with the nose roll, I had to push over on him and seemed to be a little bit better with it.
Has seen him lead before. Where do you think he'll be?
On the leaders. I think there's nice speed in this race. I thought he'd be third or fourth on the leaders.
Imperial State, his maiden win was fantastic at Gosford, and then his run at Kembla the other day wasn't too bad either.
Yeah, he got beat by a smart horse the other day at Kembla. So there's very valid. But we found with him he has to be really quiet. He likes to get his tail on the ground. He benefited today they haven't got one up front where he can settle back and hit the line, which I think they're able to do today. Line them out a little bit. But he's done well. He was either running today or running tomorrow at Wyong, or if the rain gets around, I thought he might be missing out the run tomorrow, so he'll run in here, but things fall into place for him, he can run well.
Is there much between them? If Imperial State got the right run and the speed was on, I know one they've backed First Mission, but is Imperial State that far behind him?
Well,
Just needs to handle the heavy.
What you see is what you get. But the other horse, I still think...
Canterbury is...
I don't think we've seen his true ability on race day as yet.
We might see it now. Best of luck.
Thanks, Chantal.
The late mail numbers 4, 7, 6 and 5. I am with First Mission here for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexio. So as Gerald touched on, if there is maybe a little punt, it's the fact that he does tackle this heavy track first up, giving away fitness advantage to a few of his main dangers. So that's a knock in the context of his price, but it hasn't deterred the punters. I thought there was a trend there for him to be getting out well beyond $3, but that's not the case. He's now into $2.50, so he's very firm late here in betting. So 4, 7, 6 and 5, he's the horse here with all the upside. He's only had the 4 career starts. He had a few excuses there and a few of those defeats. He just wasn't doing things right. So returns to gelding, love the way that he's trialled up. And I guess the fact that the stable happy to run here, him here off the back of one soft trial on a heavy track, says they've got a bit of confidence that he's certainly done enough work. 7B Court, she tackles this third up. I like the way she's returned. This is a third campaign.
That J Ford is a clown.
Just a bit of a late maturer. She's 5 weeks between
If
runs,
he
but has had to go the
fails,
trial. Since then, she'll bounce out and put herself in the first couple.
he's on 2.
Bonjour, madame.
So if he
Not really look on what
fails,
she's doing. So she ran third on debut, and since then she's gone bang bang. So harder again here, coming to town, but you can't do anything more than win, and she's been doing it quite nicely. Imperial State stablemate. To first Bishop goes in as the 4th pick, so he's got a good fitness base for this. He tackles at 4th up, and he's been right around the money in all 3 runs back this time in. So 4, 7, 6, and 5, $2.50 for your favourite now, Shani. The punter's gone right on with it.
They have, haven't they?
it's a heavy 8. It'll go on the appreciation of the weight.
He's a
Heavy
beautiful type to look
8
at.
or heavy
He's flashy.
10, I think. So Canterbury is where?
4.20 then for Belenth, $4 into $4. Hit $4.
New
that's
South
$4.20,
Wales.
but there has been a bit
Canterbury.
of support for our second elect. Then you get down to Cordina, who
Yes.
further 4 today, 4.40 out to 4.60. She's back into 4.40, and then a Be Quiet, 5.50 out to $8, back in a point to $7. Double figures in the first
58.
couple of field. The loading process is underway. This is race number 4 from
58.
Canterbury.
So 59.5.
And now to go in.
That 2 is the danger. If the 2 fails because of that clown J Ford, then probably 8 is clean.
Will be written closer. And Bonjour Madame now about to walk up. So we're ready now for race 4. Line looks good. They're racing. And even dispatch, Be Quiet, barrier 1 steps well, pushes up to lead on the outside first mission. Durava Handy, Cordina's 4th. Around Belenth, then Bonjour Madame and Imperial State is last of all.
J Ford is a clown, man.
First mission. Cordina over racing on the outside.
J Ford is a
behind those
clown.
Durava. They were trailed by Belenth. He's just getting off the bridle a shade. Imperial State, Bonjour Madame. Working off the back straight and
You're clean.
quietly.
You're clean.
Cordina's done a stack of work to get outside of it. First mission now enjoys a lovely trail just behind it. One off the rail, one out at one.
Look
back
at what he's
behind
doing.
the
J Ford,
rails,
the
and
monkey.
Imperial State heads the others. Coming up towards the home turn, 400 metres to run. Be Quiet held together, led from Cordina on the outside. Imperial first mission.
Run,
being
baby.
produced now, and he's running on early in the straight. Be Quiet, joined by First Mission on the outside. It's First Mission, Be Quiet, 100 metres to go with First Mission surging clear now. The length from the back, First Mission stargazing, but winning from Belenth. Cordina came again to run
4
third.
to 8.
Fourth a photo between Durava, Be Quiet, then Imperial State. and
Bad luck, busy.
Money was spot on there. First emission, Too Good, Backer Gilding. And
That J Ford will always do some clown business. That's a winning horse.
Fourth spot, I think you'll find.
That 2 is a winning horse. He just let it
428.
go.
Win number 2 at start number 5, so I don't think that'll be the last time we see him in the winner's store. You can see he still wanted to have a little bit of a look around now late, yet he's fast, got him home, and he was pretty dominant on the line. So a lovely ride from Karen McAvoy. Originally it looked like he was going to find himself outside the lead, but when Cordina wanted to whip up and put herself right there, dropped his head and he put him nicely. So Belenth was an interesting one. One of the first horses to come under pressure, yet he still...
That was a bad one. Anyway, here is what we have with the 6th. All right, the 9 is the favorite. Now, this is a 1200 meter maiden, and so 9 has the pressure, but if we double this, it will be about 100 points less than this. So 9 is good. Plus, it is a depreciation on the weight, right? 9 is good. And then there is another depreciation here, which is 14,148. This is 13,1. These things have not run. 17 is out of question, but here we have to the tour. This is 16 by 26. This one 7 is getting a place somewhere. How, that I don't know, but it is getting a place. That's 16 by 26. It will get there. Plus it has been to this track and done the thing, and all that thing has happened. So that's 3. 9 is 1. That's that. The other one is with the depreciation here, but that will not happen. Something in between is going to get in, whether that is 2 because of that. That's also good, but this there's a difference between the negative and the positives. So when it is negative, it is straight point. When it is positive, it is double. And when it is positive and negative, then I don't know. We'll figure it out after this week. Monday we'll have to figure this thing out. What does that mean? When it is positive and negative. When it is positive and positive, it has to be double, more than double. That I know. When it is negative and negative, it has to be points, the difference. But when it is positive and negative, then I don't know. But that surely has less pressure. So, and it is the largest inner drift. That's the basic. So 9 is the linear with that, and this should not lose. Whether 6 will come in or the 7, because this is straight. This is 26. That's 2289, and this is 2616. This is 1636, but that's too much. This is okay. This is like 10 points here. That's double. 7 I understand. Then where else it will go? Where else? We also have a strong physics on this. So that's there. That's there. This I have will not work. Out of these two, it's a chance, because this is also a weight depreciation. So chances could be 9, 7, and 10, because that's 14,148, and this is 147. Not in a winning position, but that's a -1. This is 158, 133. That's a lot. That 2 is the danger. I don't understand that 2. That 2 is the danger. I don't understand how that will work. According to the weight, it should work. But this is here. How will that work? This is here. That will not work. It will come down. It will come down. It will come down. 17 here. It will come down. Then finally, again, it will bounce back. So 9, 7, 10. We go a trifecta. I mean, we've been losing. How much will it matter? The horse was running funny. Seven Wambu.
Red lights are on. Stand by. 1400. Ready. Spider Coda a little bit edgy. Stalls are back and racing. Katie's Cove, the Kiwi, missed the start by about a length. And no speed from Chateauqua going back with it. Dubawi Dream jumped away well with King's Tariff the inside, and Riker also is forging up on the outer. Bar just behind them with For Words a Northern Glory, Twilight Royale, Cassiano Lad. Then came Spider Coda, one off the fence, 2/3 down the field, Estonian Princess. Katie's Cove on the inside from St. Joran, and they were followed by KJ's Joy, and Chautauqua buried back on the inside last of all on that corner, 900 out. Dubawi Dream, the local leads by a Nectar Riker. For Words are on a limb. King's Tower fourth, the inside from Barbed, and then came Northern Glory, who's 3 wide with cover. Further back, Twilight Royale, the inside, link Spider Coda. And they were followed next in the field, approaching the home turn out deeper. Cassiano, lad, a length and a half to Katie's Cove, Estonian Princess, and then KJ's Joy. And further back on the inside, Chautauqua and also St. Joran. They run the corner, 350 to go. It's Dubawi Dream with on the outside Riker. Barb down the centre of the track. Northern Glory looks to run on. Twilight Royale, Chautauqua back to the inside. Then Spider Coda. It's Riker at the 150 from Barb, Dubawi Dream. And Katie's Cove is darting through with Chautauqua at the 50. Chautauqua from Katie's Cove. Chautauqua, McDonald and Hawks again. Katie's Cove second, Barb third, and then we had Spider Coda and also Riker. Northern Glory, Estonian Princess, in Joran, Dubai's Dream, KJ's Joy, King's Tariff, Cassiano Lad, Bawerza at the tail of the field in a thrilling guineas. Chautauqua, who was buried back on the inside second last, has continued to hunt the rails for McDonald. It was scraping the paint the entire way around, this gelding by Costa del Lago and a lovely jubbly. Chautauqua is the winner of the Hawkesbury Guineas. James McDonald and Team Hawks take 2 of the features, the Cup and the Guineas. Katie's Cove, it was looking for a run at the top of the straight after it missed the start, settled at the back, and Collett has been able to dart back between horses, found a gap, and it swung dramatically in between horses. The tiring Dubawi Dream and also Chautauqua along the inside.
Good evening, this is Arjinder Singh from the Grandstand Gazette Integrity Unit. I notice that there are many people watching the festivities, but very few likes. Please, let's beef up the likes. Hit the like button. Help the algorithms. Please, I do not want to resort to more extreme measures. Thank you.
And I miss Bay. Just to get the likes, PC. We don't get likes. Nobody likes what we do.
A maiden played over the 1,200 metres for race number 6 here at Ipswich. First horse we'll have a look at is Turn the Corner. He's been getting very close. Ryan Maloney rides for Tony Gollan.
He has 3 runs back have been quite good. Latest 2 into Toowoomba. Latest start, drew gate number 9 of 9 and went back, restrained back to last. Did come very wide and I thought ran on quite well. Again, a wide gate again today. He's had no luck at the draws, this fellow. So hopefully he can tuck in somewhere and finish strong.
Ange Jones rides the 3, the stablemate, Capiana.
Capiana's got a good draw, gate 2 for his first start. He's had 3 trials since last October, the latest trial. He ran second at the Gold Coast. Sent straight to the lead this time, and he wasn't really asked. By the same token, I don't know whether there was a lot left under the bonnet, but the trial was encouraging.
Runaway Tycoon is the 7, CJ Graham for Kelly Schweida.
Yeah, yet to win in 7 starts. A couple of placings. Ran 3rd here, first up at Ipswich. And the 2 that beat him, you know, they go okay. Noble Decree especially. Stars on Us is a good maidener, and this guy was 3rd. He was sort of handy, not far off them, and battled on okay. So he doesn't need to improve much to go close to winning here.
Bit of money coming now for the 8, Snitson, Noel Carlo for Josh Oliver from Toowoomba.
Yeah, former Victorian. Josh has only given the horse 1 start, and he wasn't really fancied in Toowoomba, but ran well, ran second behind Lightning Strikes, led. And I thought fought on quite well. It was a 4-way finish, a blanket finish, but lovely pedigree and a good start to his Queensland career.
The favourite is For Better for Anisha Archibald. Actually has her first start for the new stable. Kyle Wilson-Taylor, the crossover and tongue-tie in use for the first time, nose roll off. Couldn't look any better in the yard.
No, and he gets onto the turf for the first time. And 3 starts in Victoria were on the synthetic, where he's first, second, 3rd. Thought his recent trial was good with Kyle Wilson-Taylor riding. He ran second to Harrow, who he ran 3rd at the previous race after seemingly getting every chance. But Kyle wasn't interested in chasing Harrow. He just positioned this horse handy for better and just sort of let her go to the line under her own steam. And you mentioned the gear changes, Kian, no nose roll. It wasn't on in that trial either. She seemed to go nicely. The barrier draw, there's a lot that suggests she's going to be hard to beat.
Happy Wins is the 10. That's the stable mate at 4 Better and Damien Thornton rides.
Yeah, Kyle rode this filly at the same session. She ran 3rd in her heat. Settled 6, just light urgings in the straight, and I thought finished okay. It was a decent heat too, because Balance the Books was in that heat there and was probably slightly superior, but I think Balance the Books is quite smart. So the trial was good by this filly. She's drawn okay. I'm sure she'll run well.
Lucifer the Cat is the 17, the roughie of the field. Michael Hellier for Shambin KR. Look, he's not really done anything his entire career, but I will say that's the best he's held it together in the yard, for what it's worth.
Okay, all right. Yeah, clearly he hasn't done everything in 16 starts, so...
All right, Happy Wins, 440 into 330, $1 million to favoritism rather. And 4 Better has been a massive drift, out 2 points. It's been a bit of a funky market. There was good money for Snitson, and Turn the Corner is your new favourite.
Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah.
It's been the trend of the day.
Especially with the Annabelle Archibald fillies.
Couldn't have looked any better.
No, they were both very forward-looking. 4 Better and Happy Wins is having her first start. I just thought that 4 Better with the race experience and that nice trial might be the favourite, but no. They're backing Happy Wins clearly here, number 10, 440 into 330. Just slightly second favourite behind Turn the Corner. who has been very solid at about 320. And then the Drifter, 4 Better, which was clearly the early favourite at 280. Now, you're probably going to be able to get $5 in a few moments' time. So, I don't know, you couldn't pick anything amiss with this filly by looking at her. She's beautifully relaxed, 4 Better. She's got the pedigree too, being the full sister to Portlock Royer Group 1 winner, and also Alpine Edge, who now stands to start at Clearmount and Fairview in Queensland. So she can produce a decent horse. Mum, Freeze the Millions, a Freeze mare. And we'll see whether this filly can get off the mark with a win today. 4 Better. I'm happy to go with her. I've just put my thumbnail over those fluctuations.
Well, the last winner offset a big drift, and Tony Gollan's horse nearly pulled off a big drift ahead of Kiwi Spirit, so maybe it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, they don't know the
Correct, correct.
It's us. It's us that make the market. And she looks absolutely beautiful over there. So I'm with her, number 9. To beat number 2, Turn the Corner. 7, Runaway Tycoon, and then 10, Happy Win.
I'm with the stablemate. Also a nice parade. Probably not as, she didn't definitely catch your eye like 4 Better did, but she was quite professional in that 1,000-metre trial. She sat back, she watched it all unfold, she was given a little niggle, and she found very nicely. She does have some practical speed. They ran quite nice time in that cross. So, yeah, Jamie needs to from the alley. I think what's in his favour now is Baby Face is falling away. He's back to the line. The two is on the corner, he's got a really big probably looks like he wants 14. He really dawdled out of the gates last start and cut into the margin so nicely. He's got the Acapella Nova form, last preparation, over second to it. So getting very close to a win. Definitely the 9. There's no reason the drift for how she presents. And the trial was good as well. And then I had 3 in there. Looks like Papillon.
9 should do it.
This is also a good family, same family as Ty Zone. I thought she improved so naturally,
9
so
to
quickly into that second trial. So in that regard,
9-7.
she was lacking, and she has now 10, 2, 9, and 3.
This race is over the precise distance of 1,200 metres.
Lewis is on 3.
40s.
It's because they were originally 1350, so they thought rather than bring them back at the 12, they give them an
9
extra
to
40.
9. Let's go 9. I can't.
But we're back to the right trip here for this 6
9.
1,200 metres. And
The 10 has superb physics. The 10 and the 7 both.
Golden Runner is going to clearly be the best.
In fact, the 10 has better physics than the 7. So 9, 10, 7 probably, if the 2 doesn't kick in. Because I don't understand the 2.
Market out to 480 with Turn the Corner and Happy Wins in contrast.
9, 10,
Very solid.
7
Happy Wins, I'd suggest the best back runner.
might
Turn
be.
the Corner goes up.
Let's see.
The roughie, Lucifer the Cat, $201 is the last one to move in or about to move in. And then the field of 7 will be ready to be dispatched in the 6th of the day. Up goes Lucifer the Cat, all in, locked and loaded and ready for action. Just waiting on the light to be turned on. Starter at the ladder. There's the light. Racing. They jump well. Both Turn the Corner and Happy Win will take back of the bus position. Second last and last, in fact. The first starter, Capiana, began fast. Stitson's got good early speed and 4 Better. Perched in third soon after the start. Runaway Tycoon about 4th, then Lucifer the Cat. And Happy Win and Turn the Corner, second last and last. Into the first bend, short of 800 left to run, and Capiana sets up shop in front, leads the way. Travelling second the outside was Stinson, trailing by a length. Racing third, 4 Better, and then Runaway Tycoon. Happy Wins just behind that pair. They're tightly bunched, this field of 7, only 3 to 4 lengths span them. Turn the Corner was next, and Lucifer the Cat last and wide. Up to the turn, just over 400 left to run. Capiano now seriously challenged by Stinson. Runaway Tycoon making a dash at the pair, and the trio turn together. Just behind them, 4 Better, looking for the way clear.
Come on, Monkey, where are you?
For a run as well, and Turn the Corner, coming right down the outside. A few of the chance here. Stinson led the way on the outside. Runaway Tycoon, then Turn the Corner. Happy Win getting up towards the inside. Big Finish coming up. Turn the Corner out wide.
Two,
Poked ahead in front
two.
and got there. Turn the Corner, just beat Stinson. Happy Win at 4th was Runaway Tycoon, then 4 Better Capiana, and Loose for the Cat last over the line.
Damon Claw.
So Turn the Corner has come from last. Turn the Corner and Happy Wins settled at the rear. By gee, there was only 7 runners there, but there was a lot going on, in particular with Happy Wins. She seemed to be over racing inside horses and uncomfortable, and then had to switch for a run. But Maloney was sitting back doing what he does. He curls the moat when he lets the fast tempo of these races go. And the pressure was on the leader there, Capiana. So it was no surprise to see Ryan coming like a thief in the night down the outside on Turn the Corner. He's only just got up. I thought he was going to put a bit of margin on them, but sits on. Has kicked there towards
287 and 10. The 9 is here, the monkey. 287.
Tight, wasn't it, over the final part? Runaway Tycoon. And then keep your eye on Happy Wins. Back there towards the inside, Kiar with the pink cap.
Oh.
She's looking for a run. That gap closes.
287 and 10 probably.
Yeah, nice debut there from Happy Wins.
Yes, so she'll keep for another day, but it's all about Turn the Corner. They certainly did that today at start number 8.
Yes, and that win had been coming. It was a slashing run last start, Tony, when he sort of dawdled out the gates, and the Acapella Nova form really jumps off the page last prep.
Yeah, look, you would have swore he would have won a mate by now. He's just got that racing pattern where he wants to find his feet and run on, and often these Wednesday meetings like today, the rails right out, and he can be devoid of luck, and that's sort of basically how his career's been, to be honest. I never would have thought he would have took this long to win his mate, and he's always been a work in progress as a 3-year-old, I guess, but as a 4-year-old, you can see he's a magnificent looking horse, and even though he did a lot wrong off the corner again today, he went around there sideways and shied out, and his head down when it mattered, which was good.
It's not funny, the ones that
Bad.
pick off the maiden on their debut run.
So I understand the 2 had advantage. So
And then they just go on.
Yeah, actually, he's probably a horse, crying out for the big tracks. You know what I mean? We don't always get him on Wednesdays and things like that, but look, he's been a consistent horse, and who knows, he's got his head down today, something might help you put it down a few more times.
287.
Thank you.
All right, Tony Gollan there with Turn the Corner, building by Rubik.
Yeah, he was building up to a win, wasn't he, with those placings in Toowoomba, but comes to the midweek metro here at Ippy and wins in the time of 1:11.66.
287 and 10.
9.6. It was a close finish, a long neck, then a short neck, and gee, Happy Wins is only about a half a length off the winner as well. So those 4 put a bit of a margin on the rest of them. 4 Better seemed to be in the right position, got going a little early, forced a little bit wide, but no real run on in the home straight. You can see Turn the Corner going by her there.
Yeah, a little bit plain. We'll save her for another day, and perhaps that market drift was a little bit telling of the tail there. But it's all about Turn the Corner. Busy little race. I'm certainly going to watch a replay a couple of times. With a couple you could probably stick with out of that. 2, 8, 7, 10. Quaddie kicks off next here at Ipswich.
3, 2, 1 and 6.
Back here at Canterbury for the first leg of the quaddie, race number 5. It's a benchmark 72 over the 1,250 metres. Now, Brad, you might remember about 18 months ago, Richard Callender held a segment here, a golfing little challenge, and Luke Ryan somehow missed the net and he lost his ball out on the track. Now, Richard Callender was out looking for the ball, but you wouldn't believe it. Some year and a half later, this crow has found it.
We think a magpie may have found it.
Magpie, crow, whatever it is.
Yeah, a crow.
All of the way over the back of the track.
So we have a birdie, we have an eagle, so maybe a new type of shot. I want to shake one from the deck here at Canterbury onto the track. We call that a crow. So there you go, Luke. You've got your own little golf term now.
All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the first of our runners. We've only got the 5 horses in this field. First leg of the quaddie, so it's going to make it a little bit tricky, but DeBillo is the first runner we look at. Molly Burke takes 2 off here for Gary Portelli, $3.30 out to $3.80.
Yeah, what's going to be fascinating with him, Shani, is how aggressively they ride him. So he is 1,500 metres back to the 1,250, so I think they account for that. The fact that Molly sticks, he she knows how to get the best out of this horse, and it does seem to be with aggressive tactics. So just nailed on the line when chasing 3 straight there last start. It is all provincial form, but this is a pretty suitable benchmark 72. So yeah, really keen to see how this plays out for him.
3, Llewellyn, Keegan Latham, John Sargent, $10 out to 14.
Songtai first time, knocked up to be beaten a long way at Warwick Farm first up. Looked to get his chance there to run better. So I guess the jury's out in terms of how well he's come back, but a couple of that gear change might suggest that he had a little issue with his tongue. Maybe we can be a little forgiving. What does see him come into the mix here is a wet track that does look to suit.
Down to 6, Cruel Summer, Rachel King, Paul Perry, $6. He got into $4.80. He's just back out to $5.
Hey, well, he loves wet tracks, doesn't he? So he's probably hoping that it stayed a 10 as opposed to an 8. So he just got tired first up over the 1,200 metres. That was in a benchmark 88 in better grade than this. So he was tight and late up towards the inside. I thought he was coming again through the line. He's back to a benchmark 72. He's a winner at Canterbury in the past, and that was a few years ago on a heavy 10. So setup-wise, I think he gets the right setup to bounce back, the punt being whether he's going well enough.
7, Metallic Ruler, Josh Parby and Baker, $5. Into 460, back to 5.
He's a bit of an enigma, this horse, isn't he? So he's an unknown on heavy, but an improving heavy track. Maybe takes away that gamble to some extent. Soft looks okay. So expected more from him last start at Warwick Farm, went 5th to Media World. It was a race where the leader ran along and maybe just dragged that sprint out of him. He didn't seem to appreciate that. So a soft track looks okay. We're heading towards a soft track, and if the best of Metallic Ruler rolls into Canterbury today, he's a chance. He's just hard to catch.
And our final runner, who is our favourite, Brave One, Zach Lloyd riding the Team Horse, have already combined for a winner early on in the program. 225 into 215, back to 225. He's now at gelding.
He's a nice style of gelding too, isn't he? So he looks quite good as he rolls around the yard here. He's got a similar profile to First Mission, who we saw win race 4 in that he's untapped. He does strike a heavy track first up, and he returns a gelding. And in the case of First Mission, he was simply too good for his rivals, and the market is suggesting that could again be the case here. So interested to see where he fits in long term. Just had the one run last campaign at Warwick Farm. That was over 1,000 metres. He got a long way back. And his run was actually okay, despite being beaten 4 lengths. He just never got the chance to get into the race. So kicking off over the 1250 this time back, intent to be read into this setup. 2 trials, he's found the line in both of those, and do know that he beat Mayfair on debut as a 2-year-old, and that was on a heavy track at Rose Hill.
Okay, jockey's about to be leg de gore here for the first leg of the race number 5. Gary Portelli is making his way over, and we're going to have a chat about De Bello, who was brave in defeat last time out. Firstly, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like the birthdays, just have a number that keeps coming with it.
You tend to forget, don't you?
Oh, I'm trying to. Get to an age where that's probably a bit of a problem, isn't it?
De Bello, he was great at Hawkesbury the other day. He was home and hosed, and I remember hearing you on radio suggesting that you think he may have just switched off. Once he got to the grandstand, he thought his job was done.
Yeah, that's my my way of trying to get that winning post put back to where it should be at Hawkesbury. Yeah, look, who knows? Like, the horses are taught to accelerate and get to the grandstand. That's usually where the winning post is, but at Hawkesbury it's another 100 metres, so it could be confusing to some horses, in particular him, because at track work, once he gets to the winning post, he just shuts down. Like, he can hear like the afterburners go. He knows where the winning post is. So it was a good run. He kicked away by big space. It was surprising to see him hang on, because what he was going.
1,500 back to 1,250. Was that by design, or there just wasn't anything around for him?
There was another 1,500 at Hawkesbury this weekend, but I just think that it stretches him. He can do it, but it really hurts him because the way he races. So I thought we come back to Canterbury, nice and fresh, 1,250. Usually it's leaderish this place, and that was the plan. Whether he handles a heavy track or he sees his best form is on better ground. Has one on a heavy track, but it's a Golden. So that's the only question mark I've got on this track, is that he gets through.
Big bet too, Canterbury.
Yeah, I think it'd be dry, I would have been more confident.
Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Late mail numbers 8, 6, 2 and 7, 8 Brave One. So he's pretty solid at around that $2.20. You're getting slightly better on the NOP, $2.25. So if you just hold fire for another minute or two, you might get slightly better than that $2.20. So he is first up. He gives away some race fitness, but what he does have is a stack of talent. So the fact that he is so firm in betting here, he's a really good lead. That he's come back well. His trial suggests as much. His returns are gelding, and a wet track holds no fears, having won his debut there on a heavy track at Rose Hill, where he did beat Mayfair. Dangers, Cruel Summer, He's a horse that loves wet ground. He too has just kept his spot there around that $5 mark. A bit inconclusive there first up. I think we can be forgiving of the beaten margin, and it was in a benchmark 88. So it's been a little while since we've seen the best of Cruel Summer. However, he gets the right setup, right conditions, right grade of race to run up to his best. And if he does, he's in the finish. 2 DeBello, he's been met with good support. $4 into $3.80. So he'll go forward. He'll make his own luck, and he'll look the winner here at some point. I imagine tactics-wise, they probably want to stretch a horse like Grade 1, knowing that he is first up. And if he does feel the pinch there, late Grade 1, DeBello, he's hard bit, and he'll be high rolling out in front. And Metallic Ruler goes in as the 4th pick. An enigma, but a talented enigma on his day. Just a matter of catching him on the right occasion. But 8, 6, 2, and 7. This favourite is now $2.15. So the punters were happy to take that $2.20, Jenny.
They were $2.25 into $2.15. So there's been nice support for our favourite, who I must say is a beautiful looking individual. He's now back at gelding, but he was feeling very well with himself. Michael went out and jumped on the other side of him, and just watching him do his prelim around to the gates, he was feeling very fresh. So I'm interested to see what he does here, resuming today. $2.15 at DeBello on the second line, $3.30 out to $3.90 for him, $5 then for Cruel Summer, who touched $4.80 at 1 point. They're just about all locked and loaded. This is the first leg off the quaddy. Race from Canada.
Surely. So $2.15. About Brave One, as we're just about right for action here. Great start point. This is the 12.50 in Canterbury. Long run before they get to a turn. Red lights are on. Set. And they're racing now. Cruel Summer off the inside gets an aggressive ride. So too does DeBello, and he runs to the front. Llewellyn the outside putting a little pressure on, and Brave One's right there early, but he's a little keen. Lloyd sitting hard against him, just trying to get him to switch off Brave One. Metallic Ruler on the outside and Cruel Summer the fence. Very compact field here. You can throw a blanket over them. It's DeBello ahead in front of Llewellyn at the 750 metres. This is quite a bizarre race. They're that compact, and Metallic Ruler's now slipping forward 3 wide to have a look for the lead. In behind those Cruel Summer and Brave One, he's eventually ended up last, but no more than 2.5 off the front runner. DeBello leads at the 500 metres from Metallic Ruler on the outside. Cruel Summer, Brave One comes off the bid. He's going to be pushed 4 and 5 wide around the turn. The favourite, Llewellyn, keeping him out there. DeBello in the straight. Cruel Summer looking for a rails run. Brave One keeps coming. He loops on the outside at the 250. Sprints up now does Brave One. Hits the lead. Cruel Summer fighting on, and they'll fight it out. 125 to go. Cruel Summer lifting off the canvas. Heads off Brave One and will be the superior stayer in the heavy ground late. Cruel Summer comes away. He is an absolute mudlark, Cruel Summer, and he wins it by a length and a half. Brave One, good considering circumstance. Then DeBello third. Metallic Ruler and Llewellyn.
Cruel Summer, he does it again here this afternoon. Paul Perry and Rachel King, horse number 6. He plays 560 and 220 to place. Great.
This is the 7th one here at Ipswich. The odds are 3, 2, 1, and 6. Now, if you look through the stuff, that's like that. That is like that. That is like that. And then these are there. There is 4 with nothing, with a weight appreciation. So let's just understand what is happening here. This is too much of pressure. Now, whether this is a pressure or not, how do we know? We go down. So this is 29. This is 29 by 110. This is 29 by -8. This is 29 by -8. 5 and 2 are probably the same category horses, but here it is a pressure, here it is an advantage. That's the first thing. 1, if we look at 1, that's 93, 26 by 93. Then we come here, 12 is 26 by 11. Okay, but the highest is 7, which is 26, but they're kind of like that. They're kind of like that, and it's a neutral. It's a neutral. That 7 is in some way or the other in. That is the 7. That 7 is in. Now 3 is like that. So if that happens, then the nearest gate is 8, which is with a weight appreciation of 1, and 11, which is a depreciation. So this will either go here. This is 28 by 0. This is 28 by 10. Minus 10 actually. This is with a fabulous jockey. But they are also like that. This is a little better. 88, 91. This is okay. 98. And they are kind of very much replaceable. And there is this 10 here. This is 30 by 218, and this is 37 by 9. And it's at 1200 meters. That's there. 941. That is 8. This is 7. 14. 3 is here. 1 is 93.3. Now this is a soft ground. I don't know whether this will kick in. This should kick in. This should kick in. This is an appreciation of 3.5 kilos. This is an appreciation of 3.5 kilos. So that should kick in. 93, 26, 26, 11. So this is 12, this is 13. This is like that, this is like that. So yeah, 1. 1. I think so. 1. We have played this at Doomben on a soft and a heavy ground. We've played this at Randwick. This is benchmark 65. That's the appreciation, 3 kilos. And 7 is neutral. This is 41, 9. This is 13. This is 12. 10. We go 1, 93. Then what? This is the largest outer. No, this is the largest outer. 37, 32, 41, 26. This is in any ways. Like that. 37, 32, 51. way too much of complication. 3 is like that. It if even if we do it manually, it doesn't have the weight to compete this one. That's definitely one of the things, and the advantage is way more. It's 218. This is 93. So 1 definitely is one of the stuff. 3 will get in, but there is something that is going to be in between. And what is that which is going to be in between? 26, 28. It's probably 7. No, it's not that. 1 or 4. 4, 7. It's 1. It'll fall back. It'll fall back. So 3 neutral. And then probably 3 if that gets in at all. But 1 is good. I think 1. I think 1. I think 1. Man, she held it up long at the start to get a little harder.
For Jarro's pulling out. Kellyville Flyers getting wide. They're all fanning to get their chance. Powell races up to Fabrizio. Clear then from Famous Seamus. Just behind them, Spectroscope's coming through with Canberra. And further back to Mighty Lucky. It's Fabrizio still in front from Moa. Fabrizio from Moa. Fabrizio in front near the line. And Fabrizio wins the cup. Fabrizio first from either Canberra, Moa, or closing off out wide was Tester Shadow. Then Spectroscope close up. Followed by Famous Seamus, Beyond Fame.
The only problem is the 1 is from a very wide gate. That's the only problem. And the other competing one is also like that.
To take out the cup, Jason Collett. Well rated. We know Fabrizio can go along at a good, solid pace in his races, and that's what he's done today. So he's been able to bounce back from the below par performance first up. Now, as far as the minors is concerned, we've got Vamber on the fence, Moa in the centre, and Tester Shadow on the outside. Albury not far back.
It's time for the first leg of the quaddie here at Ipswich, and after a string of maidens and debutantes, we're getting into some nice races now. It's a fillies and mares benchmark 65 handicap over the 1240 metres, and Oberoi Princess, who's looking for a hat trick. First also have a look at Talia Fenlon for the Mutt stable.
She's back in white hot form with a win at Bow Desert and a win at the Sunny Coast last start, beating Missile 1. She really lifted there. She was able to pretty much take control of the race, but headed clearly, and then she came back to win. She's drawn a bit awkwardly here, Kian, but with the 2 kilos off for Talia, it gives her a chance to run well again.
Ryan Maloney rides 2 Edition. Tony Gollan.
Mare by Sandorbeel, she's always shown ability. There was a surprise that it took 6 or 7 starts to win a maiden, but now she's got that out of the way. She's been able to handle herself at a higher level, and I thought her win was good here. First up over the 1100, beating Gold Fever. She got back and ran on. She's versatile. She can sit a bit handy or back wherever Ryan wants her to position here from barrier number 2. So she can win again.
Okay, let's have a look at the big girl, Lady Lucifer. She is our favourite. She's a talent, and she's just got the physique of a stallion. Noel Callow for David Van Dyke.
She's a lovely mare, isn't she? Very strong, and she came to town for the first time at Eagle Farm a couple of Saturdays ago, and she was 440 favourite. She ran third behind Floozy, who had some terrific form in the South for that race, that PM70 that day, and won it. But her run was good, this girl. She was up there nice and handy behind the leaders, just held up for a few strides, but importantly found the line strongly. Now, this was supposed to be 1350 Kian, so it's back to 1240. I think David ideally wanted to go over a little bit further. Nevertheless, she's got Callow on today. She's got a good draw. Surely she's got to be hard to beat.
Lady Sawyer, Sister 4, Andrew Bailey and Chris Lees.
She's won 4 from 50. The latest win was prior to a break at Musselbrook in benchmark 66. There, the 3-run back, she's been down the track, but not beaten overly far. And I think she finds the right race here. Fillies and mares again, benchmark 65 to run better in. She's obviously pretty fit here today, being 4th up.
Pedo Ballerina is the 5. Kobe Vittler claims 3 for Renita Beaton.
Yeah, she only had the 1 start up here for Renita and was eye-catching. She ran 6th of 11 only, but it was good behind Twyford. She was only beaten a length and 3/4, and her overall form in New South Wales suggests she's definitely up to winning this with a touch of luck.
Southern Charms 6, Justin Huxtable for the Mutt stable.
And she's got the right Sydney and solid provincial form in New South Wales to run well here. She had a first start up here since transferring to Team Mutts at Eagle Farm, went 2nd in one of the apprentices race at Durban a few weeks ago. T's and C's apply, who lines up, he was back on the rails, got through where this bit was on pace. She was 3 wide working, and it just sort of told on her late. So it was a good enough run to say that she could bounce back and win here.
T's and C's applies, horse number 7 was able to stay out of that trouble, and the apprentice race Cody Gollithrow at Heathcote.
Yeah, she came right through along the inside on that wet track, and I think she's one that really needs the extra distance. That was 1350. Not ideal coming back. I mean, that's no one's fault. It's just the way it is. But I would prefer her going the other way distance-wise.
Mark Goodman has the 10. Martin Harley rides 2nd up today.
Was also in that race, that apprentices race, won by T's and C's apply, and ran 3rd. And gave a good sight from up on the pace.
Iron Grace is the 11. She was up close at last start. She gets pacifiers on Emily Lang for Scott Morrison.
Yeah, the pacifiers. I want to just try and calm her down a little bit. I'm not sure. She has been a little bit headstrong, hasn't she, throughout her career? And at her best, she'd win a race like this. I mean, if you go back, 5 starts, she ran third at Doomben in a solid benchmark 70 on a Saturday. But I just think she's been struggling a little bit to get back to that better form.
Ruby Doo resumes. Bailey Wheeler for Adam Campton.
Yeah, she's first up here, this mare by Randwick. She has won first up in the past.
Meritu is the 13. Damien Thornton for Tony Gollan.
She ran third in Parata's Gems race at Doomben a month ago, back on the 1st of April. And it was sort of stuck on the inside. There were a few horses that were in traffic, whereas the winner, Parata's Gem, stormed home down the outside with an uninterrupted run. She was one of them. She eventually got clear in time, but didn't have the momentum up, so the run was good. Alrighty, they're heading on to the start yard. We've had no drama, but Otto was sort of tipped off Lady Lucifer in the yard. He just got on, and she may have just sort of half-looked around or something.
Yeah, I think she sort of maybe spotted the camera and sucked back, and he was obviously on the buckle, so he was unaware, and he's quite impressively swung back on her.
Did for a jockey that's been around a little while. And
very impressive.
He swung up himself, but she'd have to be close to 16.
Oh, nearly 16.3. And not only that, like, she's just thick. She's a big girl. So, and then I don't think it was as if she's in a mood. She just wanted something to follow out on the track. She was first cab off the rank and was a little bit cautious. And I think once she got something to follow, she settled down quite nicely by the looks.
And then Ruby Doo did something similar. She'd just gone out onto the track and made it clear that just sort of slid down the side. But did he swing back up? I didn't see that.
I bet he didn't. Not like Noel.
You're actually with this filly. She was due to race at Doomben, wasn't she? Before she went to Eagle Farm to run well. How was she at the race at that day? She was nice and quiet.
She was, it was like a ball of energy that just wanted to, like a boxer up on the feet, wanted to get out there. I put a set of earmuffs on her, and she relaxed when she was on the move. She just wanted to be on the move. And that was her first, I think, perhaps, it was her first trip away. And it was very new to her. And unfortunately, she didn't get to run. So all that residual energy she was ready to use, unfortunately, she didn't get to let out.
Yeah, that was that thing. It was put off. After we got very heavy rain, 2 out of the way. And then she came to Eagle Farm and she was good. Look, I think she'll win. What's the market saying? It's saying yes, it's giving 2 thumbs up, $2.25 into $2. What about some of the others?
Yeah, interesting. I thought a couple of the main dangers, and perhaps now I'm thinking maybe I could have got away with shortening up the quaddie. I mean, I think she should win too. I thought Meritu's a little bit of a strange drift.
That's odd.
Yeah.
50 to 16 for her, given that she's probably going to get back smothered up. She'll just need a touch of luck, but that's a silly price.
That's very attractive for an each way bet, with more than, obviously there's 3 divvies. What else are they backing? Anything? Southern Charms firm to point. A little bit for Iron Grace, but they can have Iron Grace. I know she could win on her day, but she's just, her racing hat scares me.
Addition from Barrier 1 has remained solid. 556 back to 550. But I'm with Lady Lucifer. I just think Anna will bounce her. But hopefully she's still got a bit of zip early because she's wanting further for the 1240 here. Just to hold, travel nicely just behind the leaders. Maybe a couple of lengths off the lead and then present her in the straight. And the way she finished the last 200 at Eagle Farm, she's got to be hard to hold out here. Southern Charm, deputy number 6, she does rise 3.5 kilos. Give her every opportunity. Addition, definitely can't leave her out of the top 3 from that good draw number 2. And then 13, Meritu. What are your top 4?
Okay, I'm going to play Lady Lucifer on top as well. I lots to love about her. I think she's a talent. I think she's a Saturday horse, and perhaps even better. And interestingly enough, her first 2 runs at her first ever campaign, she bumped into Super Daisy and Thank You Henry. So with that spell, with the being the beneficiary of that and having that race experience, she's come back just lovely. That win off the back of that maiden win was ultra impressive. We had a lot of winners frank that form, and the 60 kilos shouldn't worry her any bit. You've seen the size of her. And she was really good. She really had to sort of sprint on a dime the other day too, because she was held up slightly and she wound up so nicely. Yeah, it would have been more desirable to have the 1350 perhaps today, but I think she's still good enough at the 1240. 4 runs in now. I thought 13's a danger. Meritu, I think it's a silly price. Very attractive for an each-way bet, particularly off that draw. Went very, very well off her maiden win. That was ahead of more for Reddy. We had 3 winners come out of that. She was good behind Pierata's Gem last start. Choyu in Darza have come out of those form lines. And she was a little bit held up last start. For that reason, she just wasn't, the strongest of them at the end. Most certainly Addition, she's just taken furnishing. And then the 5, but Pedo Ballerina, I didn't think was a bad each-way play, particularly with that 3 kilo claim for a horse that sort of sustains a long 600-metre run. So
She's actually a good price.
she is. But Lady Lucifer, hopefully we see the best of her.
And she's about to move into a good barrier draw for Noel Keller. She's going to go off at about $2.
All righty, this is the first leg of the quaddie here at Ipswich as well, if you are playing along. Plenty of value spread throughout, so get the quaddie, get the tab app out, punch away, get those quaddies on as Lady Lucifer will start your race.
Yeah, I've only got her in, so...
Oh,
that's
the anchor.
I'll be rooting her on. She gets a nice trail. Most punters are on it. I wish everybody the best of luck, and hopefully you can survive the first leg coming up shortly.
Certainly. Here's David Fowler for the first leg of the quaddie here at Ipswich.
Now, Oberoi Princess will be the last one to move up. So just about ready to go in number 7. 1,240 metres. They're all in now. Starter at the ladder. Just waiting for the all clear to turn on the red light. Lady Lucifer in the gold colours drawn down low. Oh, there's one rearing out wide. Not quite sure which one it was. Just waiting for that line to settle. There it is now. Light turned on. They're off. Jumped in a good line. Lady Lucifer about midfield away. Southern Charm won the start, but Overy Princess, despite a wide gate's got good natural speed and comes across and leads with Southern Charm on settling down. Third away was Spirit of New Ride, dishing in 4th, and Lady Lucifer, she'll land 5th one off the rail. Iron Grace 3D, followed by Meritu and then Lady Soames. And the giveaway that T's and C's apply, a Pino Ballerina, and Ruby Doo goes out to the tail. Heading down the side now, around 700 left to run, at a controlled speed to say the least. Oberoi Princess dictates the terms in front. Leads Spirit of Neuro by next, Southern Charm, getting a good run in 3rd, Lady Lucifer 4th. Off the track, Iron Grace Edition, 60 in the rail. Then Lady Soames, Meritu, and Pino Ballerina, and the tail end pair, T's and C's applies and Ruby Doo. Centre expanded on the approach to the turn, about 300 left to run. On the inside, Oberoi Princess and Spirit of Nurai. Lady Lucifer pulled to the outside, but was immediately under pressure. Southern Charm joining in, Addition running on as well. And then came Iron Grace. Favourite needs to get a real wriggle on. Southern Charm reached the lead with 100 metres left to go. Spirit of Nurai boxing on well, but Southern Charm too good. Then Spirit of Nurai, Addition 3rd. Fourth Oberoi Princess, Meritu 5th.
Brilliant. 6.
After the run she had. Then came a Pino Ballerina, T's and C's applied.
Number, but Southern Charm just wanted to put the house on her coming towards the home bend. You can see the favourite under all sorts of pressure, Lady Lucifer. Huxley was just sitting there swinging. So she's been able to get a much, much better running transit. He had the 2 leaders and he was sort of off the rails. He was in the absolute perfect spot that you could possibly be in on Southern Charm, and then he's hooked her out coming towards the bend and she's pulled away late. Spirit of Nurai holds down 2nd after being up on the pace of Meditation, and then 4th went to the leader, Oberoi Princess. And in those gold colours out wide, Lady Lucifer, just one paced up the straight, obviously wanting further. Meritu back towards the inside. But we keep saying it that barriers win races, and she came out of barrier number 4. Last start, she drew slightly awkwardly, one from the outside of Dubin, and was obliged to race 3 deep all the way, and was out Bob late by T's and C's applied. But Huxley goes on today, Justin Huxtable, and it was him putting her in precisely the right position, Kian, and she certainly did the rest. A new acquisition to Chris Stable. She's only been here for the 2 starts for 2 top performances.
Really top performances, because she had to really work and sustain that 3 wide run. Last start, Chris, her first run for you, where the winner got that beautiful dream run.
Yeah, and she was really unlucky the other day on a track that probably doesn't really suit her, the heavy track. She was wide, and that probably sees her out distance-wise too the other day. But look, she ran terrific, and she's backed it up again today. Corey was pretty happy with her work. He thought that she'd actually improved in between runs, so it was probably right.
Always a good judge. It's so nice to see, these ups and they're travelling so far out that well.
Yeah, and I think he just took all precautions just on the corner. He probably could have waited and then sort of just come out around the leader, but he got out around Martin Harley, given her room to gallop, and she really, I like the way she got on today. It was good. She was certainly strong. I think she's going to go with it.
Right, well done.
Thanks.
All right, Muncie, yeah, that was a good little race. Look, maybe if Lady Lucifer, she was interesting, Maxie, like we know she wanted that little bit further ground, but it was quite similar to Eagle Farm. She hit that flat spot rather, and then come again late.
Yes, and probably not ideal around a track like this with the rail.
It's also been a long way out, really flat-footed.
And from the drawing, wanted to have her as handy as he could, and he had to work on to get her there. So maybe she's just wanting a little bit further. But all honest with this girl, she did the tough way last start and then got a beautiful ride by Justin. So she's been able to record the time of 1:13.93 for the 1240 metres and 35.63.
All right, 6 weeks, 10, 2 and 1. Now, first leg of the quaddy here at Ipswich. Back at Canterbury for the 6th event, second leg of the quaddy, a benchmark 78 for the 5-year-old and above. But Gallopers over 15.50 favourite. It's a tight go, but no drama is our favourite at this current point. Got into $3.80 at one point, back out to $4. On the second line, you have a naval commission at $4.40, and then a corridor. The money has been coming there for smaller trains corridor. All right, let's kick it off with Bodie Bob. $8 out to $9. Pat Murphy, Josh Bob.
He passed Mark Canberra first up. That was at the 1,300 metres. He settled a bit fair. He boxed on okay.
And 361.
Finish in amongst the pack. So straight out to the 1,550. Looks to suit. Second up, wet track's fine. He was a big winner. His only previous Canterbury run where he actually broke the track record over the 1,250 metres. So interesting to see if they adopt the same tactics here in terms of going further forward.
Dana Star is horse number 2. Jason Collett. Kieran Marr opened at $6. He's out to $6.50 now.
He hasn't won for a while now, 74 weeks, but he does get a likeable setup. He's third up, he's back in grade, and he does find a wet track. So 5 of 7 free wins have come on soft and heavy ground. He was just out sprinted first up Randwick, 1,200 metres. That was on a good track, and then he was posted wide. Went a bit disappointing there last up behind Green Fly. But back to this company, I think he runs well. Just has to run out the strong 15.50, gets beyond 1,400 metres for the first time in his career.
Price to it is the 3 Ashwell Lines for Kieran Marr, $8 out to 10.
Tongue-tied first time, so he did win out 2,000 metres in Melbourne before spelling, so he brings a bit of confidence into this. He's never been a flash trialer, so ignore the fact that he didn't beat a run at home most recently there at Warwick Farm. I thought it was pretty good first time last time in, and it was a similar race to this on a soft track over the mile, so I'd expect similar here at number 50 rides.
Corridor. Horse number 4, Chris Waller, Zach Lloyd, $7 into $4.60. So there has been support for this horse resuming today.
He won't be screwed down, looking for further as he gets into his campaign. But plenty here with a similar profile. So the mile suits first up and a wet track holds no fear. So in his 3 previous campaigns, he has resumed over the 1,400 metres. So in tick today, resuming over the 1,550, 2 trials, and he looked quite good in both.
Naval Commission is the 5, Kieran Marr and Nashville Willa, $4.60 into $4.40.
It's a bit overachieved. First up last campaign, it was a narrow second there at Warwick Farm, and that was over 1,400 metres on a dry track, so a mile this time in, and a wet track, so even more suitable here. Now he's formed to taper off in 3 runs after that big first up run. Another one to ignore off his trials. He doesn't tend to do like the booking today, Nashville Willa.
No drama. Here is our favourite. Matt Dale, Tim Pond for 6, 440 into $3.90.
He settled outside the lead at Hawkesbury last start. He was just out sprinted, so hasn't been at his best in 4 runs back, but he might be looking for this trip now, despite having never really won beyond 1,400 metres in the past. So untried heavy, but he is a soft 7 winner, so should handle the conditions today. I thought he looked well found, but the players are happy to play even sniping that $4, so $3.90 favourite.
8 Star Impact, Molly Berg, playing 2 for Mark Minabini.
She's a mare that can float in and out of form, but she has found her level. But what I will say is I think she's trending the right way. So she's had a couple of runs back. She's third up, 15.50. She likes wet ground. So as far as setups go, she should be able to run it to her best. And did win her most recent start on heavy ground, so just 2.5 kilos after the climb.
Head down, final runner, Air Jordan, Luke Munson, Jay Ford, the 9, $6.50 out to $8.
Didn't get much luck in Highway Company first up at Randwick, so should have been in the finish, just trapped in behind traffic. That was just a $21 chance in a class 3, so now you're taking $8 at a benchmark 78, maybe some little knock there in the context of his price, but he does drop 3 kilos, just has to get through the heavy conditions.
Horses making their way around to the events for the event here. Pat Murphy is with me, a body, a bob. We were only talking about this earlier. He lost all the speed that he once did show.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit more maturity. I think there's a few ones there where I got a bit excited after he owns a track record here over 1250, and then there's a few times where you do bit of speed and then you do handlebars down again, and then you take the toll on them that little bit. And then it's obviously hard when the horses find their level and they're greater where they're at, So just got to try things as a trainer to mix it up a little bit. And today's a bit of a test. I think I'd probably prefer it to be third up rather than second up at this distance. But I think the map and my stage looks good. I think maybe Dale's horse will roll forward. There's another one we could maybe potentially get the 1-1 back, and I'll give him that chance. So he's come to Canterbury for one run. At the same feelings when he did come that day that he'll run a real good race, and he broke the track record. So I'm hoping that he can repeat.
Heavy track's no problem. I was just looking at his heavy form.
Yeah, no, but heavy track, I didn't want it to be bottomless. He's probably be dissected a lot better. He had one bad run on a heavy track. I could blame the track, but I think it was the end of his preparation. So I always saw this one tracker, but the day he did break track record was a good 3. So I think we've got him right, he's there. But it's hard, a horse with that level, the benchmark sort of sets you where you're at. You've got 60 kilos against sort of this grade, and he's up to it. Obviously, he's fast enough, and we've paid whatever he goes on.
Have you got any horses? Are you going for level over 2 days?
I've got two in. I threw not a late nomination, a nomination in for the Cup in its 4th emergency, and he'll go around if he gets a run. He ran second yesterday at Golden. I've got a really nice mare, Parking Glitter, which is...
Put her in the Black Bookers last week. Did you watch the show?
I missed that one. I IQ'd it, so I might have to go back and look at my IQ. So, So, but she's at nothing to $1.50 at Wagga, so it's pretty cool to have a good chance, obviously, and she's above average, I think. So to have a horse like that, and then that Prince Palmer who just knocks on the door every time, and he's due for in it. I think he found the right way. So the Sparkling Glitter. She's pretty exciting, and to go to Wagga, the Harry Field Park favourites, just beat on its own. I'm not the carnival.
Pressure, but good luck.
Yeah, I love it.
Thanks, Pat. Yes, Bradley, remember last Thursday night?
Sure do.
Sparkling Glitter.
Won well.
She's 2 from 2. She's looking to go 3 from 3.
You've just got to butter up at $1.50, though, so
sure.
The secret's out now without her being such a talented filly. So 2, 5, 3, and 8 late mail numbers. Surprised by the drift here with Darnastow. I thought there'd be money around given his credentials on a wet track. So that's a little bit concerning. $6.50 out to $8. However, I'm just thinking back in grade, third up, $15.50. He gets a few things in his favour to run through that quote. I'm more than happy to play him. Has been met with support. Now $3.90 on that second line of betting. So given how he returned last time in, over the 1,400 metres on a dry track, that bodes well for his return here. First up, mile 15.50 on a wet track. 3 dries to it, it'll be strong rate. and 8-star Impact. It'll be similar to Dynasty in that I think it's a sense of time. And third up, should have no excuses fitness-wise and should get through the conditions, no problem whatsoever. So 2, 5, 3 and 8, and just on the conditions here, Shane, this is heavy as the rain has been all day, so hopefully it's gone before we know it.
Beautiful conditions. To be honest, I think we've been lucky that we've got to this point of the day without any serious rain, because if we had this earlier on in the day, we would have been very doubtful. But we have had 2 track upgrades. We are now on a heavy 8, and the rain is starting to fall. We were predicted to get about 15 mil, so this might be it. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Following this, I think we'll be right for the next one at least. We've got 2 more races to go, so we'll see what happens. But our favourite is No Drama, 440 into 310, back to $3.20 and $3.80 about Naval Permission, 460 to $3.80 4 a.m. 4 to load. Here is Luke Barlow for the 6th event.
Naval Permission barrier 1 just reared up there for a moment. Back down now for a to move in with rise to it. Star Impact. Back to 330 now, No Drama. 380, number 5, Naval Permission, $7 about Courader. And nearly ready to go. Stand by here. Light rain falling at Canterbury Park. Favourite bouncing around in the gates. Racing now. No Drama jump well. He's pushed forward to try and look for a prominent position, and he's got the lead on settling. The now Star, Body Bob, moving across from out wide. Then Naval Commission. In behind those was Rise to it, Air Jordan, Courader, and over racing on the outside, Star Impact. Into the back straight they go. And in search of the 1100 metres is the favourite No Drama. He's 1 length in front of the now Star and Body Bob. Naval Commission 4th on the inside as they enter the back straight in rainy conditions here at Canterbury. Back in the field, Rise to it, Air Jordan. Courader second last, and the tail ender is Star Impact. Appears as though they've established their order here through the middle stages, and the favourite rolling in front, No Drama, leading by 3/4 on to now Star. They're at the 750 metres now, No Drama 3/4 to now Star. 1.5 Body Bob, Naval Commission. Next to the outside, Rise to it, just being felled for from Air Jordan, saving ground. Courader and Star Impact coming up to the turn. No Drama's going okay in front here. He's got the now Star under the Persuader. 400 metres to go. He's got them all chasing here on the turn. Does Tim Clark on No Drama. He's 3 in front. Naval Commission saving ground coming after him. Then to now Star, Courader, Air Jordan back to the inside. It's No Drama, 200 metres to go. The pursuer is Courader and Naval Commission. 75 to run. No Drama. I think he's pitched it. Yes, he has pitched it. No Drama runs them into the ground and beats Naval Commission by 1. Courader 3rd. 4th, Rise to it. Then came Star Impact, Air Jordan, Body Bob, and now Star was gone turning.
6, No Drama. The money was right there. There was late support for him, and he pays $3.20, $1.30 on the tote. Naval Commission finishes second, 170. Courader in 3rd spot, doing his best work late at 2:30, and Rise to it will finish in that 4th spot. 6, 5, 4, and 3. No Drama.
Heavy track at Kent. Yes, it is very heavy, PC.
Short boat, so straight to the front, stacked it up, and that was vintage Tim Clark, wasn't it? That's a great display of how to ride it.
And this is the 8th one. If we look through the odds, it's 10, 3, 6, and 1. 10 is the favorite. It's a linear, but it's not a strong linear. It's 93, 41 by 93. It's a good horse. It's not a bad horse. If we look through this, then we've got the physics on this one as well. So this will get somewhere. This will get somewhere, but will it win is a question, because if we look through the appreciation, then it is here. We have the 1, which is on 3 kilograms, but it's got about 32 races, did nothing. It's almost gone. The 3 is here with 1.5. The 4 is also with 1.5, but got 58 races. 6, 7. 6 and 7. 34 by 70, 37, 37, 96. That's 7. 11, 12. This is okay. 7 is a check. 70, 90, 70. 10 is not winning. This is 4. Eight. 129, 14. 1 kilo. Good jockey. That 8 is probably there. We'll try and take a look at what's going on with that 8. We'll try and take a look at that 8 at the paddock. Listen to what they have to say. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Baggers kick and chase, followed by Alberta. Vintage Rock sixth on the inside. 2.5 away, Gurgus, Nuclear Sky. They were followed by Cosin Court, 2 lengths, Belmonte, crosswise, Ospread King. Race third to last, Grand Zulu. Second last, and Coalesces last of all. At the halfway marker, 800 metres to go. One-way ticket just in front of Armstrong Jones. Soiled out 3 wide third. Vintage Rock fourth, the inside of Alberta. Then Kick and Chase, Nuclear Sky, the inside. Sliding forward 3 wide, Gurgus is now 7th from Cosin Court, crosswise Belmonte. Ospread King on the inside from Raids, Grand Zulu under heavy pressure, and Coalesces last of all. Up around the corner, 350 out. Soil chiming in around Armstrong Jones, one-way ticket's gone. Nuclear Sky got a beautiful run up on the inside. Alberta down the outer from Vintage Rock, and they were followed by Gurgus. Soil joined by Nuclear Sky, 150 out. Alberta still coming. Then Gurgus and Vintage Rock. Nuclear Sky in the closing 50 in front of Alberta with one last thrust, but won't get there. Nuclear Sky won the cup. Alberta second, Gurgus third. Fourth, Soiled or Belmonte, they're worlds apart. Then Raise and Kick and Chase from Vintage Rock. Behind them, Armstrong Jones, one-way ticket. From next in at Cosin Court. Well back crosswise, Grand Zulu. And Coalesce amongst the tail enders. Nuclear Sky, Glenn Collis for Jack Denham. It's won the Hawkesbury Cup. Nuclear Sky, its 9th win. Winner of the Winter Cup back in July at Rose Hill. It had one pipe opener at Rose Hill recently, but chased home Gurgus. And this horse racing well. It's won the Hawkesbury Cup. Number 1, Nuclear Sky. From Alberta and Gurgus, and a terrific training performance to get this horse right up to 1,600 metres, second up for this. That's quite a good level, Group 3 level, Nuclear Sky. 10-10, 320, Alberta, Glyn Schofield, Paul Massara. She tried her heart out, and Gurgus third. Dale Springs a pickup ride for Peter Snowden.
Welcome back to Ipswich for race number 8. It's Colts Geldings and Entice benchmark 65 over the 1240 metres. Twyford loves it here at home, throws a leg. Aidan Thompson, John Hubbard.
Yeah, this is his favourite track. He's a real homeboy. He finally saw the running rail last start. He's 3 or 4 runs, Kiam.
Easy, you're on fire.
Thompson along the inside came to get up and score. He's got a barrier where he can do that again, but he does rise, 4.5 kilos. So something where it hurts 62.
Robert Heathcote has the 3. I'm a Marvel. He's going well. Kobe Bittler will take off 3.
Got the Doomman went 2 ago in benchmark 65, and then last start at Eagle Farm, he was 5th behind Floozy in a decent benchmark 70. He's usually on pace, this horse, but he ended up back on the fence. But he got to the line quite nicely. He gets the claim here, so he's attractively handicapped with that 3 kilos off. He's definitely a player.
Ryan Tyrrell has the 4. Quebec. He's holding his condition well.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything for a long time, so just happy to watch him today.
Impender's been getting very close.
300 meter.
Starting to kick back. Cody Collins.
I'll be able to fix this by the end of this week. We'll try and get to the 300 meters. It's not only the 300 meters, then it is soft, heavy.
Siobhan Rutley, making for the first time for Moxie.
He's been the same. He's won 2 of 14, but he's thereabouts all the other time. So I'm interested in him a little bit first up, given that they've chosen today to put the blinkers on. But I don't know where he's going to end up from that gate. He's probably got to go back and ride for a bit of luck.
Roman Rebel is the 8, quite a lightly raced, rising 6-year-old. Emily Langford, Samantha McGurran.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's come all the way up here from Grafton, this fellow. He won at Tuncurry last start, leading all the way and kept on strong in the benchmark 58. Overall, this is a more competitive race.
Famous Pedros, the 9 rather, for Gary Day.
Will you tell me about this guy? Because you felt that his run was better than it looks last start. Went 6th at the coast behind Sharp Power.
Yeah, it was just really, obviously the leader won, but not only that, the track on the night, it was just so hard to make ground. He really jumped out the ground the last 100, but he tried really nicely beside Far Too Easy heading into it. So it was a good enough measuring 6 to suggest he's going okay. All right, now let's have a look at the 10, Maine. This is only start number 4. Ryan Maloney rides, Nisha Marchboard, athletic type. He's got leg, but he's got substance too.
Yeah, a bit of strength, front and back, and he's been tuned up, hasn't he? Look at him. He's ready to go here over the 1240 first up. He's had 2 barrier trials in Sydney, and I've loved them. He's been really quiet in both of them.
Warrambul.
So Steve, without being asked.
Warrambul is where, PC? Is it Victoria? I think it is Victoria.
Some Saturday races expensive dealing, I understand. And he had his first 2 starts. He's only had 3. He's actually led.
Victoria.
He led 2nd start in the race on the Kenzo. He blitzed him. So they've been riding him quietly in trials, but I think they're going to go forward in today.
Spirit of Matt gets the blinkers off again. Collis, Taylor, Edmonds and McLean.
Not fancy. In his last 3 starts have been on the Gold Coast Poly, but he does have some ability, this fella.
Hard shots 13, Ronnie Stewart for not Wakefield.
Yeah, Noel's all the way here from Coffs Harbour. Just been battling last 3 starts, so it's certainly hard to recommend on the win line. Maybe a place.
Veloce Meteor is the 14 for Adam Camden.
Another one coming off the Gold Coast Poly, was 4th there last time out. Went at a big price.
Data Leak is the 16 for Kevin Kemp. Ange Jones does the riding. He's been pretty good since winning that maiden.
Yeah, I've just been waiting for Kemp to step him up in distance. Well, he did today, but we keep mentioning that they brought the 1350s back to 1240, so that's not ideal. Nevertheless, he will run well here.
It's been a bit of a pain in the backside for some of these runners today, these distance changes rather, Michael, but it is what it is. All right, the 10 main has been 290 to 370, but a great parade, and I Am Marvel 460 into 440.
Yes, Iron Marble's got the good gate, the 3 kilo claim to try and position up on the pace, so that could be an advantage. Whereas Maine has drawn barrier 12, originally at number 17, so gate number 12 now. They thought enough of Maine to run him in the Tap Craig in Sydney, and he didn't pull up that well out of it. I believe he was mildly lame. They said 1 out of 5. Started $11. That was behind a node back in the spring in mid-October. So that's the kind of thinking from the stable that he, is possibly up to that listed level. And if that is the case, then he should be able to get away with this. Punters are not completely happy with him. He's probably looking at his gate barrier 12, and then they've got him easy in the market, $2.90 out to $3.70. And Pendor is the one that the money is coming for late here, $5.50 into $4.40. And I'm a Marble very solid, probably because of the map with I'm a Marble. Everything looks spot on, but I think ability-wise, pound for pound, Maine looks to have a brighter future. So I'm just going to hope, cross my fingers, that he can overcome perhaps doing a little bit of work early and class might shine through here. Number 10, so happy to go with him over 3. I'm a Marble. Be sure he's going to look the winner at some stage when they turn into the home straight. In Pendor, with the blinkers back on today, might spark him into finding a length or two that he needs to. And then good old Twyford, just off the speed, poking along the inside, hopefully, and snatching some of the mitre money. 10, 3, 6 and 1.
I played the 9 as a value, and again, could be a victim of this trip decrease, famous Pedro. Albeit he comes in a little bit more favourably now into 7. Doesn't have tactical speed to lead, but does go well second up and slashing run first up on. It was a day where you really couldn't make ground. So just a value play there. I saw the 6 in Pender as an overdue winner. You put the thumb over last start. Prior to that, had been building to another win. Blinkers back on. Most certainly the 10. And you can see when this horse led and broke its maiden, like it covers ground so beautifully, and now seeing its physique. It's even got a good walk, a walk that really catches the eye. And then I had the 16 in there, and that was Dartleague for Kevin Kemp. I think it has a stack of ability. It was very good late last start over the 1100 and would have appreciated being at this trip today. And, maybe gets blinkers soon as well. I think will assist this guy just to go to the next level. So 9, 6, 10 and 16.
Has been a little nibble for mine as well, famous Madrill. On the QOP 16 down 3 points to 13. And on tab at the moment is a $13 chance. The yarns suggesting each way number 9. This is the second leg of the quaddy. 10 races today. We're only just starting to get warm.
I'm starting to get tired.
I'm gone too. I'm off the big beat.
I'm so fresh and over racing early, and now I'm like, oh, it's still got 2 to go.
We have to look up the home straight here at Ipswich. All right, this is not me. 10 big ones today, and then we look forward to 9 even bigger ones on Saturday at Eagle Farm to start the carnival. The Sky Racing Guineas, and of course we've got the Victory Stakes, and a lot of horses from the south in particular. Trucks have been coming up the highway, heading for Eagle Farm, mostly from Sydney, so we look forward to analysing things and see if we can find a few winners on Saturday. This is the second leg of the Quaddy Kian. The first leg went to Southern Charm.
Okay, and the 10 Main will be the last horse to take its place there, Ryan Maloney. Just give him that knacker wipe down with the tower. Great parade, very athletic horse. Here's David.
The Del Relay, part of the 9-race card. Big field of the Victory too, biggest field for some time, a capacity of 16. But this is race 8 at Ipswich, and they're all in locked and loaded. They're just waiting on the light to be turned on. There it is, they're ready to jump. And they're racing. Out wide, Maine was one of the first to go. Sprinter makes Godspeed. Dartleague is driving through as well. They're the early players. Quebec not too far away. And I'm a Marble settling down in 5th. And Pepper's on the way forward a bit wide early. Then famous Padrill. Twyford near the rail. And then came Veloce Meteor. Rashford and Card Sharpers last. That's the first call. They head into the first bend. 800 left to run. Maloney guarded main across from the outside gate to the rail. He leads Roman Rebel by a length. Darling third the box seat. Quebec in 4. Impender 3 wide midfield, so he's having no luck in the run. Sprinter back at the centre and Over Marvel. About 7 parked on the rail. Off the track, Famous Madrill. Then Veloce Meteor, Twyford and Rashford and Card Sharp. They were the tail-end pair. Up to the turn. 400 left to run. Made in the lead. Roman Rebel, Nigel to try and come after it. Darling looking for the way clear. Then Quebec Impender, despite the wide run still running on. And Over Marvel getting it on the inside. Main was still the leader. Doubling on the outside, the first challenger went to Main. Impender came at the pair. I'm a Marvel and Twyford running on. Impender out wide. Reached the lead close to home. That's a good win.
6.
Wide at 1. Impender lead doubling. Fellow third, I'm a Marvel or Twyford. Main moved into the straight. Then Card Sharp, Famous Padrill. Followed by Quebec. Rashford, Spirit of Back, Veloce Meteor, and Red Rebel last over the line.
So Pendor with those blinkers back on today, looming up in the home straight and looking ominous. He did look dangerous, didn't he, today? And he's been able to put them away by Cody Collis, trained at the Rhythm Bar by Matt Dunn. Dada Leak has done a really good job there. Run down late by Pendor. We're just waiting on third.
6:16.
On the rails there, it's I Am a Marvel
16.
and Twyford on the outside in the pink colours. It's going to go right down to the wire by the looks of it for that third spot. If we can roll on, I Am a Marvel by the looks of that, and does get third just ahead of Twyford fourth. Here he is, looming up on the outside in Pendor with his shades on. One with the shillelagh by Cody Collis. 3 kilo claim, and he's had a confidence boost win there. Well, Maine was disappointing. He put a little bit of it. Maloney was able to back it off, but his last 200 was no good there. He weakened out of it, so disappointing run from the favourite. But the winner, he's back in Pendor.
Yeah, he was an overdue winner, sent out favourite last start. We're going to have a chat with Sadie, but it was a big forgive. He got the kick back in his face. He just didn't want to have it.
Yeah, last start, he really didn't like the track. Today, we wanted to give him more of a conservative ride, and we wasn't too worried about the outside gate because he is actually a bit better.
6:16, 3 and 1.
Outside. And, see before the race, he was on his toes and raring to go. So yeah, he was ready for today.
Yeah, those 2 months too prior, even speaking of the Gold Coast, the one behind certainly can keep safe. Sustained wide runs, but just dig steep.
Yeah, he does. He's a real trooper, and he always tries. It's just unfortunate about the track last time, but yeah, we definitely made up for it today.
The debutante was a really nice winner today. Oh, don't tell your father. Lovely horse.
Yeah, she's beautiful little mare. I wasn't here at the time, but I seen she took it all in her stride, and yeah, exciting things to come.
Exciting, well done.
Thank you very much.
Representing the Matty Dunn stable there, Sadie. And yeah, Panda's been very, very good in defeat of late. Very good in defeat. Might add, particularly behind certainly Ken, 2 back. Sustained a really wide run from the 700 metres. And then was very wide behind Keepsake prior to that. And obviously took on a highway at Randwick, which we often see with the Matty Dunn runners, Michael. And
1:11, 4 and
pretty
7.
good behind About to Explode when repeating myself here a bit, but sustained a very wide run. Just hasn't had a little up.
Yeah, but he was comfortable today.
He was in rhythm.
Yeah, and he was comfortable. He had the 3 kilo claim, and he was happy out there. Those blinkers obviously helping him concentrate on the job at hand, and he had an uninterrupted run up the straight. The arm's just about to try and get hold of Cody Collis. A win for the Matt Dunn stable on Pendor. That's only his 3rd win from 15, but as Jan pointed out a few times, he hasn't had the rub of a green in a lot of his starts.
Certainly. Got a beautiful unimpeded run today, Cody, and the blinkers to sharpen him up.
Yeah, absolutely, Jan. We had a bit of a tidy gate, so just give him a little squeeze out, and we're able to get 3 deep with cover and travelled so well the whole race. And I just felt like I was scanner and coming to the corner, and when I really give him that clear area, he really found underneath me and hit the line strong.
Done, mate.
Thanks, Jan.
Cody Collis took out the King of the Mountain this year for one of his biggest wins. Talented young rider as well. Just needs to keep that head down, bum up. All right, 6, 16, 3 and 1. We've still got 2 to come.
Then
Back here at Canterbury for the 7th event of the afternoon. It's about track 72 over 1,900 metres, and the rain is still continuing to fall here this afternoon. We'll kick it off with our first runner. It is I Am the Empire, Zach Waddick, riding for Annabelle and Rob Archbold. And I thank you, Annabelle, for changing the name because it makes it so much easier for us. I only have to say the one last name.
That's fair enough. So this horse, the stablemate is more fancied as far as the market goes, but I'd make a solid case for him today. I know he still carries 61 kilos after the claim, but at what track's okay? He's back in grade. He matched well. He didn't match well last start. He found himself wide working throughout, and that just told him to finish. So forgive the beat margin, like the way that he won at the midweek's first up, and he did beat 2 subsequent winners on that occasion in Campbell Dino and State of America.
Stablemate is perfect play, $3.60. He got into $3, just back out to $3.10, but there has been good support for him this afternoon. Tyler Schiller to ride.
Well, his conviction is well known. The fact that he doesn't win often, so nearly 2 years since he did last get himself into the winner's stall. It's a frustrating stayer in that regard. He does race consistently. He just tends to find 1 or 2 better on the day. So that was the case there last start. He's got form through the right races, through the right horses, had his chance there at Hawkesbury last start. His record might suggest that he's a touch more effective on a dry track, which is a slight negative today.
Dr. Evil is the 7. John Steinmetz, Andrew Calder to ride, $8.50 into $7.
Well, he's the opposite. He's a horse that is more effective on wet ground. So conditions look to suit now. I think he's looking for the 1,900 metres. He made an early move here last start over the 1,550 and just couldn't sustain it. So we know he loves wet ground. He's a quirky horse, and his pattern of getting back and needing luck at the right time does make him hard to catch, but he does get a likeable setup here.
Hariri, the first of the Chris Waller runners, is number 8, Nashuilla, for $5 into $4.40 now.
She did enough first up, 5th behind Flying Bandit. That was at Hawkesbury, important reference for this race. So maybe just peaked on the line as she was entitled to, given she was presuming. So she was a really smart staying filly there a couple of seasons ago. Hasn't really gone on with it like many hoped, including myself. She just lacks that killer punch at the moment, but there's a bit of confidence today to suggest that she'll handle the conditions. Her only previous run on a heavy track was in an Adrian Knox, and she actually got through it okay, so that's a tick.
Logano, the 9, John Thompson, Alicia Collett, $7.50, got into $6.50, back to $7.
First try beyond the mile. Only previous heavy track run resulted in a 4-length provincial win, so he should get through it. He's racing like he's looking for this trip now, maybe looking for a wet track. So a few things align for him to bounce back. He was just ripped out of his comfort zone at Hawkesbury last start with a tearaway lead. I think that should drag the sprint out of him.
Sacro Catino is the 10, Dylan Gibbons, David Payne.
He got his maiden out of the way at Warwick Farm first up. He proved too strong late over the mile. That was a super maiden. Straight out to the 1,900 metre second up. Intent to be read into that setup, and it does look to suit. He's a stayer with upside. Like the race 3-year-old, do have to question the depth of that maiden form that he comes through. We think he can only improve off that.
11 criteria. Rachel King rides for Gay and Adrian, $31 into 26.
We heard from Adrian Bond a touch earlier in the coverage, and he said that it might pay to be forgiving of this horse's first.
And where is that playing, PC? I don't have that feed.
And there was some specking at double figure odds on that occasion, but he led and he dropped out quickly to be beaten a long way. So clearly better than that. You do have to take.
No, I don't. I just have Ipswich, Canterbury. They are continuous. No, I don't have any of those feeds, PC. I've got 2 feeds. They're showing the same thing.
Building into his preparation, should start showing a touch more. Third up, that he's had a few runs under his belt. Beaten a long way in 2 previous heavy track runs in Australia. So that's some knock here. Just a watch and learn, maybe a run or 2 away.
And our final runner, Rock Roth. Bit of support, $17 into $10. Great wet track form, and I can see why that money has come for him. Molly Burke to take 2 off for Paul Perry.
Yeah, comes through the provincials, but does also come into this a last star winner. So as far as where she fits in class-wise, maybe that's a little query, but drops to 52 kilos after the claim. She's won 3 from 5 on heavy tracks, and although she's a well-exposed mare and hasn't quite measured up in a few runs in City Company in the past, they were all.
But then it'll be a continuous feed. Then it'll be a continuous feed, PC.
Yeah, you can see the market confidence around Ahariri here, so a $3.90 chance now on tab fixed odds. Your favourite is still Perfect Play, but a confident early move for Ahariri, at least when those NOP prices went up. There's a bit of support there to say that she'll handle the conditions and she can improve off that first up showing. So apart from that, the market's pretty stable. You've got Logano, a little bit soft, 7 out to $9. Sakura Katano has gone the other way, 26 out to 41. Criteria, $26, Demarque 16, and Rothrock $13. I Am the Empire a little bit soft to $7.50 with the support for Perfect Play and Ahariri. So we'll show you a few replays of the main hopes here, and a lot of them are coming through the same form reference. So this is I Am the Empire from last start. This is at Hawkesbury over the 1800 metres. Ahariri is also here, Perfect Play is also here. So there wasn't a lot between them on the line, but I want to make the case Perfect Play had his chance, whereas the stalemate I Am the Empire probably didn't get the right run. Had self-posted wide and working. You can see he ends up knocking up, but I do like the way that he did win first up. So I think if he can bounce back to that form, he probably puts himself right in the finish here, and you're getting $8 now to find out. So not a lot of market support for him, but I didn't think there should be too big of a gap between the stablemates, spending $8 for one of them and $3.10 for the other. So there's Ahariri towards inside in the orange and black checks. She looms momentarily. I think it's this point where she just starts feeling the pinch. Given she was first up 1800 metres, I guess that's fair enough. So she's ship's fitter, and that confidence in the market suggests that she's ready. The other replay we can show you is Logano. He too has been a little bit easy, but at least he brings a different form reference into this. So he's still relatively lightly raced. He's had 11 career starts. He's won 2 of them. His 2 runs back, at least on paper, don't look like much, but I think they can be a little bit deceptive. I like the way that he won there on a heavy track at the Provincials, the only time that he's seen a heavy track. So this is behind DeBello. You can see DeBello doing his thing out in front. He never got the chance to travel, so I'm thinking a 1900 metre race on a wet track, he can bounce back to his best form. So I'd be surprised if he doesn't run well here, and it might be a horse just looking for the 1900 metres. But just recapping my late mail numbers, I've gone 1, 4, 8 and 9. I think there's enough in the price to take the punt on I Am the Empire. Back in grade here, he should be ready to peak third up, and he gets a much more economical run than he copped there at Hawkesbury last time out, where he's posted wide and working. A heavy track looks okay. He seems to handle all conditions. The stablemate, hard enough to beat, has that conviction of not winning out of turn. That's Perfect Play, but does get a likeable setup here. Ahariri, it's your money horse, $3.80, and a lot of confidence that she can show her best. And Logano, that replay horse from last start, the run of a galloper, maybe just looking for a touch further. So 1, 4, 8 and 9 in the 1900 metres, and this rain, Shani, is showing it no sign of going away.
It has not let up, has it? It started falling a bit after 3 p.m. and it has been very consistent non-stop. Now, if you are heading to Weil tomorrow, there will be a track inspection at approximately 6 a.m. They have had 107 mils in the last 7 days and 7 mils today, but they're currently a heavy 10, so meeting, I guess you'd say, in doubt, but hopefully overnight they don't get any more rain and there will be a gallop conducted, as I said, at 6 a.m. in the morning, so that's an update on Wyong tomorrow. Now, our favourite is, our favourite is Perfect Play, $3.60 into $3, back to $3.10, but there has been good support here for Hariri on the second line there, $5 into $3.80. We haven't seen her win for almost 12 months, actually. She won the St. Ledger down in Melbourne a year ago, over 2,800 metres. Dr. Evil, there's been a good amount of support for him, $8.50 to $6 there for Dr. Evil, who sits on that third line, and then you've got the top weight, I Am the Empire, $7.50. Got him to $6 at one point, but he's back out to $8 now. And then you've got $8.50 for Logano, who opened up at $7.50, so he's out of point. And $13, the 13, which is Rothrock, at $8.50. So Rothrock has probably been one of our better back runners down the bottom. $17 originally, now into $8.50. And you can look at his wet track form. He's had 5 goes on a heavy, 3 wins, and a minor placing. Paul Perry traded the winner earlier on in the day with For Summer relishing the wet ground this afternoon, and I'm sure they'll be hoping that Rothrock can do the same. Got 2 or 3 to load. Let's head to Luke Marlowe. This is race number 7.
Winning event. Rothrock riderless at the moment. Criteria are about to move up. Thanks, Marto. I was just telling our on-course patrons that his favourite runs for Annabelle and Rob Archibald here today. Of course, recently married. Congratulations to them. In this race, Logano's about to move forward, and we're just about set. Red light on. Showering conditions here at Canterbury Park. Often racing, Hariri got a little squeeze out of the gates. The favourite Perfect Play wasn't that well into stride either. Is being dug up by Schiller to try and hold a spot. Rothrock away well. Criteria, Logano on the outside, a line of 3 coming down toward the winning post. Perfect Play in behind the speed, being followed by I Am the Empire as they go into that first turn. Now speed very good here. Back in the field is Sacro Centino on the outside of Dr. Evil, Hariri. And Demarque is the last one. Criteria sped to the lead. And turning up towards the 1,400 metres, it left by half a length on Logano. Rothrock is third as they're slowing down now. Perfect Play's ended up in a pretty good spot. 1 out and 1 back. I Am the Empire just galloping a little awkwardly on the inside. He's getting his head up and going a touch keen on the inside of Sacro Centino. Dr. Evil is the next runner down on the inside as they enter the back straight. 1,000 metres left to go. He's being kept company by Hariri on the outside, and Demarque can see the ball. Criteria is a half-length leader. 800 metres to go from Logano. Rothrock with the lightweight third the inside, and the favourite Perfect Play is poised, sharing 3rd and 4th positions at the moment. Behind those, Sacro Centino. I Am the Empire off the bridle now, and Hariri is just starting to be squeezed up and eased toward the outside. As they reach the home turn, Logano moving up to Criteria. Perfect Play's coming on, 400 metres to go. Wider out on the track was Sacro Centino. They're all hard at it here. Rothrock, I Am the Empire behind those. In the straight, Perfect Play, Sacro Centino. They head off Logano. Hariri, Demarque from the back. It's Perfect Play, Sacro Centino, 150 to go. They're fighting it out. Perfect Play, Sacro Centino and Hariri. They're drawing down to the line with Hariri coming home with the momentum. And Hariri's too good. Sacro Centino and Perfect Play. As for 4th, might be Dr. Evil just in front of Demarque, then Logano, followed by Rothrock. I Am the Empire.
What are you on, PC on Warrambul?
Dropped out Criteria.
He's got it right again. Hariri.
The one can run a very, very sharp race. The one.
Another honest effort for him. He's a little over the odds. I know the stable have a bit of an opinion of him. Perfect Play finishes 3rd, $1.30. And Dr. Evil will wind up in that 4th spot. 8, 10, 4, and 7. Hariri second up.
The one can run a very sharp race, PC. What do you think?
Confidence
around her today, and it's good to see her back into the winner's stall. I think she'll take
It's a heavy.
confidence from that just into a real test of stamina.
That one.
Stages, and she proved superior under the urgings of Nash Ruella. So
The one is with advantage.
touch key. Other than that, he was presented at the right time. He did his thing. He runs another honest race without winning, and that was a good run from Sakura Katina, wasn't it? So $8, $11.
Not a lot.
Some places, and that's not easy for a horse jumping from
15.9.
straight out to 1900 metres second up against the older horses. So maybe he has booked a spot there.
Not a lot of advantage. I can't see the other rest, but
it's a 3-year-old staying type that's certainly heading the right way. I think it could be a touch forgiving also of Dr. Evil towards the inside. He was dictated to as far as when he could get into the race, and who was doing his best work through the line. But Hariri, good to see her back into the winner's stall. I don't think our record...
no, 13 was not the last.
Her last win was 12 months ago.
She still had something.
Chris second up today. She'd only had one go on a heavy track where she didn't do anything, but she relished it today.
Yeah, she did. It was a nice run from Nash. She didn't panic, kept momentum up from the 600, and I think that helps in these types of conditions.
Will she head to Queensland?
Not sure. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting her back in form. She won the St. Ledger this time last year in Melbourne. There was like 20 lots of metres. And so she certainly stays. Maybe a race like the Brisbane Cup.
Well done.
Thanks.
Get back out into the rain. It's awful. It's really awful conditions here today. We thank everyone.
You were talking to me. Get back out in the rain.
No,
I'll just put my hood on.
You
and
can
we'll
go
go
out,
speak
talk
to
to
Nash.
Nash.
That's right.
A very muddy Nash. As I said, pretty awful conditions out here this afternoon. Glad it's not us out there, but well done to our jockeys getting through. Pretty wet going out there. Here's Nash with Brad.
Yeah, well done, Nash. It turned into a bit of a test late, didn't it? And that's where she proved superior.
Yeah, sort of, the way they sort of rolled along, and there's conditions now, the track's sort of really deteriorated. The guys here, they do an amazing job with this category track, but we wouldn't be racing anywhere else. So, look, her stamina really got to kick in late, as to say, and that class over a trip was sort of shot through late.
She'd been out of the winner's stall for a while. Do you think she'll take a bit of confidence from that?
Bull. PC, Bull. Warambul.
Really wet conditions, tough conditions, but this is a track where they can sort of really get confidence as they go along. And
I don't know. I don't know about the last race or anything, but it's a heavy. I just checked. It is very good at heavy. 2 wins at heavy, and today it has advantage. It's not huge, but I mean, none of them.
20 trifecta, $721.30. In the first 4, $3,256. 8, 10, 4, and 7 on the penultimate here from Canterbury. 1 to go.
Okay, Lewis is on 1. On 6. One doesn't have a lot of advantage, but whatever little it has, it's kind of good. It's not bad. 6 you're talking about. I was 6, it'll fall back on something, but one is... Oh, alright, so we need to talk about this one, the 9th one. 9th one, that 1 is the favorite, okay? 1, 11, 4, and 7. 1 is the only horse that has a weight appreciation, and then it is 3, which is here. Now the thing is, if we look at the stuff, these two horses, 1 and 3, this one has 23 races, 18 races. This one has 38 races, and it's a good one. This is also a good one. The 3, actually, it's between 1 and 3, I think. Here, these people, I don't know how they will work. And this one is a league horse. It has been to league races and all that has happened. 42, 20, 50, 55, 71. It'll definitely fall back on 11. But 11 cannot win. So if 11 cannot win, then it is either 1 or 3, probably. 1 is with the appreciation. This is the neutral one. This is 284. One should win. 40, 49. This is the largest, but that's there, and these two are there. They're 9 and 8-year-old geldings, so they're kind of out, not considering them. But what else is possible? Is 49 by 11, 49, 8. Nine by 71, 49 by 28.
Happy time going to the Hawkesbury Gold Cup. The Group 3 over 1,600 metres. It's had 1 run back for a second in the benchmark 100 here at Randwick. They came off 2 trials, so imagine...
10, 11, 5-year-old mare versus a 5-year-old gelding. This has got 14 races. This is 8 is a check.
Plenty of time with the horse, haven't you?
8 and 3. Both check. 8, 2.5.
Nice option for him. It's an interesting race for him to come to now, having won the Summer Cup over 2,000 on Boxing Day and 4th in the big dance over the 1,600 before that. And early in your career, you tried him at the provincial midway.
Adaman 13610 Super Warambul.
He was a mile. Yeah, a mile, but it's such good.
That one can actually one can actually run a very cheeky race. It doesn't have a lot of advantage, but it's a good one.
Travelling one time and needed extended rest, but otherwise just more maturity. Tell just in his appearance, he's a lighter frame horse, so we've given him every opportunity now to develop, and I think he's probably the furnished product now. He's the sort of horse that keeps stables ticking over, I would imagine, with his 19 starts, 8 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, and 706,000 prize money. Yeah, no, he's been a really good horse to the connections, and he's got more to offer. What sort of horse is he? As I said, he's a lighter framed horse, so he doesn't hold a great deal of condition. So, in a perfect world, we'd keep him space, but that said, he copes with consistent racing. So, as long as he's maintaining his condition, we'll keep him racing. What about a race like the Hawkesbury Gold Cup? The track itself and the potential for it to be a little bit wet, would you be looking forward to? Yeah, we won't bother it. Hawkesbury can be a tricky track often, but it's more about just getting to that right distance without knowing the opposition. You're one of those trainers who would value these standalone meetings more than most coming from Newcastle. Yeah, I think they're a great initiative. Timing's right for them, off the back of our casters, and I think everyone in each community seems to get behind their area, and they've been really well received. You do enjoy getting to Hawkesbury and places like that for these meetings? Yeah, no, certainly do. They're a good day's race. Enjoy the atmosphere. Love the atmosphere, Greg. Good luck on Saturday. Cheers.
Race 9 at Ipswich, a benchmark 78 handicaps over the 1,700 metres. Full of sincerity. Is first horse for Africa. Second up today, Kobe Bitler takes off 3 for Matty Dunn.
Former Victorian, he'd only won 1 from 17 when in Victoria, but he did compete at a pretty high level. When was it? Back in May of last year, so a year ago it was. He was running around in benchmark hundreds and benchmark 84s. So off the scene for a long time, but he returned recently at Ballina.
What happened?
Matt Dunn, and he was able to establish the lead, and was a heady ride.
4.
Jet Newman. She sort of rolled them along nicely and then stacked them up a little bit, but got on the bike at about the 600. He wasn't for catching around Ballina.
These 300-meter tracks are very tricky.
57 kilos. He's actually really well placed here with Kobe Vidler's claim this time, only 57.5. So he might try and go for all the way here, and that's not impossible. He can do.
Certainly the catch is the 3, Justin Huxtable for Jeff Dunn.
Yeah, just mixes his form a little bit. He's a rising 8-year-old.
Hard to catch, no problem.
That Duff had a good horse called Hard to Catch, wasn't he? The farthest Scrablo.
Right.
Yeah.
Was it also hard to catch?
No, he was a little bit easier to catch.
More consistent.
Horse. But he won this fellow 2 starts ago here, over this distance, and then last start down the track at Eagle Farm behind Kibosh. So depends on which one turns up today.
Grinzinger Knight's looking fantastic. Emily Lang for Harry Richardson.
Yeah, he's got that colour, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really jet black.
Yeah. And he loves to roll along in front. Now, this track he loves the summer good 3s. So this is probably as good as we get at this time of the year, a soft 5 bordering on a good 4. But the firmer the better for him. All of his wins have been on good, but I still think he'll give a great sight here from the front. He'll be up on the pace somewhere with full of sincerity, I would think.
Ostamere is the 5, Cody Collis for Alyssa Ross and Troy Sweeney.
Has he grown at all lately?
No, he's only little. Look at him, just down here.
Yeah, he's only tiny, isn't he? But hasn't stopped him from being a Metropolitan winner. He usually goes well at Eagle Farm, but he hasn't this time in. He hasn't been able to run a place, which is unusual for him. And I just think the 1700 Kian will be... We just started to warm up when we get to about the 200, so I'm just wondering whether it's too short for them.
We will revisit the 6 and the 9, so we'll look at Artful Girl, who resumes today for Kevin Kemp. Talia Fenlon, she did some great racing last prep.
Yes, mostly all in town on a Saturday. She'd have her turn. If she didn't win, she'd run 2nd or 3rd, so I think it's been 102 days since she's raced, and she deserved a little bit of a freshen up. And I think she's going to run well here. Now, she's versatile as well. She can go forward or sit back. I think first up, they might just let some of the natural speeds just go on and just tuck her in behind. But, yeah, she's always there at the end. She's probably a good each-way bet here.
Supertured is the 8, Andrew Mellion for Chris Fall.
Yeah, this mare, this is her go. 1700, around about this level. 3 starts ago, won this course in distance. It's only a 4-horse race, beat Texas. She usually likes to sit back a little bit, but that day in that small field, they actually rode her positively. So she'd have to be a chance here over what appears to be her pet trip.
All right, again, we'll come back to the 9. The 11 Archers game's been very consistent of late. Coles Taylor, Mark Curry.
Yeah, she did get the right setup into Wombo because it was a crazy tempo race and she sat back with cover. Kyle Wilson-Taylor just minding his own business on her. And when those leaders hit the wall at the 250, she's just warming up and she just said goodbye when she went past them. For barrier number 2 here, again, she'll tuck in probably the similar situation the last time and have one run after them astray. She's here on top of the game.
Tony Madison sits up at 13, Sean Dazzler, CJ Graham.
Yeah, he's a little bit hard to catch as well. A few preps back, he was flying and I thought he was going to go right through the grades, but he's got to this kind of level and he hasn't advanced from that. But at his best today, with a touch of luck from the awkward barrier, he might be able to run a place.
Secudo resumes, Michael Hellier for Vijay McCabe.
Yeah, the rising 10-year-old. Hard to suggest that he could run top 3 first up, so waiting.
And Nitro Glycerin also resumes, Ronnie Stewart for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, he might be in need of the run as well, being first up for a while up to this trip.
Okay, now we need to come back to horses 6 and 9, which is Sizzling Gal and Granite Prince. There was just a little mix-up with saddles there, so we will have a look at Sizzling Gal. She's on the screen now. Noel Callow for Liam Birchley.
Well, she was disappointing last time. I think it was you and Paul, or was it Damien?
Damien Brody.
Yeah, and Brody, and the couch at home.
It's between 1 and 3. I think so. The 3 is a 7-year-old gelding.
Yeah, she did. Sure, she's in her favourite role.
Yeah. So look, that was only
The 1 is
10 days.
appreciation. This is neutral. Rest, everything is there, but
6 of 9 and 7 of 9 had merit, finding the line nicely. I thought she couldn't miss the place, but she did. So
if we
Callow's
it
on,
was 40 by
and she's
16, 41 by 15. This one has a little more pressure than this one.
I'll give her a chance.
But this one has 38 races. I don't know. I would have stepped out of this one.
Amazing moment for me just watching the run.
I tipped him, Maxie.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I was on the floor. My jaw was on the floor. What?
I would have stepped out of many of the races today.
The mad tear away.
But
This guy was taking him on.
Seen the front in his life.
So, and it was a tough run, and he and said you think we can out of it naturally, so he's got to get over that. But barrier 1 may be coming up today. We've touched on, a few that will like to go on. He should get back to getting into a nice rhythm. I might have taken the blinkers off as well, because I was probably thinking that might have started him up the other day. So blinkers off, barrier 1. Definitely a forgive. So there was a bit of confusion going on with the 6 and the 9.
The 6 and the 9, Michael. So,
Saddle's going off.
yeah, my kids sometimes get the 6 and 9s mixed up because, when
well, 1 is the favorite. I'll go with 3. But
Yeah, you can fix that. When I write a 9, I circle with the line. So you can't.
that 8 is also there some way or the other. God knows
The
what.
9
Oh, a straight one.
upside down, 6-year straight one.
Right, well, maybe the saddlecloths need a line under the 9.
6.
You know what I mean?
What is that going to denote?
6 big bet.
So then if they're
11,
a 6 because
144.
it'll have a line on top of
I just reckon you do it like the old-fashioned way.
That is from gate number
with a
5.
Straight line,
yes.
up like that.
13 Ipswich.
Sometimes get it mixed up.
Well, even at barrier draws, we're very careful when the 6 comes out. Is it the
Yeah.
9?
44.
Yeah, make sure we get the 6 and the 9 right.
Good thing is it happened and it was identified pre-race.
Straight away, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway. So
13 is a
just
good one.
a couple of
13
minutes
is
now,
a
moving
good
into games
one.
like 7, 1, 11,
44.
and with Artful Girl, I think she's a good each way bet.
88, 1. Yes, 13 is a good one. The kind of 11 and 12.
I'm going to play
the
Brennan
same
Prince. Didn't get
stuff.
into the 50s that he opened, but he's got a little bit of upside. He never used to be able to tack on to fields, but he certainly can do that now. I do like the booking of Ange Jones, the blinkers coming off, and just to complete
I would, the 6 is.
the 11, the danger 1, and the 4 loading process well and truly underway. There's Sizzling Gal there in the barrier blanket. You've got Full of Sincerity taking its place, and we will be well underway for the 9th. Here's David.
Sharp Dazzler, the last to load. Number 1, Full of Sincerity, is the...
At 7 probably is in some way or the other. It is going to be in
Starter at the ladder. Light about to be turned on.
3rd or 4th position
And
maybe.
the racing. Grand Prince off the inside of the catch with the first 2 to go.
Please.
Archers going nicely away. Grimsey is expected rolling
3,
forward.
where are you?
Nitro Glycerin settling about 5th. Both Full of Sincerity and Super Chill are going up
Okay, this is 1700 meter.
Simply in the second half of the field, Artful Girl, Ostermeyer over on its inside, then Sizzling Gal, Sakudo, and Sharp Dazzler settles last. They drive into the first bend, just over 1200 left to run, and Emily Legg takes Grimsey United to the lead, and she slows things down. Full of Sincerity has come across to be second, and Grandstand Prince well back to odds third the box seat. 1 away 4th Archer's Game, 1 to Nitro Glycerin. The catch in the centre and Super Chilled. He's caught 3 wide in the middle of the field. Behind that trio, Ostermeyer racing inside of Artful Girl. A length and a half Sizzling Gal, 3/4 Sakudo, and the tail end of the Sharp Dazzler around 8 to 9 off the lead. Into the next bend, 800 left to run. Grimsey United, he's in his most effective role. He's in the lead role, he loves to do it, and he's doing it easily too. Full of Sincerity, nice and handy in second though. Grand Prince third and Archer's Game fourth, both getting good run. Super Chill not so. He's been off the track from the get-go. The catch between runners, Nitro Glycerin the rail, then Sizzling Gal. Artful Girl spots him about 6 to 7 lengths with 500 left to run. Sharp Dazzler trying to improve
Where
between
the
runners. Back to second last, Ostermeyer, and doing it badly at the tail was Sakudo. Onto the turn, 300 left to
Can
run.
someone tell me where is the
Let's see what
3?
gas is in the tank. Turns in the lead from the catch running a race. Full of sincerity now. Archer's game. Given his head is running on strongly. They got the Grinzinger 9. The catch forwards to the lead. Archer's game going with it. And full of sincerity just behind them. The catch in front from Archer's game on
11.
the outside. Archer's game put a dive in and got the head.
What?
Archer's game beat home the catch and full of sincerity.
11.
Super chill Grinzinger 9. Sizzling Gal Wider. Arthur Girl Sharp
11.
for the next pair. And the tail enders or the trailers were Ostermeyer, Granite Prince, Nitroglycerin, and Sakudo.
Is it 11 or 1?
So back-to-back wins for Archer's game, and she is game. We saw that last start into Toowoomba again today, ridden by Kyle Wilson-Taylor, getting on very well with this Mark Curry-trained mare in
11.
Toowoomba. The catch with the very familiar style of Justin Huxtable holding until the last few strides when Archer's game was just over the top of the catch very late there. Full of sincerity coming through in the middle. Has finished off quite well as Grinzinger Knight drops off, and then we can see a few run-on horses on the outside there. Sizzling Gal, probably the best of the rest, and Super Chill just...
Yeah, the 3 did not get a place.
Archer's game getting the money as we see here. At the top of the straight, looming up on the outside, and she gets the money at 6.50 and 2.30. There are the placings, 11, 3,
Oops.
then 1 and 6 back in fourth.
11, 3, 1, 6, and 4. Man, is this how you treat people? Is this how you treat people, man?
And you said she's basically a pleasure to train. She's so tough.
Well, she never does anything wrong. She eats, sleeps, works, and gives you 150 race day.
The other thing we'll discuss
What is the difference?
hands-on with horses is she's not very big, but with the female horses, it doesn't
11,
seem
3,
to matter.
1,
They
and
can be
6.
tiny, but as long as they eat, they can be tough as nails.
That is true. The smaller they are,
Let's not look for differences right now.
Oh, you just take it so different ways.
Bad one.
Well done, Mark. You got a fly.
Thanks for that.
Mark Curry, we love him. 11, 3, 1, and 6. We've got 1 to come from Ipswich. Stay with us.
And that jock is a moron, man. That jock is a moron. This jock on 3 is a clown of the highest order. All right, he had the perfect balance today. He had the perfect balance. This jock is, he just killed it. He just killed it. 11 went in with the highest pressure. It was a linear, very good. I mean, this is generally what we play, but this jockey is, this guy is a clown. I tell you, this guy is a clown. 213, 217. A 7-year-old gelding giving up on a 6-year-old mare. I don't know what to say, actually. I've lost my words. But the 6-year-old mares are 6-year-old mares. They're bombshells. It should have been 3-11. It should have been 3-11. The neutral, then the fallback. But now the fallback killed the neutral. Ten, 5, 9, and 7.
win by 4 lengths on that occasion, but she beat the rest of the field by just as far. So 2 trials, she won the most recent, and that suggests that she's come back well.
Tatoka, the 4, Paul Perry, Alicia Collett, 9 out to 950.
Wasn't this a win first up? So landed really good bets there at Scone, gave them a start and gave them a beating. So she's got no early speed, but we know she can rattle home at the finish. She won at Canterbury at her second start and hasn't been back here since. So inconclusive as far as whether she wants it too wet.
Photograph was our actual equal favourite when we did the preview this morning, Brad, and we were wondering what would happen come race time. She's been adrift at 460 out to 550. James Cummings, Chad Schofield.
So tongue tie first time. This filly, she's a half sister to Commemorative. She was poor in her most recent run. That was here at Canterbury over the night series. That was over 1,200 metres, but she was a $2.30 chance and never really got into the race. Now, it was a meeting where you needed to be on speed, so I guess you could be a touch forgiving in that regard. She's had an 8-week freshen since. Nice trial at Warwick Farm, wet, no issue. She did win a maiden there, a Scone on a heavy track.
Alinea, the 6, Gain Adrian, second runner. Rachel King, 8 out to 11.
Yeah, quite easy in betting. So led and hung on there to win her maiden prior to spelling. That was at start number 6. So it was overdue. She had been around the market 5 runs prior. I think she's the type of filly that will gain confidence from that. But hearing from Adrian a touch earlier, he did just pump the brakes slightly, saying that she will improve, particularly as she gets out over further.
Elegant Empress is the 7, Nasharilla, Jared Austin.
Can see why there's a little sprinkling of support for the grey here. So the best run of her preparation last time in was first up on a heavy track at the midweeks. Her form tapered off thereafter. She had 4 runs subsequently and didn't really fire. So a mare with a good fresh record. She hasn't won first up, but she tends to put herself right there in the finish. Her wet track is fine and she's trialled well. So as far as a blowout goes, she might be the best here.
A 9, Triple Tempo, Bjorn Baker, Ash Morgan.
You'd have been a touch nervous if you took the $1.09 there late at Orange first up, but job done. She scrambled home, got a little bit too close for comfort at the finish, but she'll come on from that. The runner-up has since failed at Wellington, so the obvious query is the depth of that form. She trialled like a rocket prior to that. She'll improve. I do respect that starting price profile, and we know that Bjorn Baker profile of horses that he just builds their confidence, goes to the country, comes to the metro, and they usually measure up.
And our final runner is 11, To the Extreme, Josh Parr, Ron Quinton, 850 to $6.50 for her.
Genuine mare, doesn't win out of turn now that she's found her level. 1 win from the 9 starts. Look to handle the heavy track okay.
5 Canterbury.
Ran 4th, beating the length at Hawkesbury on that occasion. So she's hard fit. She tackles this 5th up, and that has to count for something.
All right, jockeys being legged aboard for the final time this afternoon. If you're just tuning in, we are back to a heavy hit. 3.5 minutes until start time. Rob Price is going to come over and have a chat to us about Island Deck. Now, it looks like I have to go out in the rain, thanks to my camera woman. Hey Rob, I see that you've sent Luke out to do the strapping duties. That was a smart choice.
Oh, well, I think he's fallen in love with this horse. He rides it every day. She's been tricky, you know. We tried to be a little bit closer with her last start, and she just wanted to overdo it, you know, give her no back end. And, you know, you've really got to dot the I's and cross the T's with these sort of horses. She's got really good natural ability, but she's just want to do things wrong, you know, early and through the middle. And when you do that, you can't, you know, have a back end. But we've come here with no gear today. It was Luke's idea. He rides her every day. So, like I said before, all the gear off. Let's try and be negative from the gate and just hope they run along.
Heavy track. She has won on a heavy, maybe not this heavy though.
No, definitely not this heavy. We were quite pleased when we got here and, you know, the car park was dry. And it was like from a 9 back to an 8 and then looking even better than spraying the last 40 minutes. So, disappointing. But at the same time, I think she will get through it. She shows every indication she will.
There's been very good support for her, so best of luck.
Thanks for that, mate.
Okay, Brad, who do you like?
Yeah, I'm with her. So 2, 5, 1 and 4. I made her the best bet across the card. And look at her as far as price goes. She bottomed out at $2.80, just back out to $3, but the damage has been done there. So a good go in the last, back into $2.90 as I say that. So 2, 5, 1 and 4 Island Deck. A pretty classy filly, and I think she's simply better than midweek grade. So I spec'd her at odds there in a PJ Bell last start. So you'd have to be confident about her chances coming back to this grade. And a wet track just offsets the niggle that we are back to 1,100 metres. So to be ridden cold here, but we saw with Ahariri there last start, if you're good enough, you can run them down. And there should be genuine speed here for her to rattle home over the top. We know she's got a big finish, and we saw that first up here at Canterbury, winning, albeit over the 1,250 metres. So Dangers 5, Photograph with all the support For your favourite Island Deck, she has been completely friendless here. $4.80 out to $7 on the NOP, and that's reflected with tab fixed odds as well, a $7 chance. So it gives away race fitness. I guess you don't really know where she's at as far as form-wise. She failed the last time we saw her at the races, but she's better than that, and she did get sent around at a $2.30 chance. So it has that strong SP. I like the way that she's trialled up since then. One land win. I would have liked to have seen a market push for her. She's a touch soft. Maybe that suggests she'll need the run, but 1,100 metres wet track looks a nice kick-off point for her. She can improve off whatever she does, but she's good enough on her day. And Tatoka, another horse that needs luck at the right time, but she should be finishing hard. There has been a little bit of support for her on the back of a big win there at Scone, last to first. So 2, 5, 1 and 4, $2.90. That'd be your favourite, Jenny.
$2.80 I'm seeing, so that'll update on your screens in a moment, but she's been very well supported throughout the afternoon here. Island Deck, who will jump our clear-cut favourite ahead of To the Extreme, $8 into $8.50 actually into $6, so she has moved up 2.5 points. You've got Photograph, who was actually our equal favourite this morning when we did our preview. Her and Island Deck were both $4.40 now, and she is now out to $6.50 there. 3 Power Battle 50 into $7.50 in a point, and then you've got Landwin $8.50 out to $9. She's hopping around that $8.50, $9 quote pretty much all day, and Toka $9 has remained around that quote as well there. So what have we got? 3 to load for the lucky last. Extremely lucky to have gotten through this meeting. Lucky the rain didn't come any earlier. Here's Luke Marlowe for the final time this afternoon.
Good to go. Race number 8. Data has them here. Red light on, Landwind, barrier 1. Oh, the red light's been turned off for some reason. So I'll wait and see what's occurred. So they're backing out Power Ballad, I think it is. Okay, so Power Ballad's been backed out, and Adam Hieronymus is going to look inside the doctor over there.
163.92.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happened. Obviously, his mount's become fractious, and it's out the back of the gates now. I can't see Adam Hieronymus at the moment. Another dial is on the radio to the stewards, paramedic walking across. So it's coming out, so there he is. He's sitting down, he's got the hand in the hand, he's in a bit of pain. It's out, 4:26. Hieronymus not fit to take the ride on Power Ballad. 4:26, a late scratching. Never injury sustained. It's causing him a fair bit of pain here. He's just sitting down there. These other runners in the stall, so I guess they're just making a judgment call whether they can run this race, and Adam's medical attention can wait. It's there with the paramedic at the moment. So I think they're happy to run this race. Those with the helmet on. It'll be all right. There, Bo. So they're going to run this race now by the looks. So red light on. Spoon of cement, he'll be sweet. Ready to go. Off and racing. Jumping well was Elegant Empress. It fires out of the stall, showing paces, triple tempo. Aliana Photograph to the extreme, Landwind behind those. Favourite second last, Island Deck, and Tatoka the tail ender. Heading up now towards the 800 metres, and triple tempo staying very wide on the track. It's racing a bit ungenerously, had the head on the side there. Now it comes back down toward the running rail. It leads here by a length and a half. On Aliana, followed by next in the run is Elegant Empress the Grey. Photograph, Landwind to the extreme, Tatoka. Island Deck's the last one, round the home turn. Inside the 400 metres here, Aliana. And on the outside, triple tempo, just hanging a bit there. Elegant Empress Photograph. Behind them, Land Wind to Toka. And Island Deck's main to the outside. Early in the straight, Photographs letting go. Sprints up and hits the lead from Aliana. To Toka out of the back.
5
75
BC.
metres to run though. Photograph got clear. Raced away.
Boom.
Photograph does the trick. Wins by 2.5 to Toka. Photo third, Island Deck and Elegant Empress. In behind those, Aliana and Land Win. Followed by 2 Extreme, Triple Tempo, Link Scratching, number 3, Power Ballad.
Big boom.
And we'll try and get an update on Adam Hieronymus as soon as we can. But Photograph, she was a big drifter. They didn't want a bar of her this afternoon. She was our equal favourite this morning. She ended up getting out to $6.10 on the code, $2.30 in place. Totoka has run another honest race there to second spot. I think you'll find 7
Big one.
Empress just ahead of the 2 Island Deck, and of course Power Ballad was a late scratching there. But,
Beautiful,
Brad,
beautiful
she's having
PC,
to win
beautiful.
like a drifter.
No, she didn't. So first up, and she rights the wrong at the last time we saw her here at Canterbury, where she clearly had an issue because she quickened exceptionally well in the twinkling of an eye. She showed a devastating turn of foot on a heavy track. So now 2 from 2 on heavy ground. She clearly likes these conditions. She put them away in a couple of strides. A lovely win from Photograph, and she'll build off that. So that's now 3 wins from 7 career starts. Totoka did her thing. She flopped out the back, but she was strong through the line. So these things to fall into place. But another win just around the corner, and the same can be said for Island Deck. We've met with good support, got a long way back, and we're just grinding home at the finish. Maybe she is looking for a touch further. So good news is to see Hippo hobbling back. He's on his feet. He was clutching at his ankle there, but all looks to be okay. So hopefully Hippo can bounce through that and fulfil his riding engagements over the coming days and the coming weeks. But just on Power Ballad, 9% deduction for the win and 10% deduction for the place.
Yeah, it does. She was a big drifter in the market. No one wanted to buy of her. I think she won impressively.
She certainly did. She's always been a really not.
Right, this is the last one here at Ipswich. If we look through the odds, it's like that: 10, 5, 9, and 7. That 10 is the favorite. It is the best horse, there's no doubt. But it is also being put as a neutral. It is a neutral here. It would have been a neutral in the grade above. So neutrals generally don't win, and that is something that happens. So then it is this. Okay, 192. This is about 170, 192, 20. That's that. But this is a little problematic. This one is 37. Nine, I don't know what the 9 will do. It has 44 races, not enough. And this, if we look at the weight appreciation, then we have other horses with larger weights. Especially we come to this 3. It's at 2. There are this one is at 3.5. But 31 races almost did nothing. This one is 2.5 in good hands, which is 2. So it's 225 by 19. Don't know whether it will get in. Possibilities are there. There are possibilities because of the weight appreciation. There are possibilities. This is gate number 5. If that happens, then then the 9 becomes check. I mean, then the 9 becomes there. 19. This is 2.5. This is 1. Good hands. That 2 is a check. If that 2 wins, the 9 is in. I mean, if the 9 wins, then the 2 is in. If the 2 wins, then the 9 is in. That's how the thing is, probably. But we look at this. This is 85, and then we come here. This has been given support. 5. $1.5. This is 2.5. This is 1.5. Not enough. This is good. This is good. 12. 22, 12. The speed is okay on 3. This is 2. I mean 3. 90, 81, 7. This is a 4-year-old gilding. 1. 81, 60, 7. $31.81. This is $30.99. $81.9. This is in good hands. This is also in moderately okay hands. This is a better jockey. 3. 3. 3 is a better jockey. That 7 is there within the odds. 31.81, 30.90. There's physics on both. This is a little higher, this is lesser. So 3 and 5. 5 probably cannot win because of the jock. Because of the jockey. 5 cannot win probably because of the jockey. The 10 cannot. The 10 is in trouble because it is a neutral. Neutrals don't win. This is not happening. The 9. Strong chances are 9. Strong chances is 9. But doesn't have anything. Doesn't have anything. 9, 4, 9, 4, 3, 8, then 5, 2. And then 2, 19, 25. This is 30, 90. We need to stay away. If this was a good jockey, then the 5 would have been there. But that, I don't know what that jockey is capable of doing.
By 1.5 and running. In second placing, my psychiatrist. Midnight Obsession heeled along third. And then Jack Will Obey. Further back to Diamond Life Less Ordinary. Getting to the outside. 5 lengths to make up. And Stampede's up and gone. Stampede is 4 in front below the 2. Life Less Ordinary on the outside. Cool Champ coming through the middle. Further back to Jack Will Obey. Stampede getting tired. Life Less Ordinary coming. Stampede still in front. Life Less Ordinary, I don't think will pick it up, will it? Stampede is in front. The post is looming. Stampede all of the way in the Wagga Gold Cup. Beats Life Less Ordinary. Cool Champ has run third. And then being followed in by my psychiatrist. Lord Taro, Durham Park, Pemberley, Montauk. Further back to Rosa's Song, Gentleman, Max Midnight Obsession, Jack Will Obey, Diamond Maid, and Overdue is back near the tail of the field. And right
Rachel King wins the Gold Cup with an all-the-way ride on Stampede number 8. Stampede, ridden by Rachel King, took the front running into the back straight and defied them to run her down after she kicked away by 4, turning for home. Number 8, trained by Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, they have not won the cup since Regal Touch and Dan Beasley did the deed. And I'd have to look in the book to see what year it was. It was not yesterday. Number 6 has run second, Life Less Ordinary. He set out in pursuit of the leader but was just not able to reel it in. And number 3 has run third, Cool Cat. Officially fourth was number 7, Montauk, after the running of the Gold Cup.
I benchmarked Gate Handicap over the 1100 metres for the last year at Ipswich. Mushiali is first horse to have a look at. He had his first start for Kevin Kemp at the Gold Coast, and Jaden Lloyd rides.
Yeah, and he was beaten a long way, which is unusual for him. So, what did you make of it? Did he have excuses?
Yeah, he was wide, sort of promoted up speed to try and suit the track, and was down it a little.
It's usually better when he can just relax through the first half and come with a strong run at the end.
All right, Ring of Steel used to be one of the quickest 1,000-metre horses in Brisbane. Jack up Manchester, Kelly Peter.
Yes, he's coming off an 800-metre race where he ran 4th. It's the $3.40 favourite at the last meeting here. He jumped that well, but he used a bit of gas to get up there just behind them. He was okay, and he's got a good record here at Ipswich, 2 wins from 5. So I think he's a top 4.
All right, Give Giggles is the 3. Tony Gollan trains, Emily Lang rides. Put all the eggs in one basket with this horse, Maxie.
With the pony now, so she's pretty happy out there.
Yeah, she looks okay since Emily's got aboard.
She usually races well fresh. Last prep of the first run for Tony, she ran 3rd at Eagle Farm behind Super Days. Big field behind Appen Girl. She only had the 3 runs last prep. As the hill starts to get up here, blow everything off our table. So I thought she was really good. We saw her publicly in a trial at Doomben a couple of weeks ago. She beat Ring of Steel, who led, and in respect was closing up nicely, but she was really good in that lead. So just a touch of luck from an awkward gauge. She'll be in this right up to her ears.
Well, Sarah is the 4. Michael Marsh, Boris Thorpe.
He was first up for around about 6 months and only beat 1 runner home, Sunshine Coast Poly track. He goes really well on the poly. This is probably a bit tough for him.
Matty Hoysted has the 5. Rich Mix, Cody Collis.
What to do with her? She won 4 of 8. She's 2 from 2 on poly. And first up, she ran down the track at Doomben. Now, she was well back to 260. She seemed to get the lead without having to use too much gas, but she really faded. And then that was first up. Matt took her to the Gold Coast Poly, and she was able to get the front very cruisy. And she was well weighted with the claim for Fiona Sandpearl and Blitzer. There's going to be a fair bit of pressure on her here today. She's got to be able to handle that pressure.
Spirit of Brody is the 6. Aiden Thompson, Diane Murphy. And he's a horse I think just needed a bit of time to develop, sort of coming into his own now.
Well, he was good in the Rich Minx race at the coast. She controlled with 57. He had 62.
And this is my last choice. And
strong. He's drawn out. That's not good, but they might go along here, and if they do, a horse like him can finish strong.
Battle of Vienna's 7. Cole Wilson Taylor, Edmonds and McLean.
They got a win about a month ago, Gold Coast Poly. That's when the Brisbane meeting was off, and he managed to get up and score, getting into the clear and scored a dominant win.
These 300-meter tracks are very tricky.
Today, might be a problem.
Now,
we very, very, very tricky.
And that is with Poised and Ruler.
We know the 400-meter tracks. These are...
QMP for this horse returns today for Corey and Chris Muntz and Justin Huxtable rides.
Yeah, he's got a really good record. He's won 5 from 44, but he's been either second or third a further 15 times. So I sort of think he's better at 12 to 1400 metres. Here he is first up over the 1100. And there's really good support for him. As you can see, heading there towards the start. He looks in great order for Justin Huxtable, who will probably have him around about midfield, perhaps a tad worse, but he can finish strongly. So respecting all of that money that is clearly there for everybody to see with Poseidon Rule.
The Gambling Greek is the 10. This was our original favourite, Kobe Bitler for the Sears.
Yeah, he's a pro, this fellow. He jumps, he goes fast all the way, and he's not a shrinking violet. He doesn't fade. So if you're going to be fighting
three.
speed, who leads, whether it's him or...
Even I like the 3. It is getting tailed, PC.
Just hope he doesn't, do too much work early.
And then we round out with Sunny Days, who is looking fabulous. Scott Morrissey, Jade Hampson.
They're just having to watch Sunny Days, been a little bit easy in the market. His
Do
third
you
up
think it will deliver?
Okay, it's been a few moves. One, of course, was Poison Ruler into favouritism as the Gambling Greek went from 340 to 480 and actually meets now Give Giggles on that second line, who's been 7 into $4.80. Yeah.
So 5-year-old mare.
9. And Give Giggles now, I think, ascertains. Yes, the second line, the Gambling Greek now on the third.
Yes, that's good support, isn't it, to Poseidon Ruler? So no surprise to see a few of these, getting out in the market. The other one that's dropping all the time is Give Giggles. She probably went up a little bit too big. I mean, that was a bit of a luxury, $7, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Typically down to probably a right price now for $4.40. But she's officially 7 down to $4.40 and is the second favourite. The Gambling Greek is friendless. He's 340 out to 550 on the QOP. So I'm tipping the tempo is going to be solid, and I'm going to be a part of that. With
EW, coffee.
10. 3 Giggles. It might give her a chance if they go really quick here to try and just offset barrier 8. She did trial up a Storm recently at Doom, but I love the way she went. I've got Ring of Steel there.
It looks like that. It has tremendous amount of advantage, PC. I like the 3 over the 5. It's got the highest pressure on. It's got the highest, management going on. Management as in like balance. The balance is fabulous on that horse, but it is getting tailed. That's the only
changes, things like that. So perhaps they're
only problem.
prep. So 310 2 and 1 for mine here for the lucky last. But I also do not have this well back favourite on top. That is a
We got physics on that 3 too.
on screen is a $26 chance, and will be the last to take his place. Last time this afternoon, here's David.
Let's go 3 win.
Race 10 at Ipswich. Ready to break.
Okay, I'm in 3 win.
Behind. Not quite ready. We've got no light yet.
Gambling Geek? What is Gambling Geek?
It's been an issue with one runner there. Now they're releasing one, number 9.
Gambling Geek is a horse.
Silent Ruler has been released from the gates. He was trotting up behind you, swimming through from Stuart. Jeff Gould. Yes, Jeff.
The Gambling Greek. Okay, the 10, yes, that's the neutral. I don't know.
So that's high leg up on the barrier petition.
A neutral had come in today earlier, but that was a maiden race. Here it is
$3.20
typical.
favourite and a heavily backed favourite. So we'll have some news relayed to us.
PC, yeah, 10. I've got 3. I mean. The only worry is it is getting tailed. That's all is the worry.
Favourite has been scratched in the last race today.
Favorite is scratched. 10 is scratched.
Highly important late scratching. 9 beside Ruler. Not cleared to run. Light on. Racing Ipswich. The Gambling Greek on the inside began only fairly, in fact, lacks early speed today. Ring of Steel fast away. Rich Mix has got pace as well. Sunny Days in a third. Fourth away, Spirit of Brody. Followed by Bullsar. Then
Favorite out. 10 has been scratched.
no pace at all today. He's third last. Then Michele. And out towards the tail. Battle of Vienna. Down the side, 700 left to run. Rich Mix on the lead, 3/4 Ring of Steel. Sunny Day, Switzerland lead pair third, a length behind. A length and a quarter, Spirit of Brady, 3/4 Bulsara. Give Giggles off the pace today as well. Battle of Vienna progressing.
Man, where is that monkey 3?
Last of all. Up to the turn by the 400 metres. Rich Mix.
That 2 is running. See, that 2 is running. With 2.5 kilo appreciation on that. Come on, baby. Where are you?
Strong challenge. Give Giggles and Michelle. Ring of Steel, 100 to go.
There is 3. Now 3 is doing all that nonsense. Come on, you idiot!
Gripping on N1. Ring of Steel beat last to run
2-3.
Then Battle of Vienna, followed by Sunny Days, who knocked up very late. Then came Michelle. Well back was Bulsara, and Rich Beaks was gone at the turn and ran stone motherless laps.
Yeah, he was part of the speed battle as well, Ring of Steel, but he's kept on going.
Good job, man.
$12.30 and $2.90. Giggles was very good, had to weave in the home straight, and we'll have a look at that.
The 9 got scratched, even then the 2 got in.
Back and forth.
Anyways. He was flying. All right, we're back in. So what happened is we spoke about the 2. That 2 went through today. Today was the day of that 2. And then the 3, man, that 3 should have gotten in. That 3 should have gotten in. What was she doing? I don't know, but that is something that happened. That is something that happened. Bad ride on 3. Very bad ride on 3, PC. Very bad ride. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at Ipswich, but that was the last one. Yeah, she lost that. I mean, come on. You are racing. You are the rider. You are a jockey. You don't know what you're riding. Is that? I mean, the only excuse that can be there is that that 3 was getting tailed. She did not want to run. That's the only excuse. But even then, you are a jockey. You don't know what you're riding. You should have taken the right decision at the right time. At the last moment, you're trying to, do the hurdle, which has got nothing to do with anything. At the last moment, at the last 150, look at the way this thing happened. Look at the way this thing happened. At the last moment, she realized, oh, this is a race, man. I got a race. At the last moment, she realized that. The 2 was the constant lead. The 2 with the weight appreciation, the jockey was fabulous on 2. He did not even let it breathe. Run. And the last moment she realized, oh, this is a race. Now I gotta run. Idiot. Anyway, I'm going to be racing back on Friday, gentlemen. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together and do a little chit chat and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, I can't thank you enough.